fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off. Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the fuck? Oh, that was. No, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I? Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Should've mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say that without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his ball water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up? What's up, Cordiane? I have to apologize. You just came to the worst place ever. The most dull, boring fucking place on the internet. Damn. What a disappointment you're about to have. Get ready to feel like my dad. Pure disappointment all the time. What's up, Jarek Dan? How you doing? I got some stuff for you, Jarek Dan, because I know you said you were panicking about crypto stuff. So I got some shit for you. But today is gonna be him. Right, so let me think of how to say this. Right. I've just completed Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. Gotten to the end of that story. Gotten to see... No, for fuck's sakes. You know what, 8ax? Since you're the only one over on Kick, I might just mod you. Just so you can have fun kicking the shit out of these pieces of trash who keep showing up on Kick. Fucking hate these bots. I hate these bots so much. They stopped giving me Discord messages because I keep fucking with them. It's like my filthy little side hobby is going out of my way to fuck with as many of those people who give me Discord messages as possible. I really enjoy that. Did you remember to uninstall Guild Wars 2? Almost. Almost. Right. So, today, I'm gonna make this really simple. How do I mod someone on Kick? How the fuck does that work? I can ban you and I can time out you. I can't mod you. What the fuck? Damn it. I have to actually figure out how Kick works. Right, so I just finished Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. Let me get back on track here. I've been writing out all my thoughts, thinking about the game itself. And so I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break from Heart of Thorns while I collect all my thoughts and put everything together into like one big thing. Also, fuck you, Jarek, Dan, for doing that. God damn it. So, I'm going to stop here with Guild Wars 2 for like maybe a week before I carry on. Purely because I need to write out every single thought I have. I need to like run through all the videos and the clips that I've made. Make sure I've got all the information I need before moving forward. So that I can then... You just gifted the fucking bot a tier 1 sub, Adax. You fucking bastard. You dick. There's a bot out there somewhere. There's some guy running a bot being like, what the fuck just happened? So, I'm going to be taking a pause on Guild Wars 2. Because I need to write out all the bullet points of what I think before I forget them. Don't waste your money like that, Adax. Holy shit. At least give it to someone who's going to get some value out of it. Which is no one in this stream. Just spent the last week binge watching dozens of your videos and collabs with Muckluck. Good timing. Man. Poor Muckluck. I'm going to give that man a fucking stroke one day. If my autism doesn't kill him, my commentary will. Tell him all the creative ways I really want to fuck air. That'll do it. You got the points written down for Living World Season 1 and 2? Yes. So I'm still figuring out if I'm going to do Living World Season 1 and 2 as a separate video. And then work towards doing one on Heart of Thorns. But I'm going to take a break for it for a bit so that I can review everything I think. What my first impression of the expansion was. What I found good, what I found bad, before I replay it again off stream on a separate character, so I can get all the B-roll footage that I need. MMO worth playing nothing. Don't say the truth here, Benji. How dare you? This is the place for misinformation. Fucking the problem is there's no new MMORPGs to play, and all the new stuff doesn't match up to the old stuff, so the old stuff is all the best we've got. That's all we've got. There's a reason why people are still playing like RTSs from the early 2000s. So today is going to be primarily a stream where I fuck around and find out. That did not go the way I was expecting. It's still closed. I broke the cap. Give me a second. Thanks for the follow, Jazz Pigeon. So, this is how today's gonna work. I got a few things, like I got so much to catch up on, holy shit. But now it's all brakes, no gas. You heard me. We're gonna make this nice and simple. Kexus, thanks for the follow over on Kek. So, I'm gonna give you like an impromptu review of what I think of Heart of Thorns. I'm gonna then take a look at every one of those fucking videos you assholes put in the Discords. Twerk Redemption. Fuck, never. Never. I don't have the ass for it. I got an ass like Hank Hill. That's not happening. The lolcow, Pirate Software, he just keeps... He's an infinite well of hilarity, so I need to look at some of the new stupid shit he's doing. God, it's gonna... Oh, man, he just never stops, does he? And then, at the end of the stream, in the meantime, while I'm trying to figure out everything I think about Guild Wars 2, everything I think about Heart of Thorns, I need your help finding a video game to play. Because unfortunately, it turns out that Swole Benji's right. And we're in a desert. My boys, we're in a desert. If MMO was pussy, we'd be a monk on a mountaintop all alone. Never seeing that shit again. It's terrible. The trick is to be much more picky with the videos. Nah, it's fine. If I think something's boring or dull, I'll just skip it. Keep going with the story. We need you to play the new expansion and the new upcoming. We'll get there, Baltiva. We'll get there. But I'm going to take my time. You know, put on a little bit of Barry White, light a candle or two. Enjoy that feeling on the inside. Because I'm savoring Guild Wars 2. There's no need to rush. That's one of the best parts about Guild Wars 2 is I don't feel the need to incessantly rush every single time I'm playing that game. So, I'm back to streaming now with all this legalese shit that's behind me. I've had so many conversations with a very expensive lawyer who's drained my bank account more times than I can count. And I figured out all the things that I can and cannot talk about and confirm them with him. I'm not gonna rehash the whole story, but there is something that's particularly pissing me off that I have to talk about when it comes to this stuff. God, why on him again? It feels like every single second there's another L on him. I hate that guy. Well, he keeps on doing this. He keeps on doing this. So I'm gonna give you some context, right? We're gonna get story time first before I give you the Guild Wars 2 first impression / review, right? I hired someone to work for me. I didn't hire them to work for me because I needed someone to work for me. I hired them out of some sense of responsibility because their mom helped raise me when I was a kid. For the last 4 years, this person has been working for me, right? And it's been I've basically been supporting their entire life. I gave them a place to live, food, payment, whatever the fuck, right? And she's been hired to work for me. And it was about 2 months ago, she started accusing me of the wildest shit. Like saying I wanted to murder her and stuff like that, which is fucking insane and crazy people behavior. This person has now, like, I'm going to tell you the interaction that happened this month, right? So, this person confronts me in my house and starts being fucking hysterical, starts being insane, and saying shit like, I want to kill them, I'm going to murder their family, all of this shit, right? And she lives with me, and her 3 sons live here as well. I say this is fucking crazy. You can't keep accusing me of this stuff. I'm done with this. I cannot have someone like that around my kid, around my wife. So if she would like to leave, she's more than willing to do so. God, here we go. Hold on. Phone call. Give me a second. Just my wife saying goodnight. Right, so This person's been working for me for 4 years. They've been a gigantic financial burden on me. Like, to the point that it's been a struggle. But I felt like I had some kind of responsibility to take care of this person because their mom took care of me while I was a kid. They start accusing me of all this wild shit. And this month, they like confronted me in my house and started like having this big mental breakdown session. And it was fucking insane. Right? And this isn't the first time they started doing this. This is like the second or third. Now, my lawyer had advised me that the next time this kind of stuff happens, I should just immediately pull out my phone and start recording. Right? Because like you've got to be safe. If someone's accusing you of wanting to like murder them and stuff, and they go to the cops, that's like fucking serious. That's like, you don't fuck around with that kind of stuff. And the strangest fucking thing in the world happened when I did that, right? So they're like hysterical, they're like crying, they're screaming, saying like, I hate them and I want to kill them because they're black and I'm gonna murder their family and I'm threatening them. And I'm like, oh shit, okay, this is I deny all of that immediately, but I'm like, okay, I need to pull out my phone. And it was the strangest behavior I've ever seen. I felt like the fucking crazy person, right, when this happened, because they were like, oh, you want to kill me, oh my god, my family's attacked. And I like pulled out my phone, and as I did that, they just went from and they just saw the phone and they just went, and they just like froze in place, deadpan expression, and then just walked out of the house like nothing happened. I felt like a fucking crazy person. I felt like I was insane watching that happen. Like, I was so lucky my wife was behind me because like I turned to her and I'm like, did that just fucking happen? Like, was that real? Or am I really schizophrenic? And my wife's like, no, that happened. That fucking happened. What the like, we sat there for like a good 4 to 5 hours trying to puzzle out what the fuck was going on. So she ditches, right? She's gone. Haven't seen her since. Evaporated. But this is what pissed me the fuck off. Get that person out of your life pronto. No, that's what I'm trying to do, Jazz Pigeon. I'm trying to do everything by the letter of the law because this person was employed by me, and they may go take it to a legal case and say that I owe them a bunch of money that I don't, right? When what I owe them is their leave pay, and then since they've left, you know, that's their problem now. So yeah, this is a fucking crazy person. So, get this, and this is fucking wild. I didn't realize while she was doing all of this, it was school holidays still. So guess who shows up to my house with no fucking idea where their mom is? Her kids. Her kids have no fucking clue where her mom is. Where their mom is. She's evaporated. And these kids, like, they've still got to get through school, right? So that legally, for now at least, I have to house these fucking people. And it's not the kids' fault. But that's driven me over the fucking edge now. That's pissed me the fuck off. Because if I'm such an insane, crazy person, they showed up after she left. Yeah, basically, those kids had like, they'd gone back to live with family members, right? And then they show up like a deer caught in headlights. And I have to let them in. I consulted with my lawyer. Until the entire dispute is settled, I can't move her shit out of where she was staying. I can't touch her stuff. There's like a time limit. I have to wait until that time limit expires. Then I can do something about it. So I don't have a choice, Jarek. I don't have a fucking choice. Because this is a labor dispute. What about your safety? It doesn't fucking matter, as it turns out. Turns out it doesn't matter if you're the employer. Jarek Dan. So these kids are one 16-year-old and one 13-year-old. It's easy to say let them go since they're not your kids, but it's still the right choice. I think it sucks to be you. No, this is the thing, right? It is the right thing that I have to get them the fuck out of here, but I have to wait until a certain time period expires before I gotta go to them and be like, look, you gotta go find your mom and get the fuck out of here, right? This is just how the legal system works here. It's insane. Because if I do anything at this point in time, it's essentially I'm showing intent to dismiss, which means that they can rake me over the fucking coals saying that I did try and fire them because I kicked their kids out the house. This is insane. I know. Now, I have gone to the cops about the mom. I have reported her to certain bodies for abandoning her kids and shit. And they will be going back to their family members soon. But until that, I hit that time limit, I can't do shit. And these poor fucking kids are sitting there like a deer caught in headlight. No goddamn clue what's going on. And their mom's just nowhere to be fucking seen. How fucking insane is that? Please tell me they're at least they're a bit decent. No, they're not a problem. They're polite. They don't make a mess. They don't fuck things up. They're not dickheads. They're not their mom, essentially. I know them well enough to know that they're not their mom. Are they at least more sane than their mother? Yeah, they're not their mom, right? That's why the employer should never also be there like, exactly, York, exactly. So, once this is all over, I'm never hiring someone again. Never. I feel bad for those kids, but I've got to be so fucking careful. Be careful, you thought their mom was fine before. This is the scary part about this, Cyro, right? What if they're, like, I've talked about all of this with the lawyer, and I've had to, like, secure certain parts of my house and shit, and make sure they're not a danger, because, I mean, look at it from their perspective, right? Look at it from these kids' perspective. They show up, their mom's just completely fucking missing. The guy who employs her is just like, yeah, look, I don't know where your mom is, but you can stay here until this is sorted out. Mostly because I can't kick them out, that's just how it is. And I said to them, like, look, you're on a time limit, so you got to prepare yourselves to leave and stuff like that, right? These kids have no clue what's going on, but from their perspective, what if their mom starts contacting them and saying a bunch of bullshit about me, right? If I'm an angry 16-year-old and my mom's saying that this person's a threat, starts saying that crazy shit, of course they're going to believe their mom. So now I've had to, like, secure, like, so much shit in my house. I have records of everything. Every single conversation. Both like, written text, documents, recordings, everything. Everything. And the fucked up part about this is that them actually being here reinforces the case for her dismissal. Right, without me owing her anything. Because from the perspective of, like, the labor law and that, the argument that would be made is, if I am such a danger and she thinks I'm gonna fucking kill her family, why the fuck did she leave her kids here? How insane is that? So you're helping the kids out as much as you can without hurting yourself. Exactly, Faith. I'm basically, like, they've still got to get fed, right? They still need clothes and shit. I mean, not clothes, like fucking, you know, the basics. Food, water, shelter, all of that shit. But when it comes down to it, there's a time, there's a timer. And once that timer expires, if no action is taken by this fucking crazy person, I gotta go to those kids and be like, look, I will help you get to wherever the hell you need to go, but you can't stay here. Your mom's basically abandoned you. I know you were with family that wasn't her for a while, so maybe you gotta go back to them, but you cannot stay here. Do they have a dad to go to? This is going to sound so cliche, use that. But no. No. Social services, maybe. Well, I've had to put in certain reports, right? Because this is a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old, right? These kids don't know what the fuck's going on. I looked at them, and these poor bastards don't know what the fuck is going on. Also, thanks for the bits, Jarek. You don't have to do that. Just when we meet the Chinese hot pot, you pay for it. How's that sound? What won't tribalist ideologues do to keep a grudge going? It's insane. So, I had this discussion with my lawyer about what I'm allowed to discuss. Obviously, I'm leaving out big chunks of the entire story that I'm not allowed to discuss, but that's like the gist of what's happening right now. I'm mostly going to be focusing on streaming and whatever else because this is less of an issue than I originally thought it was. Like, I was fucking panicking. I thought she was going to, like, go to the cops and, like, accuse me of some shit. And then I figured my life was going to be over. I figured, like, cops going to come arrest me on an accusation. I'm going to be in jail getting fucked by Big Buthelezi. But it turns out that's not how that works. At all. Thank God. Thanks for the resub, Rabenstein. 7 months, goddamn, dude. That's 2 months away from that baby being born. I hope you got your alimony out. I just joined the stream ago. I feel like I got to watch the VOD tomorrow to catch up. Yeah, you probably do. So, this has been like the most stressful fucking shit in the world. For my whole family. For me. For my wife. Obviously, this is affecting my kid because my kid's seeing us both stress the fuck out over this and watch her parents act like crazy people, securing doors and like fucking bolt locking a bunch of shit and acting like absolute psychos. And I just realized that I'm going to move that over there. That makes more sense. All of this has been the worst time of our lives. And I am counting the fucking seconds until that timer runs out. How old is my kid? 22 months. And you know, like, they pick up a bunch of stuff that, you know, you don't know that they're picking up on at that age. So you can also understand why I'm paranoid as fuck, right? I've got a literal toddler running around. So I can't, like, leave a door open and shit. Because I don't know which night their mom's gonna phone them and be like, yo, I need you to murder the evil white man upstairs. How long do they need to stay? Until I cannot discuss that one, Jarek Dan. That's one of the ones I can't say. All I can say is there's a time on that. Now, the scary part about all of this, and why it's so important that I like made all these recordings. I understand now in the modern day, you gotta be fucking paranoid as fuck. You got to record everything. You've got to have like screenshots of all the documents and stuff like that. Can you speak in years? Less than a year. Yes, less than a year. Much less than a year, Jarek. So, like, I realize why people are crazy now. You got to record everything. You should have like screenshots of fucking everything that goes on in your life. Because if I didn't have that, I'd be screwed. God damn, I'd like, fuck me. Here's the scariest part though. And the lawyer had to point this out, and my wife also pointed this out separately later, after I had this discussion. The lawyer said this may be a tactic. And according to him, he's seen this before. Right? What the tactic is, do you retain a lawyer? Is it someone you picked up because of the shit? It's someone I picked up because of the shit. I absolutely cannot afford to retain a lawyer. Are you insane? I don't have that kind of money. I wish I did. So, the very scary thing that my lawyer has said is that he's seen this shit before. Because he works in labor. he said a common thing that certain employees, domestic workers, will do is they will dump their kids at the employer's house and then vanish for a set period of time. And then what they'll do legally is try to say that their kids were being held hostage by this person. As a bargaining tool. What is scary to me is that the lawyer was like, I've seen this before more than once. Which means this, like, that made me fucking freak the fuck out, because how the fuck could anyone think about doing that? Using their kid as a tool like that. So I'm so fucking butt mad. Like, I'm angry. Every morning I wake up, my head pops off a pillow, and I'm fucking angry. Because how the fuck do you do that to a child? How the fuck are they this adept at scamming while not even having a positive IQ? I don't know, Ashura. I don't know. Big Balls Johnson is a lawyer. You never got to know him enough. No, Long Dick Johnson downstairs. He's definitely not a lawyer. That man is not a lawyer. He got a gun and a cock that he walks around with in the middle of the night, but he's not a lawyer. Can I be slightly demeaning? You can do whatever the fuck you want. Many people in SA only see their kids as social grants. Yes, that's 100% true. Do you think that is smart enough to think that? I'm curious. Well, what we've discovered, Potato Kun, sitting with the lawyer. Hold on. Okay, I can't discuss that part. That's something that's important that I'm supposed to keep to myself. There are certain factors that we've discovered as to how they've planned this out, right? How they've strategically set this out. Why are you staring at his cock? Because he's fucking walking around in boxers every single night in the freezing fucking cold of winter with a gun in his hand and his dick dangling out the bottom of his boxers. What do you want me to do? Also, I'm much gayer than that. I'm attracted to women. And you know what? Then she tried the death knell. After all of that, I've been dealing with those messages yesterday. That's why I also wasn't streaming. She sends me like a flurry of messages, right? And as you can imagine, I'm already angry and pissed off. I'm so fucking pissed off. And she sends me a flurry of messages, and I think this was a bait. It was, you're a racist. It was, you're trying to kill me. It was, I'm gonna report you to the Human Rights Commission and say you want to murder all black people. It was, you're gonna butcher and kill my kids. Again, despite them being here. And fuck, I can't even remember all of them. And you know what was insane to me? I screenshotted those messages immediately. And not 5 fucking seconds later, she deleted every single one of those messages. I don't know how a human being lives like that. I don't know how someone could take their kids and use them as a weapon like that. That's what scares the fuck out of me. Got her ass. Yeah, look, I already had her ass before that. Alright? I already had all of that used that. I had more than enough that when the time limit is up, I'm going to be able to pull this person into what's known as like a disciplinary hearing thing, that if they don't show up for, that's perfectly fine, and then I can just do motion to dismiss and I never need to see this person ever again. But I'm so disappointed. What's up, Soul Man? How you doing? Yeah, Command and Conquer is fucking incredible. There's very little music that ever comes close to how good Command and Conquer is. The problem is you take them for a human being. Like, I'm not going to say anything disparaging or derogatory, like in that nature, Tabe. But holy fucking hell. I'm shaking with anger every fucking day about this. What about the kids off the motion to dismiss? So it's not called a motion to dismiss. It's called, fuck, I forgot what the word is. It's a kind of dismissal. Motion to dismiss is a court thing. Sorry, I've been talking to that fucking lawyer so much, I'm picking up on so much court stuff. You know, ammunition regeneration in games, that's how some feel about children. You know what? You're not wrong, Ravenstein. I've heard the stories. So, my dad... Yeah, I'll tell you another story just to get off this topic, because it's going to make me fucking mad and I'm going to start screaming again. Right, but this kind of person, that kind of behavior disgusts me, because I don't know how another human being sees their kids like that, uses their kids like that, abandons their kids like that, and these kids have no fucking idea what's going on. They are like a deer caught in headlights, right? So, yeah, here's some context, right? So I was talking to my dad recently. He came and visited, right? Obviously, he's concerned as well. He's worried because he's like, yo, this is fucking dangerous. You don't understand. And I'm gonna be real with you, right? My dad's got some opinions, okay? He's got some real strong fucking opinions. Not without reason, but he has some strong opinions. I'll give you an example. As a joke, I told my dad to watch the movie Hidden Figures. He had another name for that movie when he was done. It rhymed with figures. But it wasn't figures. And my dad, so to give you some context on why my dad's like that and why he's like a fucking raging, angry person about these things, is my dad fought in the North African War, right? So, back in the apartheid days, right, you had soldiers, and my dad wanted to be a doctor. And one of the ways you would be a doctor if you didn't have the money to do so was you joined the army as a medic against the Zulus. No, this was, fuck. What was the nation? I can't even remember the nation. It was the North African War that the apartheid government was involved in, and like suppressing communists and stuff, right? Like, fuck it, I can't even remember. I need to Google it. But basically, my dad told me this one story about what happened when he is this, and my dad's never opened up about the war before. It wasn't Rhodesia, no. Rhodesia's before my dad's time, and that wasn't a war. That was more like they just kind of ran over everyone. Let's see if I can find it. Which war was it? It was in the... Oh yeah, it was Angola. Sorry, it wasn't the North African War, it was Angola. This was the 1980s, right? So in Angola, there were these rebel groups, right? That were fighting against the government and shit. And my dad and his friends, his buddies, were all in a dugout position where they basically had the military equivalent at the time of a mounted 40 caliber gun on the back of a 4x4 or a truck, right? And there was this ravine, and there's a bridge across the ravine, right? So my dad and his whole thing, the commander battalion, like the commander of that group was like, look, we need to barbed wire the ravine, right? We need to spend the next few days barbed wiring this ravine, because when these rebels get here, what they're going to do is they're not even going to bother crossing the here, let me show you what this 40 cal looked like. Let me show you. It's not a 40 caliber. What is it? It's like a mounted thing that goes on the back of a 4x4. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know enough gun lore. Here we go. So they basically had this. Wait, no, that's a Vulcan. That's way too big. It definitely wasn't a Vulcan. They basically, the South African army that was down there had the equivalent of... No, that's anti-air. Here we go. Okay, this is definitely from a different war, but it was basically this, right? They had one of these things mounted on the back of a 4x4. Right? And the commander of the group... Yeah, that's Vulcans mounted, generally speaking, on a Warthog, right? So basically they had a mounted machine gun posting on the back of a 4x4. They had just crossed the bridge, and the commander kept on saying, we need to barbed wire this ravine, right? And that was when one of the locals, right, one of the Angolan soldiers said, you don't have to bother with barbed wiring the ravine. And the commander of my dad's group was like, why the fuck wouldn't we? That's insane. There is no logical person. Also, thanks for the follow, Endmiral. I nearly missed that. So there's no logical person that would cross the fucking bridge we just did, because you would just be cannon fodder. No one's gonna do that. They're gonna sneak through the ravine. We need to barbed wire the ravine. And the Angolan soldiers, like, they won't go in the ravine because this ravine has a history and they think there's evil spirits in the ravine. So they still barbed wired the ravine. And no one went in the ravine. Everyone crossed the bridge. And my dad said it was the most fucked up shit he had ever seen in his entire life when that happened. Right? Because he's like a young, like, barely out of school kid with all his buddies in the same battalion helping out these Angolan soldiers. And do you know what the rebels did? Do you think the rebels crossed the bridge? Of course they didn't. Do you know what they did? They took a bunch of child soldiers, lined them up, and marched them across the bridge with guns. And so my dad had to watch his friend, who was on the mounted gun, just sit there and mow down fucking kids. Just he said it felt like a fucking week passed while he watched this shit go down. But they just wiped them all out because they didn't have a choice, right? Those kids get to the other side, they're gonna kill them. So they're just sitting there like in the back of a fucking truck, and my dad's the medic watching this shit happen. And you know the whole rule is that, or at least this used to be the rule for the South African military, is the medic has to always be in the safest spot, right? Because he's the guy who has to pick up everyone else if anything happens to them. My dad did not pick up a single body that day. He just watched his buddy on the mounted gun just fucking go fire and just mow down what must have been 50 kids coming across that bridge. And what the rebels had done was they thought that they were going to run out of bullets and then they would be able to safely cross the bridge. So they were waiting for them to run out of bullets. So the rebels then tried to cross the bridge. You know what my dad's friend did, who was on that machine gun? He said one word to the guy who was like with the chain feed. He just said, "It's not over. Keep feeding." That's all he said. And it's just... And he fucking mowed them all down. And so my dad's got very strong opinions about Africans. after seeing that shit. After watching children get mowed down. And he's never been, like, he told me that story. I'm like, oh, okay, this explains a lot. I understand why you're the way you are. No, I get it now. Now comes the real fucked up part. None of the South African soldiers obviously wanted to touch the bodies, right? These are kids. None of them wanted to touch the bodies. But the Angolan soldiers who were with them, once they had mowed down everyone, immediately ran over and started looting the kids' bodies. Like there was no like, oh fuck, how horrible. They just immediately started picking through the bodies and like pulling the guns off and stuff like that. They didn't give a fuck, and they were like kicking the bodies around and saying like the most horrific shit about these kids. And so my dad has some strong fucking opinions, even about the people who are on his side. So I kind of get it now. Free ammo is free ammo no matter who it belongs to. Yes, it is. But here's the fucked up part, Dog Rock. They already had more than enough ammo. All of the Angolan soldiers had weapons. They had guns. They had ammo. They were picking through the bodies and like kicking the kids and shit like that. And putting bullets into the bodies to make sure the kids were down. White people are told we lack Ubuntu. Well, if that's looting kids' bodies, yeah, we lack that. So, as you can imagine, right? My dad's now told me one of his war stories. And he's like, I'm like, okay, I get why you're the way you are. This makes sense. This makes sense. No, I get it. Then my dad told me where all his friends ended up after that. So the guy on the mounted machine gun. After that, obviously he's like an irredeemable alcoholic until his liver gave out and he died. Right? Like he drank himself to death. The guy who fed the bullets and shit into the gun. My dad still talks to him, but my dad said he's never been the same. He's had like 4 wives. And his other friend, my dad cannot talk to. And like my dad's like straight up like, I had to stop being friends with the other guy who was there. Because I'm a doctor, right? I became a doctor after that. I couldn't have a conversation with him. Because like, there were certain times where he'd be perfectly normal. And there were moments where like, if just like a random black guy was at the cafe they were at the hospital, was like, here's your coffee, sir. Like the dude would just like, some switch would go off in his head and he'd just start screaming racial slurs. So my dad's like, I had to stop hanging out around him because like, my fucking, my job would be in jeopardy if this dude's like the guy I'm spending time with. But apparently that guy's doing fine now. Apparently he does art. To keep himself calm, he goes out into the wilderness and paints trees and shit. I don't fucking know why he does that, but I think if that's his coping mechanism, good for him. You act like the story is so shocking, but I grew up in the West and I'm in no way shocked or surprised I've seen Africans do worse. Yeah, no, of course there's worse. Like my dad's told me, like, look, I'm telling you one of the light stories. Dog Rock. But the fact is, a racist artist, you say? Pretty much. But like, my dad's like, that's not even the worst story I could tell you, right? My dad alluded, he didn't like say much, but he alluded to certain Angolan soldiers living with the belief that devouring bodies of the slain would give them superpowers. That cannibalism somehow transfers like strength into their body. He alluded to that. So I know my dad's got more war stories, but he doesn't want to tell them. He doesn't want to talk about it. I'm shocked he even fucking spoke about that one to me. It's more shocking, actually, that my dad spoke about it than, you know, than the thing actually happened, because there's some horrific shit that's happened there. So, my dad had some very fucking strong opinions about this person who I was hiring. Prions. Yeah, it turns out cannibalism doesn't work out too well for the people who do it after a while. Turns out the superpowers, you get all hallucinations before you die. But yeah, so as you can imagine, my dad said some of the wildest shit about her, and I'm like, you cannot get involved, please. You know how the country works. We have a human rights commission. You do this shit and we're all going to prison. And for anyone who doesn't understand what that is, my country is kind of like Germany in this way, where there are certain topics you can't talk about, or you can't speak about them in a certain way, or you end up in prison for like 10, 15 years of your life. And if you want an example of this, you can Google what happened to a Greek guy on a beach and what he said. And what happened to his entire family. Because he was dumb enough to post that video on Facebook. It's happened a while back. But for any of the South Africans in here, you know who I'm talking about. There was a guy who went to Greece and was like, as you can see, the beaches here are clean and beautiful. There's no trash anywhere. And it's because there's no... And you can imagine what happened to him. So I don't want to do that shit. It's like the Jews in 1938 Germany. No, it's not the same thing. By that analogy, the Jews are in power down here. It's on YouTube. Very interesting doc about the warlords in Liberia and the use of child soldiers. Yeah, they loved using child soldiers, dude. They fucking loved them. So, we're going to stop there. Let's start off nice and simple. I'm going to give you a review of Heart of Thorns. Let's lighten the mood a little bit. We don't need to hear about horrific shit anymore. I need something Coney. The fucking you know what? I love the Coney thing, the Coney 2012 thing, because it was so funny, because I already knew nothing was ever going to happen to that man. That shit was hilarious. Oh god, I love that shit so much. Better's calling, have a good stream. Well, thanks for stopping by, Seashell. So, I'm going to give you my review on Heart of Thorns. This is my first impression of Heart of Thorns. I am going to get things wrong. I am going to say things that are fucking stupid. I'm going to say things now that are upsetting to experienced Guild Wars 2 players. Because I've missed things. I haven't seen everything. There are huge chunks of the game that I still don't know about. And I can only give you my first impressions of all the things I see now, having played through Living World Season 1, Living World Season 2, and Heart of Thorns. This is the way I see the game so far, right? I'm gonna break out the paint for this. Because, you know, it's the best software. Did you know I worked at Blizzard? Did you know I was the first second-generation employee? So, Guild Wars 1. Fucking. Guild Wars base game. I can now say, after playing Heart of Thorns, is fucking shit. It's dog shit. Did you see the Nepo Baby clip? There's so many clips, dude. There's so many clips of that dude happy chappy. So, you missed the meta boss fight. I did the meta boss fight. I did it with Super. You haven't seen the second level of the first map. No, I saw the boss fight with Mandingo Dromoth. Did you ever watch the Pirate Software video about EVE Online, by the way? No, I haven't. Send it to me. We're going to be going through my favorite lolcow. That was Auric Basin. Well, that's fine. This is exactly why I said I've missed things, Faith. I'm going to be going through it on a second character anyway, in my spare time, just to see what else I've missed out on. I can say the base game is fucking dog shit. Without a doubt in my mind, base game is dog shit in comparison to Heart of Thorns. I looked at Guild Wars 2 get base game, and the only reason I kept playing at certain points was because I genuinely felt like there was something good here. There are really, really, really good things about the base game in Guild Wars 2. But the issue is it does not live up to its potential. Anyone who plays just the base game of Guild Wars 2 and then quits the game and says, like Soulman just said, it's boring, says it's dull, says I don't fucking get it, I understand. I completely understand. It makes sense why you would say that. It makes so much sense why you would say that. The leveling doesn't feel like leveling in base game. It feels meaningless. The bag space issue to try and force you into the cash shop to buy more bag space with gems that you then credit card swipe for, whatever the fuck else, that's annoying as fuck. The Black Lion keys in the boxes just straight up feels like Gamba bullshit. Right, it's like here's a box and here's one key just to get the first crack rock is free. The enemies in base game Guild Wars 2 have such a big problem, and I've finally been able to quantify what it is after playing Heart of Thorns. All of the enemies that you fight in base game Guild Wars 2 are one of two things. Either you just completely run them the fuck over. We'll get to the lore banner too. Or the enemy steamrolls you and your health bar it's just gone like that. And you're like, what the fuck just happened to me? There's zero balance in the enemies in Guild Wars 2 base game. That's the impression I got. 90% of all the enemies you face don't feel like a fight. You either walk all over them or they just take a shit on you. Will you address the Nika allegations? I don't even know what the Nika allegations are, Albert. So, let's move on to the lore of base game Guild Wars 2. The macro lore in base game Guild Wars 2 is good. There's a big scary zombie dragon coming. Because you're running NG and Zerka. Faith, I've played through the base game 8 times. 8 times on 8 different characters. I beat Zaitan 8 times. It's not just because I'm running Berserker. And not just because I'm playing NG. I've played Guardian, which is bullshit, by the way. Guardian, everything is you just walk all over it. I even tried Elementalist. That's how sick it was. I played through the base game 8 times because my TISM needed me, like I needed to know everything about it. Please do a YouTube video about the expansions. I definitely will, Meltiva. It's going to take me time, but I will. So, the lore in the base game, the macro lore, is great. There's a big scary zombie dragon coming. There's all these fucked up little events going on. You've got your personal problems to take care of. You've got your personal story. You get to see the visual storytelling of the world around you, explaining to you different components of the game. I would say out of all races, the top tier best lore for Guild Wars 2 base game is probably the Char. And I fucking hate to admit this, but the Asura. They have the strongest visual themes. They have the most identity in their characters. And they have what feels like the most significant components of story. But here's where it falls apart. It's when you get to the micro lore. Sylvari aren't bad. Sylvari are like a solid 6 out of 10 in the base game. But they could have done a lot better with it. They genuinely could have. Humans feel kind of bland. I'm not gonna lie, they do. Sorry. It's just how it is. Sylvari, 6 out of 10. Char, the theming of the world, the way they built the alcoholic cats that are just angry all the time. It's memorable. It's novel. You remember that shit. The story choices are good. The Asura, it's the same thing, right? The Asura, the thing about the Asura in the macro lore is they're complete fuck-ups, right? They are complete royal fuck-ups. But because they are fuck-ups, everything they do to fix their own fuck-ups is more interesting than usual. The Norn, I would say, are the best build-up lore race, right? Because when you start off, you're doing like your initiation and shit. You're starting off nice and slow. It's not like here's a big fucking dragon. Okay, now fuck you. Go kill a maggot in a garden, right? It's like you have to build up your character as you're playing a Norn, which is fantastic, right? It's good storytelling. It's got like a strong cultural tie into what the Norn are, but the problem is it tapers off real fast, and you just become another Guild Wars 2 player as a Norn. That's my issue with them. So I'd say like Sylvari 6 out of 10, Norn 7 out of 10, Asura 7.5 out of 10. Char's probably an 8 out of 10 or 9, no, 8 out of 10. And then humans are just like 4 out of 10. They're just bland. There's nothing wrong with them, but there's nothing right with them, if that makes sense. Humans are bland, but I love the zone so much. But yeah, lore-wise, it's boring. Yeah, that's exactly it, actually. There's nothing wrong with the zones. This is why I say the macro storytelling is good. The zones are good, the visuals are good, the high-lec look amazing, any characters you meet along the way look good, the zombies, the tie-in to the story, Lion's Arch, that whole saga, all of that is great. So the macro story is great, but the micro story, I'm sorry, it's dog shit. I've played through the base game 8 fucking times. I can barely remember any of the side characters. I can barely fucking remember them. What do you rate your tutors? Tybalt, Fogel, and Syrian. Fogel's my favorite, hands down. Tybalt's not bad. Though I didn't feel the emotional tie to when he died. Like, it felt the dumbest. His death felt the dumbest with the way he spoke. Syrian is so bland in comparison to those two that they're not even worth remembering. The Asura are the many people race, Jared Dunn. They're interesting because they are fuck-ups. That's what I'm saying about them. Syrian, like I played through the Syrian like part of the story twice. And the second time, I shit you not, I said, who the fuck is this? I've never seen them before. And I played through that exact thing, like halfway through it. I'm like, oh fuck, I have seen this person before. That's not a good sign. The only reason I remember Kaith is because she was in Heart of Thorns, right? Ritlock at least has some impact. Primarily, unfortunately, most of the story that is good in the micro story of Guild Wars base game is in the dungeons that nobody touches anymore. And when they do, they race through those dungeons like they're fucking Formula 1 cars. So, leveling felt meaningless most of the time, right? That's one of the biggest, most egregious things about the game, I think. Now on to Heart of Thorns, right? We'll start with the lore. The lore is better. Both the micro and the macro lore are so much better. The characters are memorable. The characters feel more significant. They feel more impressive. They make you remember parts of the story. I remember Scarlet. I remember her crazy fucking plan with the robot. That little freak. Damn. That little handlebarred freak of a Sylvari. Still want to go down to Funky Town on that. She's second place in hotness behind Air. No one can touch Air, but still. Not bad. You remember the characters. You remember Shaniqua. You remember Casimir. You remember Rox. You remember... Like, fuck, even the Pale Tree is more memorable in Living World Season 1 and 2 and Heart of Thorns than in the base game. Playing as a Sylvari, the Pale Tree, you're like, who the fuck are you and why should I care about you? The Pale Tree actually matters in the Living World Seasons and Heart of Thorns. What's the name of the frog who plays his lute in the jungle? Can't remember because he's a side character that I don't even think about. The micro parts of the story are such a big fucking improvement. And I think one of the best parts about the macro story is the macro story is better, if not the same. I think the world building is tighter and cleaner. I think the design of the maps look far more impressive. I think the visual storytelling is still there. I think the fact that Heart of Thorns is like in this very jungle-like area and they still manage to differentiate different zones to look different is very fucking impressive. Half the time in the base game story, when I'm running from one place to the other, I would get lost without looking at the map because I literally kept confusing different places as being the same. To this day, if you told me to find where the cow cannon is, I can't find it. I've been there 50 times. I still can't find it by myself because it all looks the same. The most differentiated the base game gets is when you go into the Norn areas with the snow and when you see any of the purple shit that Krelkatorek left behind. The maps in Heart of Thorns are so much better by comparison. Even getting confused with all the verticality, I still feel like I know where I am. I still feel like I can recognize areas, and that's just playing through it once. It's so much better. Now let's talk about the leveling. The leveling is a huge fucking improvement. Working towards mastery points feels like what leveling should actually be in an MMO. Those mastery points change the way the world works for you. Not having any fucking ability to use the mushrooms or the glider and then getting that shit and using it feels great. You smooth through most of the hot maps on a raptor, to be fair. Yes, however, the verticality doesn't allow you to just cheese everything with the raptor. Faith. It's still significant enough that using the raptor doesn't change the fact that when you use the mastery systems, it feels more like leveling than the actual base game leveling does. You level in base game Guild Wars 2 so you can get to the next story piece. You level in Heart of Thorns because you want to see what this fucking mastery does. Oh, this area is filled with poison and I can't go here until I get this mastery point. Oh, I can't just throw myself off this fucking cliff and expect to survive unless I get this mastery point. Oh, I can be racist in a different language now to the frogs. There is so much that the mastery points adds as unique gameplay mechanics that it changes the actual function of the game and the maps. It makes it so much more memorable. It's just, God, it's so much better. It doesn't even come close. That's what I have to say about the base game. I mean the comparison to the base game. That's just off the top of my head, so much better. The other things I think are so much better. The meta events. The dynamic world events are about the same. They're about the same across both expansions. The meta events are a great advancement on any dynamic world events. Even though I barely saw them, I can remember them. They felt significant. The story of the personal characters, much better. The macro story, much better as well. Thoughts on adventures? What do you mean? You'll have to describe what you mean, Super Sploof, because maybe I did them and I can't remember them. God, what else? What else was there? Oh, I love the fact, you know what, I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot believe I'm saying this. But I am so glad. I am so glad going through Heart of Thorns that Shaniqua is an unapologetic racist towards us. That she's like, these fucking twiggers. God damn it, you're all the same. You stole that egg like you stole a bicycle, Keith. Like, that shit was great. That characters actually acted like people. Not perfect, very flawed, unwilling to move past those flaws, having issues with each other. That felt so fucking good to witness. And, okay, so that felt really good. Ritlock's character arc of him vanishing into some fucking crypt and then reappearing, and he's now a revenant, that was amazing. That was fantastic as well. Casmia's development and her relationship with Marjorie is great. The fact that Rox hates lesbians is fantastic. And that the second in Living World Season 2, I think it was. No, it was Living World Season 1, where you're all sitting around that bar talking to each other, and the second she learns that Casimir and Marjorie are in a relationship, she's like, get over here, like, get my pet the fuck away from these two fish munchers. She doesn't fucking care. Enjoy the flawed characters while you can, because female characters with flaws as a concept is completely erased after Heart of Thorns. Well, that's a problem for later. I'm thinking about Heart of Thorns. While it's good, let me enjoy the good parts while it's good. If it gets worse, then fine. Fuck it, it gets worse. But for now, it's good. Base game is a demo, that's why you can't use the trading post, etc. I think that's the idea. That's the problem, actually. I think that the biggest bounce rate Guild Wars 2 has as a game is getting your way through the fucking base game. It's boring, it's dull, it's bland, it's difficult to remember shit. You don't care about the characters. It's like a revolving door of different characters that you don't give a fuck about. Whereas Heart of Thorns took a small group of characters, made you stick to them, and you will remember them. As much as I fucking hate Braham, I will remember him. Which is more than I can say for most of the characters going through the base game of Guild Wars 2. Taimi, the leukemia patient, is a bit of a plot armor bullshit character, but you know what? She's still memorable. Now, this doesn't make the story perfect. There are still bullshit parts of the story that feel dumb as fuck, right? Hold on one sec. So when I say that some of the story components feel dumb as fuck, this is what I mean. If we take a look at Taimi, for instance, there's this whole big sacrificial scene where her robot gets killed, and you're like, was I supposed to care about the fucking mini fridge? This was not a character built up as a like, why the fuck is this some great sacrifice? Fuck you, just put it back together again. Like, I don't give a shit. Right? It's like you're supposed to care about that when you just don't. Her wheelchair. Literally her wheelchair. Taimi is such a plot armor character because in no realistic sense would we ever take a leukemia patient child through a story like that. We'd be like, fuck you, get back in the hospital and let's get someone competent. That would never happen. That's such a bullshit story arc. But her as a character is not that bad. She is memorable enough that I can let her slide. Other bullshit moments is Braham talks about a love story he's had with some character that just never fucking shows up. It just never, like, he mentions her once in the beginning, and she, like, hated him so much she just never reappeared again. Just gone, right? Traherne deserved to die, thank God. He died inside Dad's foreskin. That's fine. Don't have a problem with that. I think it's kind of a bullshit thing that we haven't seen Traherne the entire story. Mr. Legendary Sword that Mom gave him because he was like, Mom said it's my turn with the Legendary Sword. And then he just steals it from us and we never fucking see him again with Khaled Bolg until now. And then he fucking dies. That bullshit artist is apparently doing the paperwork. What does he need the fucking Legendary Sword for then? What's he doing with that shit? Give me the fucking sword. It's bullshit. Right? So that's a bullshit story arc as well that he just pops up out of nowhere. Fuck him, he should have stayed in the back offices. But I would have to say, of all characters, and this actually surprised me if I think about it, the character I see as having the biggest ups and downs, the biggest developments, changes, the worst story components, as well as some of the best. I want to see if you can try and guess this. Who do you think I'm talking about? Lord Farron? Nope. Nope. I want to see if you can try and figure this one out. Kaith? No. No, Kaith is just all down. Okay, here, Kaith. Here's the problem with Kaith. She fucks up the entire story. She's just a problem. Kanak is just good. He's just Giga Chad from day one. So he's just got ups. Right? Kaith's story is basically she shows up, she steals the egg, she fucks us around for the entire Living World season. We learn her fucking backstory that I've got no reason to give a fuck about. She's like, I started being a self-hating Sylvari by the end of that. I was like, no, put this fucking Twigger in the jail. She's irresponsible. Thank God she fucked another plant because she should never have children. This bitch is irresponsible. She needs to go back home right now. And Mom needs to beat her with the fucking plant belt. Buckle side up. Because she fucking deserves it. She's such a fuck up. She literally turned me into the Uncle Ruckus of Sylvari. The best character that's got the most ups and downs, and I don't think you'll get this unless I explain it. This is gonna hurt you. This is gonna hurt you. It's Marjorie. The biggest ups and the biggest downs. What do I mean when I say the biggest downs? Entirety of Living World Season 1, she's pretending to be a detective and she does nothing and then we do all the work. What a lazy fucking character she is. She's dull, she's bland. The parts of her that were meant to be interesting just aren't. Casimir does 10 times the... You know what? Casimir and Marjorie are in a lesbian relationship. And Casimir's in the fucking kitchen doing the dishes. And Marjorie's halfway, like on the couch, with her fucking hands halfway down her pants, drinking a beer and staring at a fucking wall watching paint dry. That's the entirety of Living World Season 1. Living World Season 2. Again, it's another down. Because what happens in Living World Season 2 is almost nothing for her character development. And then one quest we find out, she has a sister that we're apparently supposed to give a fuck about. Out of nowhere. We're supposed to pretend to care out of nowhere that she has a sister. And then the next quest, her sister's dead. Her sister's gone. And you know what happens? Do you know what happens when her sister dies? Oh, my sister has become a spirit sword. Oh, the soul of the samurai is in the sword. And I think it's so fucking funny that they did that to the Asian character. Can't help myself every fucking time. They immediately just went like, there's some guy in the back room of Living World Season 2, and they were like, you know what, boss? You know what would make the best character art for Marjorie? You know what would make it? We need to give that Ching Chong a sword with a soul inside of it. And make it look like a katana. Has she shown any Asian trends before that? No, but we're about to. She's about to get 10% squintier. That's exactly what fucking happened. So those are the big downs for Marjorie's character, right? Those make her an objectively dogshit, unmemorable, boring, dull character. Because she's not all the way there in story development. So Living World Season 1 and 2 is, I can see exactly why no one likes her for that. And then Heart of Thorns rolls around. Then Heart of Thorns rolls around, and you're 5 minutes into the story, and you're playing a Sylvari, and Kate steals the fucking egg at the end of Living World Season 2, and she's like, you fucking twiggers. I can't fucking believe you would do this to us. All of you are the same. You bicycle thief, hood rat motherfuckers. She just goes so hard in on you. So hard on the fucking paint. And then Heart of Thorns rolls around, and you're you're playing a Sylvari, and you're the leader, and she's looking at you like, I don't fucking trust you, motherfucker. She's like still giving you the stink eye the entire time. And you know what? That showed more character development. That showed more realism about someone who's got some fucking personal hang-ups than any moment before that. Right? She actually started showing character development. It was fucking insane. She was there in Heart of Thorns when she was needed, and then she wasn't there when she wasn't needed. That's the best part about her character when you hit Heart of Thorns, is she is present when it is required. She's not overused and not underused. That's why I say this is the character with the biggest ups and downs. Now, I want you to guess which character I think had the best character development. Who do you think that award should go to? Best character development out of all characters. Graham. You know what? I fucking personally hate Graham, but that's not a bad guess. But it's actually not. This one's gonna shock you. The character that I think has the absolute best character development is you. It's the player character. And I want you to think about this. I want you to think about the way your character reacts to things. I want you to think about the stories and choices you have. Your character stops being what feels like essentially a shoo-in, like a fucking replacement, like a placeholder, and they start feeling like they're actually part of the world. The entire time you're going through the base game of Guild Wars 2, your character feels... Hold on, fuck, that's the wrong scene. Your character feels like if your character wasn't there, the exact same events would be occurring. Half the time you feel like that. You do not feel like that at all going through Heart of Thorns the first time. Everything you do feels like it's some significant development. Traherne stole our place in the base game. Yes, pretty much. Mom says it's my turn as the main character, and then he fucks that up for us as well. But the best part about that, about your character in the game, is it, like, especially playing Sylvari. I haven't played the other races yet, I'll do that at some point. But going through Heart of Thorns as a Sylvari, you hear Mordremoth's voice in your fucking head. Your character's like, this is not fucking easy. You respect, God, what's his name now? It's just Kanak. You respect Kanak more if you play a Sylvari because you're like, he's like, yeah, I'm feeling it too. And I'm also fighting this shit. And you get to watch all the Sylvari around you collapse. You get to watch everyone else get fucked up. And you just keep it pushing. You do everything you can to keep it pushing. Destiny's Edge is in the right place for you. They feel less cringe in Heart of Thorns. The team you've built up feels somewhat relevant, right? The fact that they've managed to put a leukemia child in the story, and the most unbelievable part about that is the leukemia child and not the things your character's saying to them. The hero archetype, the one chosen as the player, sucks. What do you mean the hero archetype? I think the role your character plays in Heart of Thorns is solid. And it doesn't wear thin. Because your character's not sitting there like, I am superhero man number 1, and everything's gonna be fine. Your character's like, oh fuck, we gotta do some shit now. We gotta pull our shit together. We gotta go find some people who can actually do something. Where the fuck did rocks go? We gotta go find that bitch. Like, you're doing everything in your power to keep things functional, right? You are herding sheep. I mean, you are herding cats. And Brahim is just a sheep. But still. Now I want you to guess who's the worst of the worst. Who's the shittiest character? The worst, most dog shit, trashiest character that you deal with in Heart of Thorns. It's not Timey. It's not Kaith. It's not even Brahim. It's not even Logan. It's not even Traherne. Because for all his flaws, Traherne finally did something useful. He died. Let's pull out the Twitter statistics. We'll do that later. There are 2, actually. You might not even remember the one, but I've kind of already spoken about them. The first one is Belinda. Marjorie's sister is such a fucking MacGuffin. Such a... Yeah, who? Exactly. Who? There for one quest, dead the next. And then Marjorie's going, oh, Spiritus Soda! Fucking hell. Like... What a fucking MacGuffin bullshit character this is. And you know who the other one is? It's gonna hurt. This one's gonna hurt. Or at least it's gonna hurt for some of you. The worst character development. And God, this is going to hurt you so much. The worst character development of everything you see in the base game. I mean, in Heart of Thorns. It's every single fucking frog in the expansion. It's every single one of them. They look awesome. They look great. Their looks are impressive. But they are such a fucking stand-in, no matter, don't do anything bullshit character. We don't learn the story, at least, doesn't teach us about the full lore of these characters. We don't develop anything out of them. They are, like, literally, you could replace every single frog in the expansion with a cardboard box and it would make no difference. They teach us nothing. We get one quest line where we have to defend them. They don't help us with Mordramoth. They don't do anything at all. But these are supposed to be master jungle frogs that know everything. And this was a rough one for me to decide, because I had to decide this off stream. Because if it wasn't going to be the frogs, and if you think that's a cop-out, that's fine. Because you can replace this with Foul Lane. If you wanted to. It was a toss-up between these two for me. Have you finished the Heart of Thorns story? Yes. The toss-up between the frogs and Foul Lane comes down to this. The frogs see zero character development. We barely learn anything about them. They show up once or twice and then don't do anything. They just fucking sit there and do nothing. There are no significant frog characters that you can even remember. If you think about it. But Foul Lane, on the other hand, is the leader of the Nightmare Court. And somehow, the character who's supposed to be the countenance to everyone in the Pale Tree, who's supposed to be this big, strong, everyone is scared of her ultimate strong will, pull away from the dream and all of that shit, is somehow a little bitch who gets taken over like that by fucking Mordramoth. She feels like such a fucking cop-out. There's so much they could have done with this character and just didn't. So if you feel like saying the frogs isn't fair, the other pick is Foul Lane. She got much more development in the book, which isn't saying much. And here's the funny part about you saying that, Ace Gobs. I could tell you what a badass Varian Rin is in World of Warcraft, but none of his character development happens in the actual story. In the story, he just shows up and he's just there. What the fuck does a book matter when MMO players can't read, huh? Foul Lane could have been such a bigger character, such a bigger enemy for us to deal with, such a fucking problem. And she just wasn't. She's just like, I'm a dog now, woof, and then she kills air and then disappears. That's all she does. Foul Lane could have been the character that was like the Dolores Umbridge to Mordramoth being Voldemort, to be honest. She could have been someone who was harassing us since Living World Season 1. This was all about the plant people. Why wasn't she in a bigger role? Shout out to Kanak calling her Twigger. Yeah, no, Kanak did the right thing. Kanak is just a Giga Chad the entire way through the story. So, with all that in mind, when we're looking at Heart of Thorns, what are the things I think the game doesn't do any better than the base game, and that still piss me off? Now it's on to the bad. This is a big one. This is an easy one. Everyone should know this. Here, let me show you. Let me make this nice and clear. Deal with that later. Let me make this nice and clear. Do you know what doesn't get better between the base game and Heart of Thorns? What the fuck am I supposed to do with all of that? This right here is bullshit. All of this is bullshit. They fill your fucking bags with trash. And you have to play bag management simulator. Just like you had to play in the base game. Oh yeah, that's a skill issue. No, that's not a skill issue. That's a bullshit issue. That's a why the fuck do I need 90% of this stuff? This is important. 90% of the stuff is worthless. Means nothing. Doesn't do anything for your character. Has no significant impact. It's not gear important. There's maybe the materials you can consider. Half of the shit is something you're gonna either vend or delete and doesn't mean anything to the character itself. Honestly, I've considered this. I've thought like maybe someone needs to make an add-on for this game where it just insta deletes everything that's fucking garbage in your bags. Opening, salvaging, depositing. You know what I play an MMO for, Lazarus? You know what I really play MMOs for? Is fucking management of bags. That's why I play MMORPGs, because with the role-playing part of the game is apparently being fucking admin on an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, I have that many unopened bags. I didn't fucking play Guild Wars 2 to deal with this bullshit right here. It's fucking garbage. It's bullshit. No one should have to deal with that much trash in their fucking bags. Ever. And it doesn't matter if other MMORPGs are worse. It matters that Guild Wars 2 is doing this. I don't give a fuck what other MMORPGs are doing this. I didn't log in to play Bag Management Simulator. That's not what I played this fucking game for. They've got good gameplay. They've got solid storytelling in Heart of Thorns. They develop your character. They develop the characters around you. There are fucking amazing looking character models all the way through from the base game to Heart of Thorns. Why the fuck do I have to stare at squares in my bag for an hour or two? Back in my day, we had 2 bag slots on free account. We had to become inventory geniuses. That makes it worse. That makes it fucking worse. That's like saying back in my day, my dad used to fuck me in the ass. So the fact that yours only put 3 or 4 fingers up there, you don't know what suffering is. No, there should be nothing going in and out of your ass without your consent. That doesn't know. It doesn't matter that you had 3 kilograms of shit on your birthday cake and I had 2 kilograms of shit on my birthday cake. There's shit on the fucking birthday cake. That's the problem. Get the shit off the birthday cake. It's simple. Okay, I'm sorry. Bags drive me insane. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. Other parts of Heart of Thorns that I think are fucking terrible sometimes, right? And this is a good and a bad. If bag management is a pain in the ass, then you're doing it wrong, Dad, while putting fingers in my... Yeah, pretty much. I love the cope. I do really love the cope of every Guild Wars 2 player being like, no, but that's how the game's supposed to be played. No, fuck off. Fuck off with that. They could do that better. They're not doing it better on purpose. They want you to fill your bag so you buy more bullshit out the cash shop. I'm convinced of it. That's my conspiracy theory. So, there's something about the story that I think is both bad and good at the same time. I like the fact that we no longer have scenes in Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns, where your character stands over here and another character stands over here, and there's some text here, and we go, "Where doth thou dog be? Thou dog must beeth in the lake, mine dear child of mean." And your character's like, "Ah, thine dog must be in the lake. I shall therefore thus hensely not check the lake. I shall check the tower first instead, for it is probably where the dragon is hiding." Like, I'm so glad that Shakespeare in the Park is over. That's a relief that now instead your character stands here, another person standing here, we have a speech bubble here, and we have a speech bubble here, right? I'm so glad that this needed to change, like that this changed at all. But here's the problem. Right? Your character's speaking and saying an important line. This character's speaking and saying an important line that you want to pay attention to and you care about the story. There's 4 fucking characters sitting in the background just going blah, 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 while you're trying to listen to whatever the fuck is being said here. And if you're not reading the fucking quest text because you're looking around, you're lost. You're like, what did he say? What was that? What? Can I restart that? What? And these guys just keep going. They're just like, blah, 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 and like fucking keep on making random fucking noises that make it worse. It's terrible. I hate when there's background shit going on and you can't hear what the fuck's going on here. Second problem with this right here. Dialogue's not skippable. One of the blessings, one of the absolute blessings of the base game, and when I did it 8 times, was I could just fucking hit escape. I could just be like, yeah, fuck that, I'm not listening to it again. Can't do that here. I'm gonna have to listen to it every single time I go through this fucking thing. So good with the bad, but I do think overall it's a more positive change than a negative change. Other parts of the story. Did you see this? We'll get there, Jimmy. Don't worry. We'll get there. How many times did I bitch about the dialogue skipping? Yep. Janthia's gonna smack you then. Don't worry, we'll get there. If Janthia's bad, I'll shit on Janthia. Right now I'm talking about Heart of Thorns, and Heart of Thorns has been mostly good. The other bad thing I can think to see about Heart of Thorns and the way it works is, how do I put this? Let's do it this way. This is Zaitan. This is Mandingo Dramoth. Single black father who refuses to pay alimony. This is the build-up towards Zaitan. Actually, no, that's a lie. This is the build-up towards Zaitan. Then the Zaitan fight is down fucking here. What a disappointment. Mandingo Dramoth, you have this amazing build-up towards the fight. Actually, that's wrong. You have this amazing build-up towards the fight. And then the fight is up here. What's the problem with the Mandingo Dramoth fight? What are you seeing that's the problem? Does anyone else have... you having issues with the stream? Shit, let me check. Looks like it's still working. I think that might just be you, Ashura. Oh, with Steam. Okay. Okay, so... the same thing... okay, so... the problem with the Mordramoth fight is a really, really simple one. It's exactly what your ex-girlfriend keeps saying to you and you refuse to listen. It's too fucking short, man. It's so good. Why is it so short? Why is it so short and stubby? It looks like a fucking thumb, dude. What the hell? Give me more. Then why'd you fucking cut it short like that? You can't just tickle the balls and run away. Come back. Play with the shaft. What the hell? Thanks for the sub, Barrow. I'm glad you used your pride, but not real money. The Mordramoth fight is incredible. It's fucking up here. It's peak. It is fucking peak. The fact that you have to fight the big flying dick out in the world, and the fact that you have to go into his mind where you see that your dad actually has really low self-esteem. It's because he doesn't see himself in his own mind's eye as this big scary dragon, but as a walking testicle that you need to put down. Man, it's incredible. It's amazing. The way he speaks to you, the way he tries to manipulate characters, the way he fucks up the Sylvari. Right? It really does feel like a domestic dispute between divorced parents. The pale tree on one side and your dad on the other. Your mom wouldn't let me get smokes. That's why I divorced that bitch. Halfway through the fight, he's just like yelling shit. He's turning you against mom. He's fucking with your mind. He's bringing all the abuse back. Actually, you deserve to get beaten. Like, it's great. It's amazing. It's incredible. But I wish the build-up to that fight was so much longer. If he was more present and wasn't an absent father through Living World Season 1 and 2, I feel like he could have been a bigger threat. He would have got the build-up he deserved. Zaitan got the build-up that Mordramoth deserved, and then he was a fuck-up. Mordramoth got the build-up Zaitan needed, and he was fucking incredible. And that really disappoints me. It's like, the best way I can think to put it for Heart of Thorns is, it's like reading a really good book. And when I did this, we're gonna go back to, I should have kept this open, to be honest. It's like reading a really, really good book in Heart of Thorns. Okay, it's like watching a really, really good porno for the plot. And the money shot is good, but it comes too soon. What the fuck is this black square? Fuck out of here. Fucking Steam Guild Wars 2. Let's try that again. I want to explain to you exactly what happened to me and what happened through my head. That really confused me. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Okay, fine. We'll pull out the gat. Fine, you want to be like that? That's okay. That's okay, motherfucker. Pull out the big gun on you. Bang. Get fucked. There we go. Come on. What the fuck is going on here? It was fine 5 seconds ago, and then I closed the game. Okay. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. I don't know why this is happening. Hold on, let me just restart Steam. See if that helps it close its instance. In the meantime, here, let me point out what the problem is here. I was playing Guild Wars 2, Heart of Thorns. I'll read it now, Jimmy. Stop being so fucking impatient. We'll get there. Steam does Tuesday maintenance. Okay, well, okay, that might be why. We'll see. But this seems to be the Guild Wars 2 client that's giving me issues, not Steam. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now I can show you. Okay, so get this. Right, this is the problem that happened with Heart of Thorns. What up, Keith? How you doing? Doing good. So, you're playing Heart of Thorns. Oh, yay, I'm doing so good. Me fight characters. Wow, this story is really engaging. This is so much better than the base game. It's been incredible. I wonder how far I am into the story. And I was like fucking down here the first time I opened the chapters, and I'm like, what the fuck do you mean it's almost over? What the fuck? Huh? No! Mordramoth's longer than that, come on! I don't care if he gets head rushed when it gets stiff. The fuck's wrong with you? This feels like it should have been, and this is personal gripe. I was enjoying myself so much, I feel like this should have been like 25 chapters. I think we deserved another 9 chapters. Bare minimum. Look at this shit. This is 8 This is just a living world season. And some of these chapters felt like they were longer than like 5 of these chapters. Don't act like you haven't played. I've played components of certain parts of Path of Fire, but not much. I immediately stopped because I was like, oh shit, not getting anywhere. I haven't played any Heart of Thorns at all. That's literally my first experience playing through Heart of Thorns. God damn. It was so depressing to see how fucking much of the story I'd completed, because I really, really wanted more. I felt like there's so much more world to explore in Heart of Thorns. There's so much more to build up on. And I feel like a lot of Living World Season 1, in particular, was a waste that could have been a better preempt into actual Heart of Thorns. You wanted more Brahim. No, Brahim. Oh, look, I wouldn't be mad if there was an extra chapter of Brahim just dying. Him committing suicide after, like, the main character's done plowing his mom's body in front of him. Just, Brahim walks through the door. He's like, is that my mom? I'm like, Brahim, I'm fucking her so hard, it's almost like she's still alive, look. And then he goes and kills himself. That would have been great. More seriously, I would have thought that even if that included more Brahim, it would have been worth it for more story in Heart of Thorns. The fact that it feels like it was cut short was really disappointing. Verdant Brink, you haven't seen half that map. Exactly, Faith. I know I've barely seen half the map. I'm not ignoring 50% of the content. I'm talking about the story, Douglas. I'm not talking about the content overall. We're going to get to the content now. That's the next point. But look at this, right? This is my point about the story specifically. About the way the chapters in the story works. The story doesn't directly make you look at or explore most of what you're seeing. Yeah, I'll open it again. I'm just going to leave this open in the background. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck off, dude. God damn it.
I feel furious.
Here's what I mean. Let's just go somewhere where I'm not going to be gang raped by little dragons. Here's the problem. You have all these amazing chapters. You have this great story. You have this build-up that takes you through half the world. No story chapter here. Wait, no, that's the fucking camps, isn't it? Look at the big fucking chunks of the map that are completely undiscovered. And I thought about going and doing this off stream, but I wanted to show you this before I do that. The dynamic events also tell the story too. Then why is the main base game story so fucking good that I don't want to stop and do the dynamic events? Yes, I don't have auto loot yet. I literally finished the story, stopped right there, have been writing notes non-stop, and I'm going to be still writing like notes for like a fucking week before I come to a final decision. But I feel like there are huge chunks of this map that could have had at least one chapter involved in it. Made us go back to different places, change the verticality, go up here, go down there, and it doesn't make you do that. A lot of the story is flesh out in the meta. The different approach, not a worse one in my opinion, feels more real than the story is there to be found, not presented. That's fine. I understand that. I'm looking at the story directly. That's my complaint, is I feel like the story could have hinted at these areas a lot better. Also, this place should have been nuked off the map like it was fucking Nagasaki, right? What's gonna happen next is my view of the content of Heart of Maguma, of the Heart of Thorns maps, is completely, is incomplete. Because I need to sit on a character and fuck around in Heart of Thorns for at least another 30 hours. Just going to different places, exploring, looking around, getting hero points, doing a bunch of dumb shit, going through all the metas. I got so absorbed in the story that that's all I wanted to do. You should try to do 100% Verdant. Maybe I will. What's important to me is the main through line when I'm talking about the story. The content is fucking fantastic, from what I've seen. I have very little to bitch about when it comes to the content that I have seen. But I do want more. It's so good I wanted more. Mordramoth deserved a better build-up. He was an incredible fight. Deserved a way better build-up. Should have had more story elements about him. Should have had, like a bigger, you know, this guy is a fucking threat, we need to deal with him kind of thing. Whereas, remember, like, so here's my here's why I compare it to the Zaitan fight. The Zaitan fight had us building up an entire fucking army that we had to march through ore non-stop. And that's me just focusing on the story and ignoring any other content. Where was the epic proportion build-up that Mordramoth deserved? You speedrun it, and here you are always going to be a problem if that's your approach. A big part of Guild Wars 2 is the exploration. I understand that you might be... No, so here's the problem. Douglas, you're talking about one thing, I'm talking about another thing. I'm focusing on the story. I'm not trying to speedrun it. I'm enjoying myself. I want more. I want more direct story. Now, as the content itself, which is the wider arcing story, like components, the little side stories, the issues around that. Yes, I want to explore the world. Yes, I'm gonna go look around. I'm gonna play through Heart of Thorns like 4 or 5 more times on different characters. Because I want to do that. But Mordramoth himself deserved a better build-up. It's that simple. He deserved a much better, longer build-up. The story is halfway through the events that you skipped, then why didn't it make me do those events? If they were so important and they helped with the build-up, then why could I neglect those events? Even if I didn't have a raptor, I'd just run through them. I'd just 5 rocket jump through them. The mastery is supposed to make you do the events. Well, I got the masteries. I needed to finish the story. The making you do the events part was when you had to level up the masteries. Yeah. So here's where this conflict comes in a lot of the time. And I think maybe this is because it's the oldest expansion, right? You do one meta event, and you probably have all the masteries you need to get through whatever story elements the game gives you. This is fucking weird for me, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I wish it took me much longer to get all those masteries. Because then it would force me to explore. It would force me to go through more of the game. And I think this primarily comes down to the fact that I'm playing this game in 2025 and not when it was released. It's not just a you. Wait, hold on. It's not just a you thing. The audience divides your attention. So this is okay. So I said you probably weren't here for the beginning of this, Douglas. I said that I know I've missed things. This is a first impression review. This is not like my final definitive opinion. I'm going to be spending hours going through this. I don't care if I've pissed you off. Like I said, my opinion's definitely going to change on this. I know it is, because I'm still going to play through the story. I'm still going to explore. I'm going to play through this like at least 4 or 5 more times. This mastery system is the best leveling system I've seen so far. It feels so much better than the base game story leveling system. And I wish it took me longer. I wish that masteries took me for fucking ever. I wish that the story required me to get more masteries to get through to the end of the story. And forced me to play more of the game. Because I know I don't have the whole picture. I know that I've skipped out on huge chunks of it. I'm aware of that. I just want more. It's good enough that I want more. I have memories of Heart of Thorns that I thought I was the main story, but it wasn't. It was getting lost and having an adventure. So that's the part that I'm probably going to be doing off stream, Faith, is I'm going to take my second account characters, run them through Heart of Thorns, see what it's like not playing as a Sylvari, see what it's like playing as a Char, see what it's like playing as a human, seeing what are the differences, how many elements, how many components of this are really, really good. I'm going to be exploring a fucking lot on other characters so that I have a full picture. In your review, I just ask you to consider streaming experience does skew your experience greatly from someone just playing. Well, Douglas, here's the fun part about that. Because okay, so this is the way I do a review. Here, let me show you. So when I did this, right? Here. Let me show you my main channel. To do these videos right here. That video, this video, this video, and this video. I played through the base game 8 separate times off stream. So I'm not looking, when I make a review, I'm not looking to give you the stream experience. I'm not looking to post a review about the stream experience. I'm looking to post a review that mimics what a new player would go through. What a new player would enjoy. What they would dislike. What they might be confused by. What systems are pushed on you. What systems are not pushed on you. This, all the way through to the end of this, was once on stream, 8 times off stream, with different characters and different classes playing everything. I literally wrote out hundreds of pages for all of this shit, and then had to cut it down into what makes sense. I'm gonna do the same with Heart of Thorns. When I make a review, I don't make it like, oh, I'm a streamer and this is how the game is. I literally spend fucking hours of my life thinking about little things to put in and leave out. So I don't bother with, oh, I'm a streamer and here's my review of it. This is why I'm saying this is like a very uninformed, very I'm gonna get things wrong, very like, yeah, you know, my opinion is definitely gonna change about this. What I can say definitively that's not gonna change at all is that Guild Wars 2 base game versus Heart of Thorns. Heart of Thorns is infinitely fucking better. Heart of Thorns is at the quality potential that base game should be at. If you wanted to have a lower bounce rate in Guild Wars 2 base game, where people try the game out for free, you should have it at the quality level of Heart of Thorns. Because you see the potential in here, and the potential is realized only here. That's the worst part about it. That's not going to change. That's already locked in. I think you'll really enjoy Wyvern Patriarch in Verdant Brink when you get around to it. Yeah, look, I'm going to be making like full recordings. I'm going to have to, like, look here. Okay, so here, let me make this clear. Fucking... What do you think this character's doing sitting here? This character is so I can get all the B-roll footage to mimic whatever this character has done, right? So I play through the game again. I'm probably going to take this character and explore everything, go through everything again off stream, because I know when I'm reading chat and I'm talking to people and I'm looking at this, there are components that I've definitely fucking missed, even just playing as a Sylvari. So I'm going to have to go through this again. I'm probably going to delete this piece of shit, probably going to keep this piece of shit, and I'm going to go through the game again. And then I'm going to do it on my second account again until I have all the information I need and I can give a proper fucking review. I get your point of view, but also chat is right to the point out that back then it was harder to do masteries. That doesn't matter. Back then doesn't matter because it's not back then. It's 2025, dude. Back in my day, we had to shit in a bucket and throw it out the window. Okay, well, it's not back then. It's not World War II anymore. Get a rice cooker. You don't have to boil it on the fucking pot anymore. When I make a game for the year it's in. Not for back in my day. If I did that, I'd be making fucking WoW videos about vanilla. Just explaining where the point of view comes from. Yeah, no, of course, I understand that. I understand that this is an old MMO, and what I'm experiencing is a component of the past. But that's why I say I'm looking at this as if a new player would. Right? I wouldn't bother looking at this as an experienced player because I'm not an experienced player. I'm not making a review for an experienced player. I'm making it for a guy who just picked up Guild Wars 2 in 2025. Why would he stick around after the base game experience when the Zaitan fight was that disappointing? Well, because Heart of Thorns gets so much fucking better. That's why. Do you see? I'm not making this review for the people who've been playing Guild Wars 2 for the last fucking 25 years of their life. Because they got a time machine and it was so nice they played it twice. I'm not making it for them. They already know they love the game. But what about that guy who's looking for an MMORPG and can't find anything and he's tired of WoW? Or he's tired of RuneScape? Or he's tired of, I don't know, Albion Online or some shit. And he's like, maybe I'll pick up Guild Wars 2. That's the issue. General consensus amongst most veterans I speak with is the core gameplay desperately needs a revamp. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. I wish it would happen, but it's never gonna happen. It's hard to see through the slog to find the gold that the veterans know exists. So they're living in the past, and I can say this because I played WoW during its golden era, and I know what it's like to live in the past and look back at the game, but you need to stop doing that. It's gonna be such a fucking cliche when I make this video, because I know I'm gonna say the words everyone fucking hates hearing. It gets better later. The game gets better later. But you need to not use the boost, because if you use the boost, you're not gonna understand how good the game is. Because the base game teaches you the base components you require to play the game. No, the Heart of Thorns felt great, Daniel. It felt incredible. Compared to the base game, much better. Way fucking better. And it's such a meme to say it gets better later, but it's true. And I hate saying that. I fucking hate saying that. I hate saying that. No, just play the game for another 10 hours. Just waste away in a chair for another 10 hours. Then it gets good, I swear. It'll give you that sloppy toppy. You just gotta get it. You just gotta get through the parts where it feels like it's driving screwdrivers into your nipples. Like, fuck, man. That's the worst part. I hate it so much. I hate that I'm gonna say that, but it's true. Most people I recommend this game didn't feel that way. What, they hated Heart of Thorns? I'd be shocked by that. Right, okay, so. How do I'm gonna give this a very first impression of what I think, right? I'm gonna try and explain how I feel about this, right? So, when I first played base game, hold on. When I first played, also, by the way, this music you're hearing, it makes me think of African children in a village that are in one of those fucking UNICEF ads. Some boo goes and walks 5 kilometers for water every day. Because they were too fucking stupid to build the well next door. But honestly, okay, this is the way I look at it. If I was to boil this experience down to a score out of 10, this doesn't matter. I played base game, Guild Wars 2. The gameplay was good. 1 or 2 of the characters were memorable. The fundamental components of what I experienced were impressive enough that it kept me sticking around. I didn't have any immediate uninstall moments, but there was a lot of shit that annoyed me. It felt like every time I tried to play the game in a smooth way, the game was like trying to be like, I know you want to have fun, but first you gotta eat your vegetables. Oh, what was that? What was that? You're finally getting engaged in the story? Okay. But first go talk to Keith. What's that? You defeated the Green Knight? You got Cannonball? Now hand it over to Traherne. Like, every time something fun or interesting happened, they took a shit on it. And so I would say base game at that time, after finishing it, including the disappointment that was Zaitan, I'd say it's a 6 out of 10 experience. If there was nothing else but the base game, I would have finished it and never touched this fucking game again. Would you recommend skipping into Heart of Thorns? No. I would recommend playing through the base game once. Just the once. Right? So, then I played Heart of Thorns. No, you can't call me Ozzy Osbourne. Because that I don't want to be related to an Australian. So, you weren't ready for Cannonball. Yeah, sure, Traherne. Mom says it's my turn on the legendary sword. Even though you did everything for it. Mom says you gotta give it to me. I'm gonna go do paperwork in the background. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. And loser stole our PlayStation 5 controller. What a dick. So, I played through Heart of Thorns. Heart of Thorns, on first impression, is absolutely, undoubtedly, an 8 out of 10 game experience. It's got its flaws. I feel like the story components could have been longer. The content I did see was good. The world building was exceptional. Some of the story components were contrived. Characters were very heavily memorable. It felt like such a different world from base game. And this is what's really, really scary about playing through Heart of Thorns Guild Wars 2. It's so much better than the base game of Guild Wars 2 that it makes me want to look at the base game as a 4 out of 10. Heart of Thorns is good enough. It's not perfect, but it's good enough that it makes the base game look even worse. That's what's horrific about it. This pisses me off even more now that I've played through Heart of Thorns once. I've looked up the Valkyria heirloom skin. For reference. Now you're just pulling me off track here, Jimmy. It's purple mommy. Now you're just posting shit for nothing here. Hold on. You're pulling me off track. There you go. She's usually purple. Here she's on her period. You know how it is. If you're not a real man until you've earned your red wings. Base game story is good until you join the factions. It's not though. It's not though, Sasha. It blasts past you so fucking fast and is so meaningless you can barely remember any of the characters. And the problem with the base game is that your personal story, if you choose the right character and the right selections of a character, you can have a really, really awesome, memorable time. But if you choose the wrong choices, you can have a fucking shitty time. You can have an unmemorable, boring, dull-ass bitch time. No one believes you've only been through Heart of Thorns. If you're half as passionate about Guild Wars 2 as you seem, then you've been through everything. I haven't been through everything. I'm taking my time, Faith. Think about it this way, Faith. How many MMORPGs are out there currently that are worth playing? Not WoW. Retail WoW's fucking dead. Classic. You burn out on it real fast because you don't have the time to play it as much as you did. What, Albion Online, the mobile game? ESO? Really? Why would I fucking rush my way through this experience and then fucking hate myself for not taking my time? I'm enjoying it. I can take all the time in the world because this game, like what we're experiencing, doesn't change. How was your time so far with the story versus the map exploration? I haven't done enough map exploration, and I'm going to be doing a lot of that off stream. So I can't really compare it to that. But the story, I think, is exceptional, especially when compared to the base game. And I think the combat, the addition of the masteries once you've hit level 80 and you start building up hero points is so much better. I've touched a little bit of Path of Fire on my second character, and I immediately stopped because I was like, holy fucking shit. I can see if I start going through this right now, I'm not going to be able to like give like what I honestly feel about it or remember or make like notes on it and shit like that. But I will be doing a lot of map exploration on other characters, on my secondary B-roll character. But that's my very impromptu, very uneducated, my opinion's gonna change on what I think about Guild Wars 2. That's where I'm sitting right now. That's that is not what I fully think or my full conclusions. That is my starting point. I don't want a tour guide, Super. I don't want a tour guide at all. I want to stumble across shit naturally. I want to spend fucking an hour doing nothing. Just running through random shit. Paying attention to like the little details. Where the mushroom placement is. Where can I glide to? What's gonna kill me? What's not gonna kill me? I'm gonna backtest all of this bullshit. Ain't it Joy of Movement philosophy really peaked in Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire? It really fucking did. Holy shit. Oh my god, Heart of Thorns has been so good when it comes to the Joy of Movement kind of stuff. Gliding, dropping off maps, falling into nothing was more interesting in Heart of Thorns than half of the shit you do in the base game. You're doing Guild Wars 2 as if you had... Why do you think I have a second account, Faith? I have a second account specifically so that no one knows what the character's name is, and I can play through that character and get the experience of, whatchamacallit, what just a normal character would do. At least someone who's not gonna go and credit card swipe. Take my time, use the trading post, talk to random characters, interact with the world a little bit more. One of my friends started Guild Wars 2. I told him to do what he likes and he's enjoying it now. No rush, just exploring. Yeah, that's the best. That's probably the best advice anyone can give about Guild Wars 2. Right? I think genuinely I've had the right approach to this by not rushing anything. I was so laser focused on the story of Heart of Thorns because I was really enjoying the story. But literally, the correct way, the actual correct way to play Guild Wars 2 is do whatever the fuck you want. Get distracted. Go fucking find out what's behind that waterfall. Go fall off the edge of the map. Maybe there's something down there. Don't touch jumping puzzles unless you're suicidal. But go fucking hop on that one mushroom that you don't know where it leads. That's the best way to play this game. No one in their right mind who wants to have a good time with Guild Wars 2 should laser focus down on the game as if you've only got one objective. But I like jumping puzzles. Okay, well, look, I'm sorry that, you know, your parents didn't love you as a child and the abuse kind of sunk in and now it's just like part of your personality and you like the suffering. I'm really sorry that happened to you. But jumping puzzles were made by the devil himself, okay? Whoever keeps killing all the Norn women in all the fucking stories needs to go to therapy. And whoever, I bet it's the same guy who did the jumping puzzles. He needs to stop killing tall bitches in the game and go get some fucking therapy. That's just how it is. Canopy was the first time, was really impressive. I hadn't seen anything like that in the game before. The glider stamina ran out. Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. Like, I fucking love this. Think about this from the perspective of a WoW player, right? If World of Warcraft was to try and implement gliding, which it has, using the Goblin Glider, do you think when you're using the Goblin Glider that you have control over where you go with that glider? Do you think the glider has abilities? Do you think that that glider has like an advancement system where as you go through masteries, you get more abilities to use? Abso-fucking-lutely not. It's you click a button and you wait. That's what the Goblin Glider is in WoW. The equivalent in Guild Wars 2 is build up some masteries, get more like dynamic movement, stay on the glider longer, use the fucking updrafts. It's like holy shit. It's like, oh fuck. It's like Guild Wars 2 and the game, like the gameplay design, the actual things you can do in the game is like it's like a 21-year-old artist who's got some talent, who's like painting, and it's not perfect, and he's gonna take over Germany, but he's not there yet. He hasn't been kicked out of art school yet, and someone needs to give him a chance in art school. And at the same time, World of Warcraft has those same mechanics, but it's like a kid's eating fucking crayons in the corner and then vomiting onto a page and calling it art. You can turn the goblin guy. Oh yeah, you can turn the goblin guy. You can turn. You can't say that shit after playing Guild Wars 2. You can't say it's the same thing. It's not even close. I'm not touching Chalice of Tears. I have a family to think about. I've never seen your chat pop off like this. It's probably because, look, I'm giving a very spicy opinion. And I think, like, whenever it comes to, like, Guild Wars 2, or a game people love, I understand why they love it, right? I get why people love Guild Wars 2. And I'm gonna have a different opinion, and I'm trying to be as critical as possible, because I love that. I love parts of the game, and I think they're really good. And the issue is that a lot of people have fallen in love with Guild Wars 2 in their heyday, and they know things from a veteran's perspective, not a new player's perspective. And what's going to happen is, a lot of the time, if I criticize something in a game, people are going to think... Sorry, I just saw something freeze. A lot of people are going to think that it's a personal attack. They feel like I'm attacking them personally, but I'm not. Here. Do you know what got me death threats? Do you want to know what got me death threats for anyone who doesn't know about this? I've never received more death threats in my life than when I said that Guild Wars 2 is a pay-to-win game. Because it is. You can pay to win in Guild Wars 2. Tell me that's a rational response. I might as well have sent those people a picture of me butt-fucking their mother. So of course people are going to get upset because they have a different opinion. They feel it's a personal attack, but it's not. It's a statement of fact. People online will throw a death threat over the stupidest thing. They will. They fucking will. I literally put it in a video because I thought it was funny. Pay to win in PvP. I don't know about PvP. I just know the fact that you can exchange gems for gold and gold for gems. There's a bunch of shit in there. But the thing is, I even try to explain this to people. The Guild Wars 2 pay to win systems are so minor that no one gives a fuck. But the nuance becomes lost because all they heard was, "What the fuck did you say?" And then they get mad. It's kind of funny. It's Jesus, and you can tell this is not like your average. Like, I kind of feel bad for the people who sent death threats, right? Not because I'm gonna do anything or something, but I can tell these are not the brightest fucking people. Because I know of the death threats I received, a significant portion of them used their real email address and I got their full name. I'm sitting here like, what the fuck, dude? I was actually impressed that some of the people used Proton Mail. So you can tell that these are not the brightest sparks in the box, right? You can tell this is not your average, like, player who's gonna, like, hear me say something, and they might have a different opinion, and they just might be like, I disagree. Here's why I disagree. And you know what I'll say to that person? Good for you. You didn't change my opinion. Have a nice day. In the good old days, you had to cut letters out of a book and glue it to a note and then send it via snail. Yeah, by the time the death threat arrives, it's like 10 years later, and the dude's like, "What the fuck is this about?" Completely forgotten what he said. I mean, I'd rather pay for convenience. It's all the same. It's all the same to me. Pay for convenience, pay for progression, pay to skip. It's all pay to win. I'm the jihadi fucking extremist about this. It's all pay to win. And when people are like, oh, but doesn't that mean all games are pay to win? Yes. Once upon a time it wasn't like this. But now it is. I love how people use that as a gotcha. That's my favorite one. They're sending you death threats, calling the game pay to win. You really think they're smart enough to use the throwaway email? Look, some of them did. To be honest, some of them did. But not most of them. Less than I thought. That's what scared me. By the purest definition of the word, pay to win is any payment of real money to gain back some resource. For instance, time. Yeah, I've been saying that forever. If you win back your time, if you win back anything from the game, guess what? You're paying to win. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And the reason people don't care and give a shit that there's any form of pay to win in Guild Wars 2 is because everything else is so much worse. But if Guild Wars 2 had all these systems in it and was released before Horse Armor, people would be fucking mad. Some time ago, I had a quite heated conversation in guild chat about pay for convenience is pay to win and block that a-hole. Sorry if that was you. No, it wouldn't have been me. I would have agreed with you. Pay for convenience is pay to win. And it doesn't make it acceptable that everyone else is doing it, in my opinion. It doesn't make it acceptable. What will the next Horse Armor be? Microsoft's probably got that covered with their next AAA experience, where they're going to have to make you buy a physical object with the game, right? So you'll have to order the game online and then also go into a store and buy a physical object. And once it's inserted 10 inches up your arse, then you can play the game. But first you got to cover it in hot sauce, otherwise it doesn't work. That's going to be the next version of Horse Armor. Microsoft is on it. I was one of those mad people when I heard you call Guild Wars 2 pay to win. I didn't send death threats. I'm not retarded, but I also came around when I listened to your dissection of the situation. Yeah, look. Nuance gets lost. Say something and nuance will get lost. It's also pay to win if these game companies keep killing games. What kind of end state would Guild Wars 2 be like? You're going to have to explain that more. Yeah, you're going to have to explain that because I'm not quite sure what you mean, Soang. But yes, I do believe that if they keep killing off these games and keep on adding in all this pay-to-win bullshit, the situation just gets worse, not better. So that's my final starting point for Guild Wars 2. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is such a fucking meme thing to say. Also, hold on, I gotta fix something. Especially since I changed where the chat is. I just realized this now. There you go. You little bastards. So, my starting point, before I think about these things more, before I play this game more, before I go through Heart of Thorns and explore and spend like probably another 50 hours bare minimum going through the game. That's my starting point of what I think. And if that's what you're here for, I'm done now. That's what I wanted to do today. Because I've been, honestly, I've been spending, like, this is so dumb. I've been in lawyers' meetings for the last week. And half the time I spend waiting, I've been just writing notes about Guild Wars 2 out on my phone. That's how much I've been thinking about it. Don't forget to craft Khaled Bolg. I kind of wish, Tape, that Traherne gets to live as a cripple and that he did survive after the Mordramoth thing. Just so we could pick up Khaled Bolg and rub our balls on it in front of him. He would deserve that, the fucking bastard. Little dickhead. Have you done each meta on the hot? No. Soundless. I'm going to be doing those off stream because I'm going to be spending a lot of time just exploring. What a waste of a character Traherne was. He wasn't the worst, but he was up there. He was up there as terrible. Now then. I've got a lot of videos you pieces of shit sent me in the Discord. You sent me so many. And my favorite lol cow is back. He's back! He just never stops. He just never stops. He is an infinite content well. And I think if I look at any channel that's talked about pirate software, this fucking guy has been the infinite content farm, and I lost out on farming the shit out of this motherfucker because I went and I was like, okay, 2 videos is enough. I can't do this anymore. Two is enough. I don't need to do more. What? And now I'm sitting like, what the fuck am I doing? Why did I stop? Because I took a look at this guy's channel. One. Oh wait, no, this guy is the guy who covers iDubbbz and fucking thingy more. Which channel was? God, there's a channel somewhere that's just like pirate software beginning to end. One of these channels, it's just pirate software. It's like the dude's done 70 different fucking videos on the guy. Quintheo, that sounds familiar. You're probably right. Hold on, let me look it up. That sounds familiar. Yep. That's him. That's him. I downloaded this. This is sitting on my phone. I wanted to actually watch this. I haven't watched this yet, but it's sitting on my phone. I was meant to watch it in the gym. That's him. Look how this motherfucker is farming the shit out of this dude. God damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 fucking videos. 15 videos. God damn, he's done. We have proof. He has lost. He quit. Insane update. Wild update. There's more. He's done. He's done. It's over. There's more. He just used the same thumbnail twice and changed the face. It's over. Insane update. It got worse. Insane. God fucking damn. This man's living the life. And look at the views on this shit. It never stops. And he just keeps on going. Pirate Software is the infinite content farm. And I missed an opportunity, and I'm mad at myself. I need to become a better slop tuber on this fucking channel. Because holy shit, this is getting more fucking coverage than the Amber Heard Johnny Depp fucking case did. This lol cow is just an infinite well. He may not have hit the mana gem for more spell action, but everyone else fucking did, apparently. Jesus Christ. The grind is real. It's so impressive. The new drama is to farm the V-Shoujo stuff. No, I've got that stuff queued up because you fuckers put it in the Discord. And I feel guilty enough about the things I said about Iron Mouse that I'm going to watch that. Also, I've been investigating into the VTuber space because I might need some voice acting done for the Dune video I'm working on. Holy shit, dude. The VTubing rabbit hole is deep. I want to see Pirate Software spiral downwards more and more. It's gonna happen. So we're gonna start here. People don't know this, right? But he actually issued an apology. Right? I've been told that this is an apology issued by Pirate Software. And this is the most recent update. This is like brand new. No one's heard about it. It's on a channel that barely has any subscribers. So this is like fresh from the slop pile just for you. So let's listen to what Pirate Software had to say in this apology where he's backpedaled.
Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games.
Oh, come on.
Saying,
don't do that.
Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I'm aggressively attacking Stop Killing Games. And after putting this out publicly and talking to people about it, this specific scenario on both YouTube and Discord and Reddit and a bunch of other locations, I got internet hate. And this makes sense because I said it's really gross, incredibly inflammatory, disingenuous, and disgusting things. And
That's impressive. I'm so glad he's willing to admit to what he's done. This is like, it takes a big man to stand up and admit to your wrongdoings. I think we need to be nicer to Thor. I feel like this is really changing my opinion. Maybe he does have a spine. I'm a little bit iffy on this video. It might be AI though, because he didn't say he worked for Blizzard, which is like, I'm not sure if it's real or not. Like, I'm on the fence, but it looks real so far.
I understand that people find that to be a problem, right? So now I'm supporting the initiative. Overall, the initiative is actually
so impressive. So impressive that he's now supporting the initiative. That's so good. What a relief that he's had a change of heart. This must have been a rough time for him.
Positive. I like games. I enjoy playing games. And if you're going to buy a game, people shouldn't be able to take that away from you. That sucks. You should be told explicitly that you are purchasing that game. You shouldn't be told that you're purchasing a license. This is not infeasible. This is something that is very easily attainable today.
Agreed. We all agree. Holy shit. He finally got it. It took him so long to figure out how this works. I'm so impressed. Wow. I think he's going to get all his subs back after this.
This can be done right now. And that's about it. That's all I really wanted to talk about with this. I hope that's clarified some things for some of you. And outside of that, I'm going to be gone for the next 4 days. So if you expect me to respond or anything like that and you think I'm ducking the issue or hiding...
That's brilliant. Take some time off to yourself. Reflect. Flawless.
...in some way. Yes, I'm going to just be silent and sit in the corner. If you're still mad about this, not much I can do about it.
The perfect apology has finally been crafted. He finally took responsibility. How is it that this fucking guy with 138 subs has just crafted the most flawless apology that Thor could ever give? And he's never getting it. We're never getting this. We're never going to get this out of this lolcow. God damn. It's so impressive. What have I gotten into this morning? You've gotten into the biggest lolcow on the internet. What a fucking glorious video this is. I'm actually going to put this in the Discord just for anyone who needs to see what a real apology should look like. I'm so impressed by Thor being able to do this. I'll put it in video links. Since you asked for it, Super. Oh my god, how impressive is that? Holy shit. This guy's an idiot. Thor's gonna sue him. The funny part is, if Thor sues him, and again misuses the DMCA copyright claim system, this guy has every right to put Thor into the fucking dirt. Where's the Discord link? Type exclamation Discord. If that doesn't work, then you're screwed. then you've just been scammed. But if Thor does try to copyright claim this, this is perfect transformative content that should not be able to be touched by him. So if this dude could, and I know it's expensive, holy shit, lawyers are expensive, I hope to God wrong content has enough money to fight back against this. Because if he doesn't, I'm going to be very disappointed. YouTube's not giving it to you. Fine. Hold on, give me a second. Also, I know Soulman sent me a link. I haven't looked at that yet. There we go.
Please.
That's another one on the pile. We'll put another one on the pile. We'll start there. The oldest of controversies. The most ancient. We'll start there. Okay, wait. Did it send the link? No, it didn't. Here you go. I'll put it here. There you go. Okay. We'll start right here. At the ancient runes. The old story that's written on the wall. Where it all began. Yes, you just missed the Heart of Thorns review. Shell, you just missed it. I just finished. I just finished all over Heart of Thorns. It was great. I told it to clean itself up, but it's still just lying there. So, yeah, it's more like a first impressions, if I'm being honest. It's not my final thoughts on it, Shell. So it doesn't even really matter that much. It's just like, it's the starting point that I'm coming from before I spend like another 200 to 300 hours playing Guild Wars 2 off stream. Before I come to like a final bullet point statement opinion and make a video on it. God. I don't know who this guy is. Never heard about him before. Sawman linked this, so you can thank Sawman for this one. Let's learn about the cave paintings on the wall, where this all began in Eve. Now, I'm willing to bet, based on what we know about Sawman, on fucking Pirate Software, that of the things... Stop playing off stream. I'm playing like a bunch of different fucking characters, Faith. And I don't want people to see those characters so I can play like a normal fucking player. Also so I can get B-roll footage. I'm willing to bet that the stories that Thor made up about EVE Online are not false, but exaggerated. Are we about to see that? Then play like a normal person on your NG. No, because Super will be jumping around the screen all the time. I don't want people sending me mail. I need to see this. I can't explain this. How do I explain this, Faith? In a way that'll make sense to you. I'm a fucking giga autist when it comes to this kind of stuff. And until I've done it in a way that is satisfying to me, I'm not going to be able to whatchamacallit, have this settled. All I would be doing is playing more Guild Wars 2 on stream and off stream at the same time, which I'm going to do anyway, because I'm going to go into Path of Fire. Once I finish my basic bullet point notes by the end of this week, then I'm going to just continue playing Guild Wars 2 the way I feel like playing it on stream, getting to like the final expansions, and then I'll worry about everything else. I just need to record all my thoughts while I'm doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest creators in all of creatordom has been lying about something to do with EVE Online. And I have...
Pirate Software lying? No. No, never.
First-hand knowledge to tell you what that lie is and what actually happened. I am talking, of course, about someone you might recognize. Yep, this is Pirate Software.
Never seen him before. But he does look like his dad's important.
Also known to the EVE community as Maldavius. Okay, we're going to talk about what happened, what actually happened, and why this kind of stuff hurts the majority of EVE players, this kind of a lie is being said and purported. We're going to talk about it, okay? So
We were Triglavians, triangle people, right? Aliens. And this is a faction inside of the game. We decided as players to align ourselves with this, and we moved all over the game for about 1 year, traveling around with no home, going and fighting this war that went on to turn certain areas of space into lawless land, right? And we went all over the place. We took all these different stars, and it was fun.
All of that sounds fine.
It was super awesome, but we didn't really have a home. We never had a place to live, and having ownership over your space in EVE is kind of a big deal. So when we got...
So if you don't know what the heck he's talking about, if you're a brand new EVE player, he's talking about the founding of Pochven. He's talking about the founding of the Triglavian area in space. These star systems used to be in high sec. I think there was maybe one of...
I've never played EVE Online. I've been told that I might as well go get a job as an accountant in the back office and want to fucking kill myself every day of my life.
Low sec, I don't remember, it's been a long time, it's been a couple years. These systems were basically in flux between becoming Pochven or not, and the players could choose which ones would go into Pochven, roughly speaking, by fighting for the Triglavian, aligning themselves with the Triglavian collective, with that side, that reputation, okay? The star systems ended up becoming Pochven, and that's this triangle. And we say it's a triangle because there's a lot of like triangle stuff to do with Pochven. A lot of their reactors, their like little mini suns are housed in like a triangle matrix. What's the thing from Avengers? You know what I'm talking about? Tesseract. It's housed in like a triangle tesseract, stuff like that.
Wasn't the Tesseract a fucking cube? We all speak the same language, but we're all on a different wavelength. I fucking love this. It's great. I'm pretty sure that was the blue square that they all just carried around. And yes, I did watch the fucking the Marvel movies all the way up until Endgame, and then I just didn't give a fuck anymore. I wonder who composed the soundtrack that plays in Pirate's head. Man, whoever that is, that I bet it's like Hans Zimmer or some shit, because he's got to be walking around thinking his shit don't stink every day of the week.
The literal star system is in the shape of a triangle. That's why some of you watching are like,
Bro, what's up with all the triangles, bro?
you know, this is just part of the lore. That's that. So this is about the founding of Pochven. This pirate software guy is Maldavius. That's his character name in the game, and he and many other people fought for the founding of Pochven. Let's keep listening.
Got 27 stars. Those stars formed into a place in space, a pocket dimension called Pochven that looked like this. And we owned a full third of this, because as we had been taking these stars, we were dropping structures in them. And when it moved into Pochven, those structures stayed. And now, they couldn't be replaced. If a structure gets destroyed in Pochven, it never comes back. You can never...
This is unique to Pochven. Okay, this is a unique thing to Pochven. It's very important because this is literally why the entire thing we're about to listen to happened. They were placing structures into these star systems before they went into Pochven. Before they, like, regressed into this, like, subsystem area into Pochven itself, right? We're placing structures, we're doing these things, and once it becomes Pochven, you can't place any more structures. This is a rule in Pochven. It's one of the things that makes the area unique and different from, say, nullsec or even wormhole space, because Pochven, you can't place structures. This is a big deal. If we have non-E players doing this, placing structures gives you not just a foothold, it doesn't just give you staging or a foothold. It is a massive deal because it gives your entire corp a place to be. There's more stuff you can do. You can dictate tax rates. There's a lot of things you can do from a player-owned station comparatively to an NPC-owned station.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm trying to dial this in for something. Like, I've never played EVE, so like I'm kind of scared of touching EVE. So let me just dial this in for normal human language. There is a unique game mechanic that occurs within a specific region inside of EVE. Hold on one second. I'm going to be right back. There might just be someone downstairs. Give me a second. Okay, no. No, no one downstairs. I'm fine. Right. There's no one out there. I just thought I heard something. It's probably a cat or something. So... God, just give me a second. You know, I'm going to say something really embarrassing that I probably shouldn't. I was socially pressured once upon a time when I was in university. Into smoking weed. Right? And I made the biggest beginner mistake of that ever. Because I was sitting with humanities students. And humanities students, I don't know if you know this, but because they don't have to learn anything in the day, they can be high as balls all day. Also, I gotta be honest, some of those bitches were hot. And the fact that I kind of like sidled into that group by mistake because one of my buddies was fucking the shit out of that one humanities girl. I was like, man, okay, these tits are huge. I gotta see this. I thought like maybe I could like get some on the side. Didn't happen. Didn't work out. So they like, obviously they like handed me a joint and stuff, and I don't want to look like a fucking loser when, let's be honest, we were all fucking losers because we were out there smoking weed on a university campus instead of actually doing what you go to university for, which is learning. I smoked the whole joint and I was like, I'm not feeling anything. So like, no, it's fine. Yeah, this is like, you know, very weak stuff. You got to smoke like 5 or 6. And so I did. These motherfuckers got me. These motherfuckers got me. They pranked me real fucking hard. Because after about the 6th one, I was like, okay, I'm still not feeling anything. Thank you for your time, but I have a lesson. A lecture I have to get to now in chirality on non-organic chemistry, and non-organic chemistry was already not my fucking strong point in university. I'll be honest with you. Chemistry was not my strong point. Like, I grinded through that subject with like 65%. It was not good. I walked into that lecture. I sat down. And it took me a full 15 minutes before I realized that I couldn't understand the English that the teacher was speaking. That I could recognize what he was putting on the board. But I thought they were organic chemistry symbols. And like I thought he was like teaching us like an alien fucking language. And thank God I had a buddy who records lectures on his iPad, because I needed to re-watch that lecture. And what I thought was like this hyper fancy fucking freakish equation that he put on the board. Do you know what it was when I rewatched the lecture? He wrote a sentence. A basic English sentence. That's all he wrote. I didn't know where the fuck I was in that lecture. I might as well not have existed. I had no sense of time passing. I would like turn to my friend and be like, fuck, is the lecture nearly over? I feel like I've been sitting here for like 2 hours. And he's like, dude, you asked me that a minute ago. Just pay attention. And I'm like, I can't pay shit. I'm fucking broke right now. It was bad. It was real fucking bad. Biggest beginner mistake ever. And that's why you don't smoke weed. It's for fucking losers. I'm 32 now, right? Yeah. Back then, I was a fresh little bitch. I was like 23. Still a nerd. Had only had sex with one woman at that point in time of my life. I didn't know any better. But I found the fuck out. Never did that shit again in university because I was too scared I was going to fail. I don't know how I scraped through chemistry. Honestly, I don't know how I scraped through chemistry in engineering, but holy fucking shit. That lecture, oh man, that scared the bejesus out of me. Now that is how I feel. Trying to understand what the fuck is going on here in Eve. Weed is fine in moderation. Yeah, look, it's fine if you want to do it in moderation and all of that shit. I just made a big fucking loser-ass mistake. And let's be honest. Plague, I'll have you know that I look fucking fantastic for a 60-year-old. Bitch. Don't smoke weed. Alcoholism is the true path to mediocrity. Here's the thing, is you can do these things in moderation and be perfectly fine. But how many people do you know have the sense of self to be able to do it in moderation without fucking themselves up? Because from my observations, it's not that many. And what made me the biggest loser of all? I didn't do it because I wanted to. I did it because I wanted to just sit around and stare at the gigantic titties on one of those weed-smoking bitches. Holy fucking shit. They were huge. I can't explain how big they were. They were bigger than my head. Very little. Most people just become potheads. Here's the thing is, I know a bunch of functional people who use cannabis and are responsible and have a job and have a life and all of that shit. But do you know what they don't do? They don't talk about how they smoke weed all the time. They didn't make weed into their fucking personality. That's what they didn't do. You got a big head. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, James. Those tits were fucking ginormous. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was probably feeling it a little bit when I was sitting there because she was one of those hippie chicks. These were fucking humanities students. They can't tell their ass from their elbow. The only thing I was thinking the whole time while I was staring at her tits was, damn, I wonder how big those pepperonis are. That's the only thought that was going through my head was do you think they're undersized and they're jelly tots, or do you think it's it's more like a dinner plate? I wish I'd known. That's all I cared about knowing. I was young and horny and too fucking stupid to know any better. Heart-shaped. No, that's only an anime tape. That's only in the Chinese cartoons. I had a whole fruitful career while being a pothead and I still regret it. It's a sneaky drug. The thing is, I think it does have functional medical use. It's, I'm getting off topic now, but holy shit. It does have functional medical use. It can be beneficial to people, but the problem is there's a bunch of retards using it like losers. And the thing is, if you took that away, they would just hop onto another substance and continue being a fucking loser. So it's hard to blame the substance when you know that this fucking idiot's gonna find something else. Hit a bowl, you pussy. I got one better for you. Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna show you this. This is a complete side tangent. Right? this is how deep I got into cannabis without explaining it to anyone, because I didn't want to be arrested. I had a business for a little while. Right, so this business started off as me helping some of the people I used to know who had leukemia. Right, and a lot of people asked me to turn this into like a legitimate business because they didn't want me giving it to them for free, but I gave it to them for free because I liked them and they were dying of fucking leukemia and they couldn't afford medication. Now I'm supposed to steal money from them. Where is it? And so I started turning this into a business. Where was it? Did I get rid of the... I'm sure I didn't get rid of the file. It's got to be here somewhere. Give me a second. I basically used what I learned in engineering to start manufacturing high quality medical grade cannabis oil, right? And my initial intention was to give this to cancer patients, which I did for a while, and I did it for free. I then tried to turn it into a business, and the South African government did everything in their power to make sure that I couldn't do that. I had 2 products I sold, and for a little while things were good. I made so much fucking money. The first was a novelty product that I was selling front end that I had the licenses for before my business got shut down because I'm not black enough in my country. This was the label. Can you guess what the name of the product was? It was called A Fist Fight with God. Because I'd managed to distill cannabis oil down into a 2-to-1 ratio of THC to CBD, that if you basically put 3 drops under your tongue, that was you done for the next 4 hours. You weren't going anywhere. This is the stuff I was making for cancer patients, and the distributors that I was then selling to through my license was like, dude, you gotta make this stuff less strong. This is fucking my guys up. So, I made a second product. And I'm sure someone else is going to figure this out or has figured this out somewhere else, but no one had figured out how to do this. Not RSO oil. RSO oil is low-grade shit. Super sploof. Second product was this. And guess what? I got it to taste good. Which is fucking difficult, by the way. That's real fucking difficult. Like, I had to like pull in favors from like my engineering buddies who started working in chemical engineering and shit like that to get this done. I made a product where you can drink a cup of tea, you'll feel okay, and you won't feel like if you get into a heavy machinery, you don't feel like you just stepped into a fucking spaceship. I had really, really high quality shit. And now it's all gone. Because my country is the most difficult place on planet Earth to open a fucking business. The laws changed like that one day, and I was like, okay, I'm shutting everything down, fuck this. So you were Walter White of pot. No, I'm not that cool. I'm not that cool. I did everything legally. I got the licenses. I did all that. I did a lot of fucking work to get that up and running, just for it to be killed one day. I did nothing illegally because you think my white ass is going to survive 10 seconds in prison? Fuck no. Was it the BEE stuff or more than just that? So there were a few elements to it, right? The first element to it in my country was the fact that there's the BEE element, which meant that by law I had to give away more than 50% of my company because I was working with other people And the problem is, one of them was an Indian guy, and there were 2 other white guys I was working with. And the government saw that and was like, you need to give away like half of your business to black people. Now. Right? And guess what? All of the black dudes I knew in engineering, none of them wanted to get involved in this business. They were like, fuck no, I'm going to go build machine guns in America. The second component that had to do with it was our health minister started issuing like fucking dictatorial edicts where they were just like, okay, weed's legal now. Now it's illegal again. Now it's legal now. Now it's illegal again. They just kept on going back and forth on it. So I was like, okay, well, I'm the fuck out of here because this is just untenable to run a business because there's overhead and there's costs and there's expenditures. And if the law changes every fucking weekend, you're screwed. And I'm not going to fucking prison over this. So I dropped that business entirely. But for a while I was making bank. God, I was making so much bank. And I'm going to be honest with you. I want to get the fuck out of my country. And I will take all that knowledge, all that information, everything that belongs to me, and I will go work for some fucking pothead in the US if it gets me and my family the fuck out of here. So moving to Colorado, no. Potentially, Relantis. Colorado actually sounds awesome. I will sell weed to people if it means I get to live in a first world country. Holy shit, are you kidding me? The massive irony here is in the UK that it's illegal, but we're one of the biggest exporters of legal cannabis in the world to other countries grown by a government. You know what's really, really funny about that, Super Sploof? I was one of the few people, not me. Okay, that's a lie. It wasn't me. I'm not going to pirate software you here. The Indian guy I knew had family in the UK who he negotiated with, and he got us one of the only export licenses available for sending that like cancer quality oil directly into the UK for specific use. It was the UK and Germany that we were allowed to send to. And we got fucked. All of us got fucked. Weed is illegal in my state, so is prostitution. Fuck the Bible Belt. Look, it's not so bad. I can understand why it's illegal in a lot of places. It's because it's not the drug that's the problem. It's people have no fucking self-control. People have no ability to control themselves and be like, you know what, I'm not gonna make this my entire personality. So I get it. They're not regulating the product. They're regulating the people who use the product, who fuck things up. That's the issue. Have you ever been locked up? No, absolutely not, and I never want to be locked up in my life. Never, never, ever. Why do you think I'm so fucking scared of this current thing that I'm dealing with, and why I like hopped onto a lawyer and I'm like burning through whatever savings I have right now? I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail at all. I never want to go to jail. Fuck that. And I'm not going to do illegal shit because I don't want to be fucked in prison. I would prefer my asshole to remain untouched entirely. The closest my ass has ever gotten to any action is one day I used one-ply toilet paper and I accidentally got in touch with my inner self. And I never wanted that experience ever again in my life. Colorado is quite blue, but also not a bad sort of blue. Because they at least respect the right to bear arms hardcore. They stopped the mayor of Albuquerque's edict about firearms by peaceful demonstration. What if your wife bought a strap on? Then I'm going to lock her in the shed until she comes to her senses. That's just not happening. It's not for me. Good for other people. I'm glad that works for them. Not for me. Let's continue.
Anybody can just come in. You can even set who can dock in the station if you own it, if your Corp Alliance owns it. So if we have non-EU players wanting this, a Corp is a guild, and an Alliance is a group of corporations, a group of guilds. An Alliance is a big thing, a Corp is a smaller thing, still big depending on what we're talking about, okay? So, you know.
Anchor a new one. it's gone. So these were unique, and we were the powerhouse that owned that space. The problem was this: it didn't work. It was broken. When we got to that section of space, they had one piece of content. This was called a dread site raid. The dread sites, for the first like 2 or 3 months, did not function. Imagine going into a raid with 15 people, and you kill the boss, and then afterwards, the boss gives you negative reputation and negative money. That's what happened, and every week, we would talk to the devs, and every week, they would try to get us to test it on live servers again with our...
Okay, so first thing, this is correct. This is what happened. When Pochvin became its own thing, when the star systems in HiSec went to Pochvin, when Pochvin was established, the dread sites he's talking about...
So essentially no lies so far, that's what I'm hearing.
Which would become, / whatever, are the observatory flashpoints today, and other similar sites, whatever. These sites were broken. They would not function correctly. The NPCs were weird. You would get negative rep. This is a big deal. You might say negative rep, who cares? Because you see that this is all these star systems. Imagine all of these are little dots that make up this triangle-shaped star system. The gates, you couldn't activate the star gates unless you had a certain reputation. So the sites in the area would stop you from navigating around the area. This is not...
So basically by killing this boss, you fuck yourself over. And this broken mechanic in this game ruins the gameplay experience. That's what I'm hearing.
This was not intended. This was not like a part of the game. That's too, that would be too tedious. And that was not part of the game. Okay, so everything he's saying is correct.
All right,
so far.
good night, Faith.
The first thing I want to talk about is something he ended with just now.
Negative reputation and negative money. That's what happened, and every week, we would talk to the devs, and every week, they would try to get us to test it on live servers again with our live characters for 2.5 to 3 months. We lost 70% of our online players.
I'm going to get to the 70% number in just a sec. So, the devs did work with players to try to help see what the problem was. I want you to, this is my first issue with this video. I want you to see how he's describing this. There's a lot of bitterness. There's a lot of,
I'm not detecting bitterness out of him. I'm detecting smugness.
I'm going to call it entitlement for some stuff from some of the stuff he says later in the video. This is my first problem with this. I understand it's frustrating. This is frustrating. We're going to say this a bunch of times this video. You work really hard to establish an area of space, the areas in the space that have these sites to play, these things to do, and they're broken. That is frustrating. We all agree, we all understand.
I would just not play. Honestly, if I'm going to get continually fucked over like that, I'm just going to stop playing.
The devs are asking for your help. What game happens like that? The devs are QAing on their side. They're also working with the players to see, literally show me what's wrong. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. But how he says it is like, and the devs got us to test it on live. It doesn't have a good spirit to it. It doesn't have a cooperative spirit to it. I understand he's frustrated. A lot of people back in the day were very frustrated with Pochvin. But to say this like, you know, the devs made us test it live, that's a good thing that the devs actually gave a crap to sit down and work with you in some extent instead of like...
I can't think of a single game where someone has pointed out an exploit to the devs and the devs, instead of listening, didn't instead just ban that player. Good night, Edward. I'm going to say this quickly. I keep saying this every single stream, but this needs to be made clear. If there's anything you need to do in your life, you go and do it. My dog shit stream will be here all the time. There's always the VOD on YouTube. Go live your life. Literally anything you have to do, whether it's slap your neighbor's wife, whether it's take a dump out of your 2-story floor, or right into your garden, you go do it. Do whatever the fuck you want. But I'd like... This right here, I've literally never heard of devs being like, please test things on live. So that's a fair point that he just said. I've never heard devs reach out to players and be like, yo, we need you to test this thing. Not in a million years. All I've seen is you point out a bug to the devs, or you say, hey, this is how this exploit works, and then they just fucking ban you. Even when you're trying to do something good.
Just giving you a stiff arm and not talking to you at all. So it's better than having no communication. That's my first point here. So let's keep, this is not why I wanted to make this video. Let's keep talking. Okay.
There's for 2.5 to 3 months. We lost 70% of our online players. About half of these people never came back. It was a
Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm surprised that's not 90%.
goddamn mess. And we got pissed. And eventually they finally fixed it, but then they put a target on our back.
Yeah, and before we get to the target, and before we get to, you know, this happened too. 70% of the players quit. Of course they did. Look, chat. If you work for months to establish an area of space, you know Eve is about the stories, okay? Eve is about the player-driven stories. It's not the devs necessarily giving the overarching narrative. It's one of the things that makes EVE Online unique and special. The devs put in place this system where, hey, you can help corrupt these systems and put them into this different area of space, and you help to make it. And then that happens. They work really hard. It gets to that point. And then the main ISK faucet, the main like money generator in the area is broken. 70% of the players left. Now, I don't know if this number is accurate, but I can tell you that I believe this number. I believe this number because this is freaking ridiculous. It is. Here's my first big point. 70% of the players quit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're playing a video game, and this is a video game, EVE Online, and this, even if you work for a couple months to like establish something, if the sites are broken, submit a bug report.
Okay, I gotta call him out on his bullshit here. I've never heard EVE described as a video game. Only as an Excel spreadsheet.
And go to a different area of space. Okay? I just said something that's very unpopular with a lot of EVE players. There's this, I fought for this. I worked for this. I'm going to make this work even if it's broken. Ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing a video game. Okay? I care about all of you watching, both live and on the VOD. I want you to understand that games are supposed to be something we enjoy. They're supposed to be something we do to entertain ourselves, to hang out with our buddies. And if you're punishing yourself...
Oh, disgusting. Enjoying yourself playing a video game? What the fuck? Sickening. Oh, can't believe he said that.
By being in an area of space where stuff's broken and everybody's leaving, isn't everybody leaving sign that maybe you, as the head of an alliance, should take your people and leave? I think so. Now, I'm not an alliance head, but I have been a GM in World of Warcraft and other guilds in the past and other games in the past. If I'm watching my player base leave, I'm not going to make an executive decision to stay and suffer through all of this. I'm going to say, hey guys, we need to go to a different area of space because this is not working. Because my goal is the joy of the people that are under me, not...
Okay, I kind of do have to give a counterpoint to this. Right, and this comes from knowing trading, particularly in crypto markets. There's a phrase, and this phrase kind of leaked into what happened with GameStop, but there's a very popular phrase. MMO players undoubtedly do the exact same thing. So I can still believe that there would be a group of players retarded enough to stay in that area despite that being a problem.
Banging my head against the wall just for the sake of it, and then the spirit of this, of what he's saying, blaming CCP Games for people leaving. To be clear, it's their bug. They gotta fix it. It's their game, they gotta fix it. But if there's a bug, submit a bug report. If it's that bad, go to another area of space. EVE Online is the biggest MMO, I think. Probably is. In terms of amount of content, you could do a new activity in EVE every day for the next year.
I press X to doubt on that one. If it's player-driven stories, that doesn't mean it's the biggest MMO. That means it depends on how many people are playing the MMO to keep it running. So the game immediately shrinks the moment people stop playing it.
And there's still be plenty of content to do. Jump clones are a thing. You're correct, Cyber. So now, to be the devil's advocate, you work this hard to establish something in space, to do all this work, to finally, like you're the founding, one of the founding Pochfin alliances, Pochfin corporations. Then the sites don't work. That is frustrating. I'll give him that. But, well, let's keep listening.
And eventually they finally fixed it, but then they put a target on our back because they have this thing inside of EVE Online called the Economic Report. The Economic Report actually tells you how much money each area of space actually makes, and they finally released the Economic Report 1 month after they fixed our area of space. So imagine 3 months of the game just being shit and us being broken, nothing working, and then 1 month later they release an Economic Report after they fix everything, and now everyone thinks we've been making a shitload of money in a pocket of space that no one can touch us in. Yeah, and no other player will believe you because it's EVE Online. So yeah, that sucked. So that...
Okay. The monthly economic report, the MER, is something that happens. CCP Games did not include...
Why would the game devs themselves take a shit on players who were helping them out? That makes no sense. Then again, these are game devs. A lot of what they do doesn't make sense. I'm starting to waver here on what he's saying is starting to sound like bullshit. I'm trying to see an angle here that would back up what he's saying, because I like to steel man any arguments. It's their ego. So you think the game devs would put a target on someone's back using this, whatever this economic report thing is, because they got their ego bruised? They didn't. Pirate is just entitled. I'm willing to believe that based on everything else I've seen about him, so yeah.
Sounds like, based on his story, CCP Games the devs did not include Pochfin in the MER prior to them fixing it, or when they included it in there. I don't remember. I haven't found it. It's been years. The income in the area was so low, no one was looking at it. This MER is looked at by a lot, if not all, of the top corps, top alliances, because it shows where the ISK is in the game. We literally just covered last month's MER, thanks to Oz, thanks very much Oz, over on our Patreon, okay? Because it's a long video, it's kind of droll, it's not the best for YouTube, so I made sure to give you the best value over on our Patreon. That's what we do.
Okay.
This, listen to what he says. They fixed Pochfin, they include it in the MER, in the ER, in the economic report. I'm going to call it the MER. People then see there's a lot of money to be made, so this put a target on our back. Do you hear the entitlement here? I understand.
They fixed a bug. The area went back to being profitable. They happened to be in that area. That doesn't sound like a target on your back. That sounds like they fixed a bug and he's just like making himself the center of a story. I don't think they were targeting his corpo specifically with the economic report, but it did fuck them over. This sounds more like a second-hand effect of them solving the bug problem. And he's making it into like this was a personal slight against me. You ever met those people who they go out for a walk and it rains and they think God hates them? That's what this sounds like. I don't know. You see, the problem is, fuck, I know zero about Eve, right? So I'm looking at this from the most uneducated perspective possible. So anything I say might be complete bullshit because I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to this.
I understand you worked hard to make this happen. But just because you worked hard to make something happen, you, ladies and gentlemen, here's my first big point here. You are entitled to nothing in EVE Online. Nothing. I don't care how much you've done. I don't care how hard you've worked. I don't care how long you've played the game. I've been playing since 2008, on and off. You are entitled to nothing. You have to keep fighting tooth and claw to get your stuff. That is the nature of the beast. It is one of the main things that makes the game special, that you can't do it alone. So you are forced then to group up with people and get allegiances, get alliances, get friends. As the CEO of CCP Games says, the best ship is the friend ship. And through adversity, you get these groups together, you get these people. If the entire game...
The best ship is the friend ship. That is the gayest line I've ever heard. I would definitely expect that out of someone who's in a corporate office.
Sees that Pochfin is now fixed and there's a bunch of ISK to be made. That does not mean that the devs are painting a target on your back. See what I'm saying? See the spirit of this. This is not what happened. If the MER comes out and a bunch of ISK is to be made, that doesn't mean that they're saying, hey, this guy and his alliance, go get him. CCP Games are very correctly saying, hey, we fixed the thing that was broken. It's an endgame area that's built around smaller gangs. We've talked about that in past videos. Nullsec, very quickly, if they're non-E players coming in, the edges of the map are null security. You can fly the biggest ships in that area, capital ships. These are the size of small moons, and they take literal raid groups to take out. You literally become a raid boss if you're a WoW player, okay? If you fly capital ships. In Pochfin, in the Triangle, you cannot make capital ships anymore. I have a couple. We're gonna have that content, okay? But you can't make them anymore inside of Pochfin. Basically, if you have a capital ship, and I do in Pochfin, they're the last of their kind. Look for that content, Chad. It's gonna be a good time. Point is, CCP Games saying, hey, the endgame area that was broken is now fixed. Has nothing to do with this guy. Okay? Does it affect them? Yeah. Welcome to EVE Online. If you're in a lucrative area, you have to defend it. See what I'm saying? You see the difference in thinking?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's like, okay, I'm going to compare this to New World. Let's say you've got like a really popular trading hub and you crank up the taxes. You automatically put a target on your back when that game was popular because you are holding on to what is the most significant area possible. People are going to make a bunch of backroom deals with other factions to make sure that you lose that because you're fucking over other players by having high taxes. And also, everyone else wants that area so they can put high taxes and get more money than everyone else in the game. That's the comparison I'm seeing here. That's like... by natural gameplay elements, yes, of course you're going to have a target on your back. What the fuck were they supposed to do? An endgame area? No, let's make an endgame area worthless. That way no one will care about it. That's bullshit. That would be shitty game design. Does this fucker know anything about Eve? No, the best ship is not fucking friendship. Best ship is fucking money. Do you want to do anything in Eve? The best fucking way is to rape the ever-loving fuck out of your bank account. Well, there you go. Yeah. Wasn't EVE Online that thing that had the largest money spend for just an in-game war. I think it was Potato Tomato. I very adjacently heard something about it holding some kind of world record for the most real-world money spent in some space battle or some shit. But, like, again, I might be dead wrong about that and confusing it with another game because I know next to nothing about EVE. Pirate wanted the devs to lie about the numbers so they could stay quietly there making profit. Peak entitlement. Yeah, well, that's what it's beginning to sound like.
Okay. Instead of this video being, hey, wait, let me do what he does, okay?
So, they released an economic report, and
no one's ever gonna let that go. Jesus Christ. The fucking voice thing. It's so petty. It's so petty, but no one will leave it alone. I love it so much.
There's a bunch of ISK to be made. And now, we have a bunch more PvP fights. We have to defend the area, and it's a lot of fun. And now we get to do...
We're going to talk about why there were some problems, but if the spirit of the video was like, look, now we get to have a bunch of PvP fights, now there's more fun, I would not be making this video. But because the spirit of this is, look how the devs are hurting us. That's, you're exactly right, Scary. So funny, that's good. That's why we're talking about this. And we're going to talk, the lie still hasn't been said. We're going to talk about it. Let's rewind slightly.
After they fix everything, and now everyone thinks we've been making a shitload of money in a pocket of space that no one can touch us in? Yeah, and no other player will believe you because...
Wait, hold on. If they release everything in an economic report, surely that they had like an economic report that was present previous to that one? And everyone could go and see that this area was non-profitable before that moment in time? Or was that like the very first economic report they ever released? How frequently do economic reports get released? You're right, one war player lost like 600k. Jesus Christ, that's more money than I'll ever see in my life. And I think that record has been beat since. Holy shit, that's way too much. I think they said monthly. So then couldn't people just go back and look at the previous month report? So, like, there's literal evidence against what he's saying, and what the fuck? The zone was shit in previous month's report. So everyone knew that the zone was shit. Everyone avoided the zone. Everyone saw the economic report. And he's sitting here saying, oh, everyone thinks we've been making a bunch of money forever. Is he high? Holy fucking shit, dude. There's literal evidence disproving what he said. Usually, you know what? Usually I can give Pirate this. He tends to be smarter about his lies, at least until he bullshitted a bunch of WoW players. And you can't bullshit WoW players. They've been playing the same shit for their entire lifespan. Holy fuck, man.
Because it's EVE Online. So, yeah, that sucked. So that was cool to see. And the devs never actually put out a statement about this. They never told anyone that it was broken, so everyone thought we were lying about it, but we weren't, which was cool. So after that economic report came out, we're like...
If everyone thought you were lying about it, wouldn't you just post the previous month's economic report and say, fuck you?
Should the devs have put out a statement about that? Sure. And again, we're believing his word that they said nothing about it. I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to go through every single news put out by the devs.
Wouldn't it be in the patch notes? Or did they not have patch notes? It's starting to feel like he's just making up half the story and that's why there's plot holes. I mean, he tends to do that a lot, I've noticed. Pirate tends to, it seems like, so I've explained this concept before. If you want to lie to people, right, what you need to do, right, and I was talking about this when I was talking about Andrew Tate back in the day, right? Any good lie follows the Pareto principle, otherwise known as the 80-20 rule. You can sneak in 20% bullshit if you tell 80% of the truth. That's about the ratio you can get people to believe crazy shit at. This is something you have to know when you do stuff like project management and shit, or when your dad works at Blizzard. Because this is how liars get away with a bunch of stuff.
For that many year period, I don't care enough, quite frankly. Here's the reality. The devs don't have to do anything. Okay? They don't have to put out a statement that it's broken. They don't have to do anything. If this area is broken, the players are going to find...
Well, I don't know how to spell it. It says Pareto. I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. I'm probably pronouncing it like a retard, okay? I know that. I'm aware of that. But I've never heard anyone say that word out loud. They just call it the 80-20 rule. I don't know how it's supposed to be said. I'm probably fucking saying it wrong. You're listening to a retard on the internet, Sasha. Did you really expect me to get that right? Come on.
Find that out. The players are going to talk about it. And then the players don't have to be in that area because there's a near infinite amount of expanse you can go and do content in EVE Online. Okay? This is just... Is it frustrating? Yes. We're going to keep saying it this video. It's very frustrating to fight for an area of space and have it be broken. But the entitlement here, like, you don't work at the company, this guy. You know, it's about the spirit of how this video was made. And he's basically taking the devs and
Hold
just
on,
like...
fuck you, Sasha. You made... Hold on. God damn it. I need to... How do you say it? You don't say it, apparently. How to pronounce Pareto. Let's try again. Or
Pareto.
Fuck you, Sasha! Get fucked. I was right, Pareto. No one ever said it in education. I heard it at least twice in my worthless supply chain certification. No one ever said the word, usually because whenever we did something like project management and shit, our lecturer was such a piece of shit that she didn't show up half the time and just posted notes and emails to us saying, fuck you, learn this. So no, literally never learned it. We had some crackhead lecturers, I'll be honest with you.
Like grinding them, saying, look how terrible they are. Can you believe it? Can you believe how terrible they are? And this is the problem I have with this, is that the devs don't have to say anything. The devs are not your boss at work. They're not your parent. They're not your buddy. This is a service you're buying. Now, we are more than welcome to give criticism to the game and to say with our voices, hey, this thing is broken. We shouldn't go into the area of space. So, hey, this thing is broken. I guarantee you this was all over Reddit. It's not like nobody knew. There's no way that nobody knew that Pochfin was broken. It was a brand new area of space. So the idea that all of a sudden people found out that Pochfin was a thing, I just don't buy that, okay? Because of how the information is flowing right now in EVE. This was only 3...
I think if you're autistic enough that you're playing something like EVE Online non-stop, that you probably know exactly what the fuck is going on in every single region. Or you're double checking it all the time. So this is really like becoming a press X to doubt whenever he's speaking here. And I think the reason he probably got away with this lie for so long is down to the fact that none of the people who watch him have ever played EVE. Look up Afrikaans word vet cook. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, well, send me a link on how... Is there like no... Google used to do this thing where they'd put... Hold on. How to... No, English. I don't need to hear the word vegetable.
Pareto.
Pareto. You're just fucking with me, aren't you? You're just pulling my dick here.
3 or 4 years ago. It's not like it was 20 years ago when it just came out. So I don't buy that people just found out that Pochfin was broken and Pochfin is fixed. So, you know, let's keep on listening.
Jesus Christ, we started having to fight battles and it was super annoying, but we got good at it. We managed to...
Oh, we had to fight battles. They had to play the game. How annoying that was.
close all the...
I wanna. We gotta rewind that.
Got it, but we weren't, which was cool. So after that economic report came out, we're like, Jesus Christ, we started having to fight battles, and it was super annoying, but we got good at it. We managed.
After the economic report, we had to start fighting battles, and that was annoying. We're gonna talk more about that in just a sec. Just put a pin note in that. We're gonna talk
to
about
close all the wormholes in our area of space, because wormholes would open up at random. We could stop people from coming in, and the only other way you could get in was through a filament. Well, every one of these systems that was on our side of space and all around Botchman would require a certain amount of reputation to get through the gate. If you didn't have the reputation, you couldn't get in, right? So you had to use a filament that would teleport you into one of these locations randomly. So you could show up on our store, like on our doorstep, or you could show up in an area where you couldn't get to us. And that was it. And if we controlled our wormholes, you couldn't get to us anyway, so we had a good counterplay. But we had to constantly maintain this sort of behavior every day. We had groups. On the minute that wormhole would spawn, we would roll the wormhole. And this meant absolute regimented behavior. At all times, we had to be on staff. At all times, we had to have a scanner there and a group ready to destroy that wormhole when it spawned. And if we...
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like none of these people have children. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like EVE Online was a sterilization program. They figured it out. You don't have to chop people's balls off. You just got to make them play EVE.
Didn't do it, people would get in and kill us. So we got...
Did what you just... EVE players in chat, did what you just heard, does that describe endgame EVE Online life? For nullsec, for some lowsec, and especially wormhole space? Did what he just described, having to defend your borders from people that are coming in to take the ISK areas? Rifter, am I right, dude? Okay. First of all,
EVE Online is a euthanasia program. But it's also apparently a program for stealing people's money. Holy shit, 600k in a space battle? I could live off of 600k for the rest of my fucking life in this country. And I don't mean like as a poor person. I mean like comfortably. Holy shit.
Well, he's correct. Once Ponchfin was on this, once Ponchfin was made, the only ways to get into Ponchfin was two ways. Was the wormholes that would randomly blip in and out of existence. Think of these as opening and closing doors if you're a non-EVE player. Imagine a house, imagine a triangle-shaped house, and every day certain doors would be open and certain doors would be closed. And if you would put enough people through that door, the door would close. That's called rolling the wormhole. If enough mass goes through the wormhole closes. So what he's saying is that once the MER came out, people started paying attention because there's a bunch of IS to be made in another endgame area, and we had to PvP fight, and we had to defend our borders. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit he's painting EVE in is a very negative one, and this is my first main problem with this. In EVE Online, you don't deserve and are entitled to nothing, and if you want an area of space, you're going to have to defend it from people that want to take it. That's the game. Look, if you want to play an RTS with your buddies, where you control your borders and you mess with stuff, you can go play Frostpunk. Fantastic game, not besmirching it, not putting it down.
Frostpunk is fucking incredible. Frostpunk 2 as well. So good. So fucking good. You should play those games. Really, really fucking good. I love the little story elements in those games and how the game makes you feel guilty for making the right decision. It's amazing.
I don't know if besmirch is the right word. I didn't finish college, okay? You can go play a single-player RTS with your buddies if all you want to do is manage resources and mess with stuff. But if you're playing EVE... That's a good question, Jack. That's a good question, Jack. If you're playing EVE Online, this is a game of dominance, of corporations, of friendships. And if you're going to say, I live in this space, you're going to have to defend it. And his chat is saying, like, terrible. Wow, can't believe that. What WTF? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to EVE Online. You have to defend your borders. That's the way of it. You defend it by PvP fights, and them making it so that now people know how valuable it is since they fixed it is not a bad thing. One more thing. So the EVE devs fixed it, and then they put it out in the monthly economic report. He was saying before, so the area of space was broken, and now that it's fixed, everybody knows about it, and people are showing up. Before, there wasn't a lot of ISK, but now there is, because they fixed it.
So the smart people left the space. The space became profitable. People wanted to move into the space. Man, he's really good at spinning a bullshit story. I've got to start studying the stories that Pirate Software tells because he's so good at that. If I tried to lie at the level that Pirate Software lies, I would fuck it up almost immediately. Holy shit, he's so good. He's like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm so impressed with his ability to bullshit people. It's genuinely impressive to me.
More or less. So now there's people coming in. You got to defend your borders. That's part of the game. If you don't want to have to defend the work you put out. You know, there's plenty of other video games you can play. Maybe not World of Warcraft, okay? For this
We got
guy.
really good at it. We got very good at controlling our areas.
I see the hate, but you know what? You know what? I'm no longer mad at WoW players because what the fuck else are they supposed to do? Okay. You got WoW, you got Guild Wars 2, you got Albion Online, you got the Old Guard. That's all you've got in the MMO space. That's all you've got.
Space, just like any other wormhole corporation would be. And then CCP, the creators of EVE Online, decided to change the rules. And they said, hey, we're going to focus on Pochfin for the next entire quarter of the game, which is the next 3 months. And we're like, oh shit, they're going to fix some stuff. This is going to be awesome, right? Well, they didn't. They said the first thing we're going to work on is the access to the region. And we were like, that might be...
At the time of this, when all this was happening, this guy was a CSM. What that means is CSM is a Council of Stellar Management, something like that. These are players that the players elect to become representatives to the devs, to CCP Games. He was a CSM at the time. Character name is Maldavius. You can go look this up, okay?
Okay.
He pushed for more access to the region. Did you hear what I just said? He pushed as a CSM that lives in Pochfin for more access to the region. And in this video, he's saying the developers of CCP Games increase the access.
See what I mean when I say it's actually really impressive how he lies? Because somehow... I've known people like this in the past. They're not nearly as good as he is, but I've known people where it's like they are always the hero of the story. Nothing is ever their fault. And they are somehow simultaneously the bravest person on planet Earth, but also the victim. It's so impressive.
I don't understand. If I ask for cheaper bananas from the grocery store and then they give it to me, and I complain about the banana, what do you want? I don't understand. So what he's going to say is they removed the rep requirements for these gates, which is not necessarily something he exactly pushed for, but he pushed for increased access to the area. So I don't know why this is, again, look at the spirit of what he's like describing. It's a negative thing. CCP Games, the creators of EVE Online, didn't fix anything. They just made it easier to get in. If you know anything about EVE Online, the more people can get into an area of space, the more activity, the more people to fight, the more content, the more loot, the more stuff is in space, the more salvaging, the more industry, the more people in an area, the better. This is a good thing. More content is a good thing. That's why it's very concerning that this is the case. It's concerning that this happened, okay? That he was like, doing this and going forward and backwards. So, let's
cool.
go.
Yeah, they just removed the reputation requirement on our gates. That was it.
All right, let me rewind so we can tell the full sentence. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, they just removed the reputation requirement on our gates. That was it. Suddenly, anyone in the game, anywhere in space, at any time, could teleport to our home. EVE Online is a game about distance. If you are far away from your opponent, they have inherent defensive capability because it's hard to get to them. We had no defense anymore, at all.
You have defense, it's called players. I don't know how much this guy played EVE before. I actually don't know. Right, General Pony, you know?
It also kind of sounds like because this is an end game region, that means you're only dealing with other end game players who are on your level. The way he makes it sound, it's like the entirety of the EVE world just turned around and went after them. That's what he's making it sound like. But from what I understand, the only people who would be in this area with the Pochfin or whatever it's called are other people who are at that level, which would lead to some insane space battle shit. Which sounds awesome, actually. Honestly, if I was autistic enough to play this game back in the day, I would be bored out of my fucking mind if no one showed up to fuck me up. And if I lost, I would be like, damn, I had a good time. It's like a gang rape, you know. Don't be sad that it's over. Be glad that it happened. And 9 out of 10 people enjoyed themselves. So hey, the overall happiness in the world went up.
Oh, he's right, by the way, about this, that a natural defense is distance. But all of a sudden, people can get right our gates. You hear that, Jack? You see what's coming out, right? And he like it's our area. You don't own anything, dude. You have to defend it, but you don't own it. You know what I'm saying? This is the problem, right? Lapse and Sino. Now you can't Sino in Pochfin. Okay, it's not a thing. Sinoing is another thing. in low sec and null sec, where players that have big ships can blip without the need of a Stargate from system to system within a limited radius. Can't happen in Parchment. So, point is, CCP game devs removed the rep access on the gates, which, by the way, is something he pushed for. Now he's blaming them for it. Don't really get that. That's a whole other video, I guess. Then, when this happens, he's saying, boo-hoo, people came into the system and we had to defend it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a new player watching this, I highly recommend, if you're a new player, you mess around at high sec, which is like the Care Bear area of space, and then you
no thanks, I'm not going to do that.
Go into either null sec, wormhole space, or Parchment. I recommend you go to an end game area because you will learn so much about the game. Being in those areas of space, you will absolutely improve as a player. You'll improve because you'll be forced to do some PvP. It doesn't, and that's a good thing. Even if you're an indie player, you're going to be forced on how to avoid a gank. Just because you're not initiating a fight doesn't mean you're not PvPing, right? If all you want to do is just sit in an area in a space game and control your area and not have to fight for it, go play No Man's Sky. And I'm saying that again, not as a put down. No Man's Sky, one of the best games in a decade. Actually, not hyperbole. Go play No Man's Sky with your buddies. You know, you don't have to like besmirch a game and say that game mechanics are bad and you know, because this is how it sounds.
We had to defend our borders from other players that were they were trying.
You hit the wrong voice filter. It's supposed to go down, not up. You got to drop your voice.
To kill us.
This is how it sounds, okay? It's not good because here's why it's not good. This video has 1 million views, okay? 1 million views. This is a lot of people's only view of what EVE Online is.
This fucking guy has been just lying to millions of people about a bunch of shit. I thought it was just the stop killing game stuff, but he's just been... This guy is #1 internet misinformation spreader. Holy shit. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that this dude's mom was that one researcher who just went around telling people, did you know you, on average, you swallow 8 spiders a night? And then everyone just believed her. And it got so popular, it was on like a fucking Snapple cap. God damn. He's been lying to millions of people. That is literally politician level bullshitting. It's so impressive.
And he's describing it as an administrative nightmare, as a unfun experience. When he chose to stay in the bugged area, when he didn't be a good leader and lead his people out of area of space, and complains about basics in the game, player versus player action. Goodness gracious, dude.
Oh, people could just teleport to us and kill us at any time. And we went, well, time to have a war. And we had a war every single day for the next 2 months. Now,
like the rest of EVE Online. Like the rest of EVE Online. I don't care if you're in high sec. If you're in high sec, you're still going to have to figure out how to defend your borders from high sec gankers or a specific kind of ganker. Okay, you still have to defend your area. There's ways to do it. So it's a lot of like stuff this is the spirit of it. Stuff happened to us, and there's nothing we can do. Time to, if there's more money in the...
Yeah, I mean, what am I supposed to do for you? He was out of mana. He was out of reputation. Did you know his dad worked at Blizzard? Did you know he was the first generation Nepo baby? God, it never ends with him. I love how, like... Pirate Software's entire relationship with the internet is a man's relationship with a vindictive woman. You told her she had fat ankles 2 years ago, and she is now combing through every single Facebook post you made and is gonna fuck you up in the next conversation you have with her. This is so good. This is like with Elon a while ago. You listen to him and he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but the more you research, the more you find out he's shitting out of his mouth. Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? The problem, this happens a lot. It's called, God, I can't remember what the word is. It's like professionalism bias or something like that. You see this a lot with doctors, where like a doctor will specialize as a surgeon who works on the heart, right? And because he's really good at cardiovascular surgery, if you ask him a question about your lungs that's hyper-specific, that should be asked, like you should be asking a lung specialist about instead, that doctor will answer with 100% confidence because he believes he knows so much about the heart that he also knows just as much about other components of the human body. It's not even the Dunning-Kruger effect, Kyle. It's like It's like an adjacency bias. I can't even remember what it's called. But it's like... fuck. It's like being a car mechanic who's worked on engines for years, and some other guy works on wheels, and all of a sudden you think you know everything about wheels because the wheels are right next to the engine. That's the best way I can think to put it.
In the area, if there was a monthly economic report that just came out that said there's a crap ton of ISK in the area and there's way more fights to be had, that's called recruitment, dude. It's called recruitment. You can use that to say, hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody, look, you saw the MER. The most ISK in the game probably is in Pochven. They fixed the sites. There's a lot of PvP going. We need bodies. We need miners. We need people that are on the belts getting rocks. Relax. Okay, geez Louise, chat. I know Twitch chat. Okay, relax. We need people to help us get materials. We need people to help us with industry. We need people.
That wasn't what happened. Instead, it looks like what happened was from this guy complaining.
While this was going on, remember that one thing that I said with the dread sites that was our only form of income? There was an exploit that was found.
It's like your relatives ask you to fix every PC problem because you installed Windows once. That's actually a much better example, Dubba. That's a way better example. That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And the problem is because no one knows any better, no one calls him on his bullshit. And then someone who does know better calls him on his bullshit, and instead of being like, damn dude, shit, you're actually right. I don't know what I'm talking about. I should apologize. Instead you double down. And then you triple down. And then you quadruple down. And then you say, actually, no, this expert is wrong.
The exploit was called seagulling. You could have 15 people in the group, and if you got the 16 people, that 16th person would make it so that all of the money that dropped, because it split evenly between people, wouldn't split evenly anymore. It would drop it by about 50% and then split evenly. So it crashed the shit out of our earnings.
He's right. This was an exploit that was found. They fixed the sites in terms of income and rep. And then an exploit came in. And I agree with you to a point, Flea Harvey. Okay, I'm glad you're here, Flea Harvey. Oh, so, ladies and gentlemen, a current CSM for Pochven is in chat. Give me some 07s for Flea Harvey. It's great to see you, Flea. And we know who you actually are. Thank you very much for that. So, listen, this is the real talk, chat. Was it an exploit or not? I think you've seen that the way he's describing things tends to go towards the negative. So if I hold up an apple and I say, what's this? And he goes, oh, it's a bitter red fruit. Maybe don't listen to how this guy describes the game if he is so negative about this. And this is why I'm trying to make this video. We're correcting history, chat. I'm going to talk about that in just a sec. Okay, so this is an exploit that did happen. It was very frustrating. They were talking about it with devs. The site wasn't being done as intended. Let's put it that way. Let's keep listening.
Player found out that if they go to the gate, which is kind of like the portal to the entrance of the dungeon, and shoot it, and then cloak up and fly away, they could then sit there cloaked until the NPC boss would say, I'm gonna die, and then they would just uncloak and they would count as the 16th player. When they removed the reputation standing for the gates, there were dozens of alts in every one of our runs. We went from making millions of ISK per player to thousands of ISK per player, which is the in-game currency. It destroyed us. So we started
Do you see the lack of, accountability? The sites are broken. CCB Games fixed it. Okay. The sites are fixed. Now there's ways that players have found to play around it. So instead of them saying, now we have to gank the other alts, we have to come up with a system to get rid of the 16th player, right? There's so many ways to trap people in EVE. You can use warp bubbles. You can have, you can have one of your alts.
We need to get rid of the 16th player. Okay, no, I need to hear more.
Sitting there ready to go to kill off that other guy. Keep de-incentivizing the people from doing this thing. And who cares if you make less ISK if you keep on de-incentivizing them? If I sat down for like a day and had this problem, we could come up with some solution and get out and test. But do you see, and I'm going to read something in chat because you're totally correct. Jack says he's portraying everything that happened was an intentional and malicious attack on him. That's what I'm talking about. So, has it not been fixed? I don't know, Brian. I have to go check it. But point is, my alliance lives in Pochven now. We do OBS, OBS all the time. We have no problem. We PvP, we fight for what we have to. There's none of, we don't need to worry about this. Okay, right, bubble the gates. There's so many. It has been fixed. It was fixed years ago. There it is. So, and Flea Harvey is a current CSM in Pochven, so I would listen to him. So, chat, I wish no ill will on this guy. I really don't. I just want to correct a malicious lie that has been perpetrated that EVE is bad. That's the first lie. Because again, this video is many people's introduction to EVE Online.
And can I just say, this feels like this is going to be so mean, but I don't mean it to be mean, if that makes sense. This sounds like this is a guy who read like a Wikipedia article about trains. And then this guy is the naked autist in the basement who's been like obsessively thinking about trains since he was 5 years old. And he just saw this guy post a video. And Train Guy got really fucking mad about it. He was like, what did this motherfucker say? A penny can derail this train? And he was like going into like such hyper detail. I'm so impressed. God, I love this man. I love this man's passion for this game.
And it's just not true. Something that did happen, but has been misinterpreted in the public eyes in a negative light.
Reporting this to Eve, like the CCP. We had over 300 reports in, we did this for months, and CCP never responded to it. So with all of this going on, with the game...
He's gonna do it again. He's gonna do it. You can see he can't help himself. He's like fucking losing it. Yeah, you can see the colors in his face. Blood pressure's rising. What time is it in SA? 2:30.
Listen. Remember I said you're entitled to nothing.
Fuck.
You are not a game developer. This dude, not a game developer. So if you report something, you are not entitled to a response back. Would it be nice to like, hey, scene? Sure. But you don't need to get anything back. You're not, and I'm saying you as like collective you. Like
I can already see that Pirate's gonna cut this video up and he's gonna choose this little piece here. And he's gonna be like, oh, actually, I am a game developer. Did you know about my game Hardbound? Blah, blah, blah. When it's obvious that the context of what this guy's saying is very specifically about Eve.
Including myself, you are not a part of the internal team. You don't get to dictate timings of things. So saying we had hundreds of reports and we all reported for months and they didn't say anything to us. Yeah, you're not entitled to like them talking to you, dude. You're just a player. Now, I'll play devil's advocate. This is all very frustrating stuff. What should he have done? He probably should have gone to play another game. Probably should have gone to gone to other things, gone on to other areas.
Or as a completely, as a complete fucking retard who doesn't understand how EVE Online works, if this is the area in the game that's bugged, why not play every single other component area of the game instead of this specific area? I don't understand why you wouldn't do literally everything else until they fix that. Am I wrong about that? Is this place the only endgame area? Why not sit adjacent to it? Because I don't know how this works. Why not sit adjacent to it until it's fixed and then move in? I don't get the logic here. Sunk cost fallacy. They spent months building their stuff there. But if you keep on like losing your stuff and like losing reputation and whatever the fuck else, why not go take over another area of space where you have a better chance to build yourself up instead of just continually death by 1,000 cuts kind of shit? Unless the part that Pirate's not telling us is that they all knew that at some point this had to be fixed, and the entire plan was to sit there getting fucked over for a little while until they patched it, and then they have a huge advantage. Only a dumb corpo puts all their eggs in one basket. I don't even know if he had eggs to put in the basket. Is the basket even real? I don't know anymore.
Space. Instead of, you report the bug, you move on. The goal of a video game is enjoyment. And if you are in an area of space that is broken, that the sites are being exploited by other game mechanics, whatever, time to go into another area of space. Saying I reported it and my alliance reported it, we had hundreds of reports over months and they never said anything. First of all, I just don't believe that, because after working with EVE Online devs myself, it might take like a month, maybe, to work with their GM team, but they'll get back to you. I just got done working with one, and it took them a little bit of time, I'm not gonna lie to you, but they got back to me when they were ready to get the tickets. We as players, there's a push and pull here, okay? Let's talk about this in a healthy way. We as players enjoy the service that the developers have made. We enjoy it, and we choose to put our time and effort and our attention into, I'm talking real macro stuff here, chat, into games that we enjoy as a community. If the devs are doing things that we don't like, we don't have to play the game. The power's with us. The money is with us, okay? So if the devs are doing something you don't like, report it and keep moving. When it becomes a problem is when you're so invested in a game, in a system, that you feel entitled to the attention and the needs of the developers. I don't care if you're...
Okay, yeah, but that's like 70% of the player base of any single MMORPG in existence. Where's that one clip? You remember this? This is exactly what this sounds like to me. And this isn't even an MMO player.
Even make it to live servers. How? How did they think that was okay to even put it in the game? I'm so sick of this fucking company. They're trash! Fix the game! It sucks playing the shit! And I'm fucking addicted! So I can't quit! I'm so sick of this shit!
That's every single MMO player, so to be fair to Pirate, that may be what he was going through at the time.
You're the richest person in EVE Online that has been playing since day one if you have 5 trillion ISK, or you have a Python with a bunch of kill marks, right, Drake? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. You're still not entitled to developer time. You see this all the time on Twitter where like there'll be a change to like the game and people will tag the devs on Twitter and like send them mean things, and like, you know, anybody sending threats to somebody over a video game is a small person, chat. They literally need help. They actually need to go out and touch some grass. We all agree, any normal person agrees, getting that worked up about a video game is just bad. You need to go.
Man, I used to love doing this. I've told this story before. But like in WoW, what me and my buddies used to do is we used to have like a competition where we would get home from school and we would like, we would go like pug a dungeon and find like 2 other people or 3 other people, depending on who was online. And we would say the most heinous and obscene shit possible. And the whole game was whoever gets one of the random players to whisper them after the dungeon with a threat or some insane shit because of the retarded things we were saying wins for that week, and someone else had to buy them food at school the next day. And I gotta tell you, I won. I tried so hard. I said such insane shit. But fuck, I was so unhinged. I don't know how I didn't get banned. But oh my god, I got so many free lunches.
Chat, I'm in therapy now. Okay? Therapy's great. Really awesome. It helps to talk to a neutral third party and work through some of the stuff you're going through, because, you know, the people that are sending these violent things to the developers, it's just evil. There's no other way to put it. It's just wrong. That's the same kind of entitlement we're seeing displayed here, but at a way worse thing. But that kind of stuff starts here, where it's my Stargates, my area of space. We submitted tickets for months and they didn't talk to me. You're not entitled to anybody's attention, dude, okay?
Game mechanics being changed to be against us, with them not fixing any of the exploits. I called it, and I said, enough is enough, guys. We've been fighting every day for months. This is bullshit. The devs aren't listening to us. It's time to burn it down. And we did. We burned our own home to the ground. We actually linked up with all the other Triglavian alliances in the game that were smaller than us, and we destroyed everything.
Yeah.
Is that story real, or are you learning Pirate Software's way? No, it's actually real. It's a thing. Like, I wouldn't bother. So here's my problem. Frozen cheesecake. I wouldn't bother telling a story that's not real, because then I have to remember a lie, and I don't have the energy or the attention span to get away with that. I learned that in my previous relationship before I met my wife, where I was dating someone who was a gigantic piece of shit, and the easiest way I found to deal with her was to lie all the time. I lied about everything to her. I lied about what I had for breakfast. I lied about what I was doing in the day. Like, I wasn't even doing shit like cheating on her or anything. I was just lying because it was easier than having a fucking argument with her about nothing, because everything pissed her off. And do you know how fucking difficult that was? Because she would check me on my shit. And it made my life so fucking difficult. So I don't bother. If you don't lie, you don't have to remember anything. You don't have to double check details of shit you said before in the past. I wish I had the skill to lie the way Pirate does, because he's so good at it, but I just don't. Acceptance of your addiction is the first step to sobriety. How come you're up so late on a school night? Aeon Tempest, my kid's not going to school yet. She's too young for that, first of all. Second of all, I live in a very dangerous area in my country, so it benefits me to stay up through the night to make sure that my house isn't going to get robbed and that I can keep my family safe. And while I'm doing that, I get to stream as well, and then I can sleep during the day. So that's why I'm up this late, because I'm always up this late whenever I'm streaming. It's just how it is. Real, but he wasn't the one calling the shots. Okay, I'm not sure what that refers to. Another part of this is that that is incredibly unfair that nobody brings up, is that these MMOs and stuff are psychologically created to make players invested in them to an unhealthy degree. Absolutely. Of course. This is the digital casino. I mean, literally, they are like on YouTube. You can go look up entire presentations given by game industry psychologists whose entire job is make the game as addictive as possible so people can't leave or don't feel like leaving. It's perfect. It's flawless.
Gentlemen, we have arrived at the lie. We have arrived at the lie that we must correct. The rest of this is tone and spirit of what he's saying. We've arrived at the lie.
I called it, and I said,
I called it. I called it.
Wait. Hey, remember what I said about how people like this tend to always be the victim and the hero in the story? There you go.
Let me say it like him.
I called it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the lie. I have first-hand knowledge. Pirate Software was not the person that called it. Just to be clear, he did. His alliance was one of the big three Parchment alliances at the time, and his alliance did burn down the structures in the area as protest with the other alliances. That did happen. This is a very cool story. This did happen in protest of the devs and of the problems in Pochfin. The players destroyed their own structures so that they didn't have to deal with constantly repairing them and repping them and reffing them, as these are EVE terms, okay, and protecting them because the area of space was broken. So the whole triangle, all.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm missing something here. So they destroyed all their own shit in protest. How does that hurt the devs? Wait, they said, okay, you destroy something, you can't rebuild it in that area. So is that why that hurt the devs? I'm not getting why that would work against the devs or why the devs would even give a shit about that. I'm missing something there because I've never played EVE. So I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I don't know how that protest works.
All the big alliances decided,
maybe I'll explain
hey, we're going to burn these down. The lie is that Pirate Software decided to do it. That I called it.
With all of this going on, with the game mechanics being changed to be against us, with them not fixing any of the exploits, I called it. And
No, he didn't. And you might say, Loru, sounds like they all kind of decided. I have first-hand knowledge that other people ideated this. Other people decided it and were already burning down their structures. And when Pirate Software...
If you have first-hand knowledge, can you show it? Show me evidence. Show me evidence, autistic trained man. I need to see the evidence.
First Corp saw that this was going on. He started talking to him, and then he decided to do it with his Alliance and Corp. He decided nothing. This is important because this game is about the stories. This game is about the players. And by saying in a video with 1 million+ views to these people that will never play EVE Online, he's effectively taking away the onus and the authority of all the other players that were actually in the area doing what they were doing. Okay?
Okay, sure. But have you considered that his dad worked at Blizzard? I don't think you've considered that point. First off, it means basically you can't craft in those areas anyway. Even if you're not a member of those alliances, other people are worse. Okay, so it's just they actively impacted the quality of the game because the game is story-driven and player-driven. and the stories that occur within the game are made by players. And so because of that, everyone gets a worse experience. But at the same time, that seems like a temporary problem. And much like an abandoned crack house, eventually someone's going to start squatting on that property and make it back into a house. So that seems like a temporary issue. I'm struggling to understand why that would work. Or maybe it's a shit enough problem that it would make most people quit playing the game instead of dealing with it. Sounds like shitting on your own pants to force others to smell it and thinking you've won. Douglas? You say it like it's a bad thing, but there have been kids that I knew in school who, when they were rejected a bathroom visit by a teacher, they threatened to piss their pants right in front of the teacher. And it would have worked. So maybe it's like that. Yes, imagine if there was a town with trading post crafting stations, middle of the hot zones, making it more convenient for anyone who's in those areas, and then the town's owners burn it the fuck down. Okay, I think I'm kind of getting it. It still sounds like a temporary issue to me, but that's probably because I've never played EVE Online, so I don't have the experience to understand how big of a deal that is.
Why it's important who decided it, Brian, is because it wasn't him. It's a revisionist version of history that makes himself look more important, that makes himself look tall, when he wasn't even the guy who thought of the idea. This is the first lie, okay? This is the first problem with this, that if you're going to be standing on the shoulders of giants, make yourself look tall, then man, you better tell the truth. The reality is this.
He's not standing on the shoulders of giants. He's standing and saying everyone else around him is a midget. That's what he's saying.
Guy used the stories of others in this instance to make himself look bigger, okay? We're not saying we're not going to hold the devs to their mistakes. We're not saying we're not going to do something, that you shouldn't burn down the area. I think this is a pretty cool story, and because of the, call it lack of attention of the developers, I think we can say that for fair. That was happening. The entire area decided to burn down their own structures, okay? Saying it was me, I decided, that's the problem. This is the lie. There was plenty of other players in Ponchvin, plenty of other players that were having the same struggles. He didn't come up with this. He didn't start it, but he's taking credit for it. Why? What does the prophet Cat Williams say? I don't know why liars lie, but they lie. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is important, and the truth will set you free.
Does. With them not fixing any of the exploits, I called it. And I said, enough is enough, guys. We've been fighting every day for months. This is bullshit. The devs aren't listening to us.
Damn, he really does sound like... He speaks with such confidence. Can we just end it? We're nearly done. I think what's most impressive about the way Pirate Software lies is how confident he sounds while he's saying it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I didn't enjoy a lot of Pirate Software's shorts back in the day. And he spoke with such confidence that I'm going to be honest with you. Some of his shorts, my brain switched off, and I was like, he must know what he's talking about. He has to be so confident. He has to be so right, because there is no fucking way someone who doesn't know what they're talking about doesn't speak with those levels of confidence. And that makes me think, maybe Pirate Software's in so deep that he actually believes his own lies. Maybe he's not a person we should be shitting on. Maybe he's a person who genuinely needs help because he believes the bullshit he's spewing. That's the only way I can think to consolidate this in my brain. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I always knew something was wrong with this guy. No, this guy took me in. I thought he was very impressive back in the day. That was before 10 months ago when he started taking shits on Stop Killing Games.
It's time to burn it down. And we did. We burned our own home to the ground. We actually linked up with all the other Triglavian alliances in the game that were smaller than us, and we destroyed everything that we owned. in the entire region, and no one could ever have it again because it wasn't replaceable. We burned it to the ground.
It's a pretty cool story, right? Like, think about it like this. What other video game have you ever heard where the players have this kind of onus, of this kind of authority, of this kind of story, right? I can't really think of that many. Like, maybe Ashes of Creation, but that's still, what is it, Alpha Beta? Anyway, I don't really follow the game. How he's describing this is that he's some mastermind that like came up with this big bad plan, and then everybody else followed suit. That's how this feels and sounds, and that's not what happened. He was the guy that followed.
As a protest. And it worked. It worked really well. Everyone took notice. We left that area.
Any idiot can pull out MS Paint and scribble some shit to make themselves look knowledgeable. Here's the unfortunate part about you saying that, Douglas, right? So I used to work at Blizzard. No. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I've given full presentations to companies when I was contracted out to help them with stuff when being a project manager. And the most successful presentations I've ever given to people have all been in MS Paint. MS Paint is a tool that so many fucking professionals use because it's so easy to just draw on MS Paint when it's strapped to a projector and make people understand what you're saying. That's like an actual valuable skill that people use all the time in professional fields. And I think that's part of why I just automatically started believing him. Because like I'd been like preconditioned by watching experts do that and then picking up that skill myself. That he did that, and I think like some switch in my brain, some Pavlov dog switch in my brain, just like was like, oh, he must know what he's talking about. Because I've seen so many people who actually know what they're talking about use MS Paint to give presentations.
Of space, and we went back out into high-sec space. And then new players moved into...
I'm sorry.
High sec. More your speed, Pirate Software? Don't gotta defend those border, do you? Let's go. Look, if you guys wanted to do that, why did you just go there, right? Just go to high sec. Why we gotta do this rigmarole, you know? Sheesh, dude.
Podchman, and they had to live out at NPC stations. You know what they did? They reported the same goddamn vulnerability that we did, the same exploit. And you know what CCP did? They said, I thought that was just a Strybog problem.
All right, I gotta rewind this because here we go to the second lie.
What?
The same goddamn vulnerability that we did.
I gotta go back further.
And then new players moved into Podchman, and they had to live out at NPC stations. You know what they did? They reported the same goddamn vulnerability that we did, the same exploit. And you know what CCP did? They said, I thought that was just a Strybog problem. All
right, Strybog is their alliance. I don't believe this happened. I believe that more players joined the area and started reporting the exploit more. That I believe. I don't believe the devs said, I thought this problem was only specific to this alliance. Here's why. He's one of 3 alliances, big alliances. There's other ones, but there's the 3 biggest ones in the area. You're telling me that only your alliance was reporting that bug? No. Publicly available information says that's literally incorrect. There have been podcasts, and Talking in Stations is an EVE Online podcast, where they had the 3 heads, where all of them are frustrated, all of them are talking about it. They have the 3 in do I have this video? Do I have it here for you? In this video, I'll link it in chat for you, okay? There's the 3 Podchman Alliance heads at the time, and this is from 3 years ago. You're going to see...
Holy fuck, look at that man in the bottom left corner. Jesus. This is probably the fucking scariest EVE player in the world. This dude has everything in the game. I'm telling you that right now. This man looks like a sleep paralysis demon in front of a keyboard. Holy fucking shit. If I saw this guy's like fuck, if this guy with a ship in this game like flew past me or some shit, I would immediately log out and just never log back in again, because I'd never be able to reach the level of skill that this man obviously has. God damn.
That all 3 of them are frustrated. Opus 070, what's up, buddy? All 3 of them are frustrated. All 3 of them have been reporting this, and Opus actually very correctly gets very upset about the seagulling and about what's going on because it was very frustrating. So again, the line is, my alliance has been reporting stuff. My alliance has been ignored. Nobody, and the devs aren't listening to us. And then once a bunch of new players...
No, you see, Train Man just misspoke. It's... I am not being listened to. I reported the bug. I'm the one suffering. I'm suffering and everyone else is fine. This is unfair on me.
Join the triangle, then they fix it. Ladies and gentlemen, if they put out a monthly economic report saying that the area is lucrative, this is going to pull in a crap ton of more people to the area. Okay? Those people are going to give a report about an exploit. If there's a problem that keeps subsisting, the amount of reports are going to increase. So if there's 300 reports versus over here, there's a bug with 5,000, the devs are going to work on the 5,000 bug report, not the 300 bug report. As more players come to Parchment, more reports get hit. This means the devs are going to prioritize that more. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe that the dev said, I thought it was a Strybog problem, because all 3 alliances have been reporting this. All the other alliances have been reporting this was a thing.
You know what? Exceptional claims demand exceptional evidence. And you would think if the dev said something as insane as I thought this was a Strybog problem, or that this was only this guild was responsible for this, you'd think he would have a screenshot ready for when he's giving the story.
I don't believe that happened. The line of, we've been reporting this, and they did nothing about it, and then once new players came in, then they fixed it, oh, woe is me, while he's lashing himself. I don't believe that that's what happened either, as far as the spirit of it. Did literally more people come to the triangle, more reports happen, and then they fixed it happen? Yes. But making it about himself, making it this victim thing, that's not what happened. My goodness, it's not just about you.
Which was our guild, and then they fixed it. I left the game. I'm never going to play EVE again.
By the way, Strybog. Let's talk about Strybog for just a second, okay? So with all the drama going on around Pirate Software, yeah, we're going to Reddit. You know I don't like Reddit, but here we are, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Sheesh. Pirate Software EVE Stories. This came out 4 days ago as of this. I want to talk about Strybog for just a sec. Right now, I was perusing this. The Strybog Discord has an F off Maldavius emoji. It's a real thing. Okay, it's real in their Discord, F off Maldavius. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual alliance that he's talking about has an emote saying F off.
Wow, a whole fucking... Damn. Holy, imagine how he fucked off an entire, oh my god, do you know how long these EVE players have been waiting for his downfall? Oh my god, EVE players have been watching this a mile away and he blew the fuck up, and every old school EVE player who saw any of his shorts was like, it's this motherfucker, and all I have to do is wait before other people realize it. And then I get to come in and be like, I was right all along. You know how good they must feel right now. Every single EVE player who fucking hated him must feel so vindicated. Oh, man. They just saw Pirate Software loses everything and they just started coming uncontrollably. Jesus Christ. That level of vindication, I will never feel. Holy shit. As Steve was one of the first built Titans in the game, which at the time of release Titans were the biggest and largest ships in the game, they could potentially turn the tides of losing a battle to winning a battle purely from power. Whatever corpo made Steve was targeted by other corporations in the game. One EVE player was some French guy who was permabanned from the game, which removed limiters on his behavior. The rival corporation of Steve paid this French fuck to track down the corpo leader of Steve and cut the power to his house. That's mentally ill behavior. That's actually mentally ill behavior.
Chat, do you think that they remember him fondly? Do you think that he's respected in that alliance? Do you think that he's liked in that alliance? I don't think so. And to be clear again, I don't wish negativity on this guy because he lied. I just want the truth to come out. He's saying that the dev said, I thought it was a Strybog problem. I don't think that's true. He even brings their name into it. Well, since you're bringing their name into it, I'm going to let the truth be shown. They clearly don't want to be associated with you anymore.
They fucking
because
hate
they
it.
have
God
this kind
damn.
of thing. We can really extrapolate a lot out from just one emoji. It's that important. Okay, let's just keep moving.
Problem, which was our guild, and then they fixed it. I left the game. I'm never going to play EVE again. That kind of behavior is so above and beyond awful for the players, I can't get behind it. Like, I can fight another player. I can even fight another player's wallet, and we did many times in EVE, but I'm not going to fight the devs. That's
Jesus.
bullshit. That's completely bullshit.
The narrative of this video that I'm trying to fight against is a couple things. This is many people's first view of EVE Online, okay?
Wow, it's almost like this is analogous to people's first interaction with Stop Killing Games. Holy shit.
It's a subjective view and a very bitter view of what actually happened. I have nothing but positive interactions with EVE devs. You don't have to fight the EVE devs. You don't have to view the world as something that is owed to you, and then if it doesn't bow before you, everything is terrible. That's how this video reads and plays, and I hope that we understand something bigger here. There were some questions in chat about why does it matter who did what, and why does it matter how the stuff was said. It matters because EVE is about the stories. EVE is about the players. EVE is about the people that make up this game and the stories that will make it great. And if someone is perpetuating a lie about their importance on things, that matters because you've taken away the onus the players that were actually there saying, our alliance reported this bug and nobody fixed it. And then when new players came in and then they fixed it, it wasn't just them reporting the bug. There was 2 other alliances reporting the same exploit bug, whatever you want to call it. It's not just about this person. It's about everybody. It's about the collective. And that's something I think Pirate Software can learn from. So, you know, EVE Online.
Yeah, you're not going to learn shit, buddy.
It's a great game. And we put out a ton of EVE guides on our YouTube channel, even if you're a new bro, a new pilot, a new capsuleer, as we call them.
Okay,
come on
that's
in,
his
you can
plug. Not bad, not bad. That explained a lot. Fuck me. So, like, Pirate's just been a piece of shit even before he popped the fuck off. He's just, man, he was built up and then knocked right the fuck down. This, you know, this video I will say this about this video. This makes me think that Pirate Software is not an industry plant, because he's been bullshitting for so long that he just bullshitted to the right amount of people who didn't know any better, people like me, until it all came crumbling down and he started touching on subjects that we did know something about. Which makes his downfall inevitable. And he's going to keep doubling down. This man is an infinite content well. Pirate Software is, like, I'm going to bet you this now, right? This man is such a lolcow that wherever we are now, it's going to get worse in the future. I thought about this. I can see the path now. And so people were taking a shit on his video game's code. So you know what the next natural step is? People are going to start taking a shit on his video game if it's bad. And he's going to double down and say that this was done maliciously and everyone hates him and boo-hoo. But what if his game is actually dog shit? I don't know if it is or not, but what if it actually is? And now he's not going to listen to that. And then there's going to be another controversy that comes up. And then there's going to be another controversy. There is no end to this because he's too arrogant to ever take a step back and, like, think critically about something. It's fucking insane behavior. And you know what's really interesting about this? The biggest rats who've been hiding behind a thin veneer of confident speaking are all going to come out and defend him. And it's not going to help him. It's going to be like he's the biggest crab in the bucket, just pulling everyone down with him. And what scares me, actually, is the idea that people are one day going to start making shit up about him. And the thing is, he's done stuff that's so bad, I don't actually think that you need to make stuff up about him. I think that just weakens the case. He's done such bullshit all the time that you just need to point out what he's done. The newest shit that came out is maybe the worst, the hype train rigging. Hype train rigging? Maybe we're going to find out what that is. I'm sure that's in one of these videos here. Let's see. Let's continue down this path.
Talk about the pirates.
Now this guy's videos, I've watched a few of them, right? More Pegasus is like the ultimate slop tuber, and he's really impressive because he's just, man, this guy's on the grind. Every day he's got a new video. Every day he's got a new video. What he doesn't know. What do you mean I don't know? But the hype train rig. How would you rig a hype train? Can we see it in 1.5x? Don't worry, we will. We will. Okay, so this video goes over it. Okay, so this is going to be new to me. I'm not sure what the fuck the hype train rigging is. I thought people would be shitting on his video game if it's that bad. But if people aren't shitting on his video game yet, maybe that means his video game is okay. And I'm willing to say this now. If his coding is actually complete dog shit, but the video game is fine, then it doesn't matter that his coding was dog shit. And I know that's a hot take, and people are like, oh, you're defending pirates. No, I just don't think we need to shit on him when there's more than enough stuff to shit on him for that actually matters. Like, you know, using false DMCA claims. Like fucking silencing anyone who goes against him. That kind of shit. In 8 years, his game is only one chapter. In that one chapter, there's a total of 2 fights. Both fights are the same enemy and filled with baby easy puzzles. So have you played his game then, Moonstone? You can rig a hype train by having someone donate gift subs before it runs out. Wait, I've seen a short. I saw a short about this. He made a short where he said something like, he takes money from subs and then gifts them to the channel so that viewers don't have to deal with ads. Or something like that. And to me, that sounded like a pretty good reason to gift, like, subs to a channel. If you've got the money to do it, I would think it would be a good idea to gift your community subs, because who the fuck wants to watch ads? That makes sense to me. Hype train. Does that mean like he was... Wait, hold on. So he had a hype train on his channel, and the gifted subs he was giving to people, he was timing them to make sure that the hype train never ran out. On purpose. I don't know. I don't know. If this video explains it, I guess I'll see.
Software situation. Basically, people are now accusing him of fraud. YouTuber and lawyer Legal Mindset has responded, going over the potential legal implications.
Oh, hey, guess what? That means I don't need to watch this one.
Moderator Kronos has also responded. Pirate Software himself has actually responded on stream and in several tweets as well. And it's not looking very good. Subscribe for the absolute best daily
God damn, look how impressive this is. Actually over, finally over, he's over, actually done. FBI. How many times is something gonna be over? I feel like this man is willing this into reality. Is more Pegasus actually a Warhammer 40k like orc, where he believes something hard enough and it actually starts happening? And he's using red text to make it happen faster.
Entertainment. Let's up those numbers! Now, quick context, Pirate Software is a streamer with a massive ego that has been in drama for over a month now. This is for various different things, but one of the main dramas was him spreading misinformation about the Stop Killing Games movement, which was basically a movement trying to get signatures to help put game preservation laws in place.
By the way, the short I made 10 months ago about him shitting on Ross here, on Internet Jesus, has been popping the fuck off recently. For no other reason than people have taken 10 months to catch up to where I was. And it felt so good.
Now, he responded several times, made a complete fool of himself because his ego is massive and he can't seem to ever admit fault. There's also a bunch of side stuff going on. He had some WoW drama where he got his party killed. People have been questioning his reputation as a
I've seen these videos, but if I'm being honest with you, I don't give a fuck how a game's programmed as long as it's good.
Called intelligent person, and in general he just seems very fake, from his credentials to his gaming skill to basically everything about him. Shout out to fellow YouTuber Quintheo, who has covered this extensively, and no, this is...
Yeah, it's Quintheo. I've seen some of the Quintheo videos. I've got it downloaded on my phone. I was going to watch it in the gym tomorrow, but maybe we watch it tonight.
This is not my alt, guys. But anyways, today I wanted to talk about the potential fraud he might have committed on Twitch. So basically, some DMs got leaked between him and his moderator.
Wait, hold on. Let me know if you do, but this is going to be the best way to do it due to the return if you'll need to save it. Bits rather than T3s. Oh, tier 3 subs. Might be better, don't know. Bits is 82% return when you buy them in bulk. Have you bought any yet? I've done 100 T1s on on my personal. Ready to do... Fuck, my eyesight's dog shit. Ready to do 40 T3s on an alt. Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty as fuck. Oh, that's dirty as fuck, dude. That's filthy. Oh, I'm gonna do it on an alt so no one knows it's me. 40 tier 3s. Jesus. Can do bits instead or both. Did 50k bits at 20 seconds left. Now we know. Okay, what is the alt account? serendipitous bean. Where's the beef? I don't understand this concept, this context. But his name is either Where's the Beef or Serendipitous Bean.
Or Kronos, and it appears they might have been setting up donations to themselves to artificially inflate the hype train on Twitch. And then Pirate might have been paying back these donations to him behind the scenes. So if you don't know what a hype train is, it's basically whenever you have a surge in subscriptions or bits on Twitch.
Can you make it clearer? What do you mean? Hold on.
Twitch, you get this ongoing hype train, and you can unlock emotes and shit like that. And of course, when people see there's a lot of hype behind it and there's all this momentum behind these donations, it inspires other viewers to donate as well. And Pirate in the past also had one of the biggest hype trains ever, but because of this potential—
Look, I'm gonna be honest, if I had money to burn and I was a dirty rich bastard, I'd gift you all subs. Because fuck ads. Honestly, fuck ads. I wouldn't even lie to you about it though. I'd just be like, fuck you, I'm gifting you subs so you never... Like, if someone comes in here and starts bitching about ads, I'll immediately give them a sub if I had the money to do it. Just immediately. Because fuck ads.
Fraud, it sets up a host of legal problems. And in general, the drama has gotten so bad that—
But apparently that's illegal, according to this.
Pirate's been losing tons and tons of followers and subs as well. But let's just start with the incriminating leaked DMs here. Pirate accidentally flashed this on stream. So this is a conversation between Kronos, his moderator, and Pirate himself. Kronos says, Pirate Software says, let me know if you do. Bits is going to be the best way to do it due to the return if you need to save it.
No, 8X. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare, 8X. Use that money on yourself. I'm gonna start calling you IDAX. Don't you fucking dare. Use your money on yourself. You got a kid on the way. You told me you have a kid on the way. Do not do it. Do not fucking do it. Motherfucker. Yeah, like, I'm serious. I'm dead serious about this. Do you know how much anxiety you give me when you do that? I sit there thinking about it while I'm taking shits at night. Fuck, he did it. You give me sleepless nights, you piece of shit. Do you know how much that stresses me out? You fuck me. Oh no, now it's Sniper Tigress as well. God damn it. I'm gonna make subs a bad, like a banned word. Holy, oh my fuck. I'm dead serious. Do you know how much like anxiety that gives me? Are these your mods alt accounts? Let me just flash some DMs on screen. I wish I had DMs to flash. God damn it. I would feel less guilty if I was doing this in a manipulative way like Pirate Software. Thank you, Sniper Tigress. And 8Axe. Now I'm gonna have to go out of my way to fucking spend your money irresponsibly. I hope you know that. You bastards. Oh my god, that's gonna be so... Oh, fuck. You know, I keep procrastinating on this, but I really need to set up like a fucking Excel spreadsheet for this shit, and I keep on doing it manually. I need to fix that. Because I'm gonna have a fucking stroke because of you. You bastard. Buy gems on Guild Wars, dude. Yeah, just ultimately scam them. That's the worst idea I've ever heard. Punish them by wasting their money in the dumbest way possible. Oh, no. Fuck's sake. Oh, god damn it. Now Zabik's doing it as well. Oh. You people are such fucking bastards, you know that? I tell you not to do... I swear to God, I should actually sit here screaming at you to sub to me. That way you'll never do it. You dicks. Thank you, Zamp. You yeah, god damn it. Right, hold on. Now I have to fucking do this. I have to do this. Fuck me. God damn it. You motherfuckers. Every time I think I'm safe. Every single time I think I'm safe, you bastards do this to me. Say, like you should, literally, you should be using your money on yourself. I don't know why. I don't understand it. Use your goddamn money on yourself, you fucking dickheads. Fuck, you've pulled me off track. Now I can't even remember what this video was about. God damn it. Now I'm gonna have to stream every day to not feel guilty, you pieces of shit. Fuck me. Okay, let's see what Pirate Software's up to. It's about Tangier. Yeah, you got the free Tangier taken away because you fuckers keep on using it to make weird ooh anime sex noises in it. And then Tangier sends me a message and is like, yeah, you're on cooldown for 30 days. Fuck you. You have to pay taxes in it if you gamble at all. Yes. Especially if you gamble at all, Keith. Because of the laws in my country. Doesn't fucking matter.
Rather than tier 3s? Tier 3s might be better, don't know. Bits is 82% return when you buy them in bulk. Have you bought any yet? I've done 100 tier 1s on my personal and ready to do 40 tier 3s on an alt.
God, look at this planning. He's so good at planning and he just keeps fucking it up. You know, if this DM was never leaked, I would still, to this day, think that gifting, like, subs, like, if you're the streamer and you're gifting subs to people watching you, would be a good thing. This is why I turned off the fucking hype train. Let me double check that it's not there. I think the hype train, honestly, I fucking hate the hype train on Twitch. I think it's some of the most manipulative shit out there. Because it, like, pushes people to do things that they don't want to do. But it makes them feel FOMO, and so they do it. I fucking hate the hype train so much. I hate the idea of you being manipulated into a situation where you feel like you have to do something. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. There's no problem with gifting subs to your community. This is different. So this is not the same thing as gifting subs. Okay, so, I mean, obviously it's not the same thing. What am I saying? It's because you fuckers pulled me off track that I'm losing track of what I'm thinking. You bastards. He's got a mod. Kronos is the guy who helped Pirate Software false DMCA claim that one dev. That I'm aware of, because I've heard the word Kronos before. Kronos is helping him fake subs and donations to keep the hype train going and is using an alt account to do it, which is deceptive practice. That's what this sounds like to me.
So this alt will come up very soon. Can do bits instead or both. Chrono says, did 50k bits at 20 seconds left. Okay, what is the alt account? Serendipitous Bean. Okay, so this name will be very important. Apparently, this is Kronos' alt, and he...
Okay, so it's blurry. It's not just my eyeballs. IRL friend of Kronos and excited that they are now free from corporate. Love your stream and what you do for people here. There aren't many cool or supportive streamers that... Man... The industry plant has industry plants. This is so impressive. It's plants all the way down. This man lives in a fucking forest. Holy shit. I'm trying to think how Pirate Software would get around this. What is the lie he would tell to get away with this? Actually, those DMs are fake. No. I don't know if he's done this, but the best defense I can see that Pirate Software could pull to this, off the top of my head that I can think of, is I don't control what someone else in my chat does. Despite the fact that there's literal DMs showing him planning it. That's I think the best defense he's probably got. Or maybe there was an exploit that Spiffing Brit did with the Twitch subs back in the day, where if you sub from Turkey, like Turkish people subbing pay a much lower rate, but if you're in the US, you still get paid at the regular rate of subs, right? It's possible that he got this guy to do these donations with a VPN through a Turkish company or something like that, so that he gets paid out more on the other end and launders money that way. No, launders not the right word. I can't think of what the right word is, but basically extract money from Twitch. Maybe that's what he's doing, and maybe Pirate's gonna say, "I don't know who Serendipitous Bean is. How would I ever know? It was a different Serendipitous Bean. He goes to another country." Steal. Yeah, probably steal is the right word. Fun fact, Jason is now quadrupling down a couple of hours ago. Send me a link. It's probably on Twitter, right? He's probably losing his fucking mind on Twitter as people shit on him again. I know for a fact this man will never be like, "You got me." Man, I'm so bad at this bullshit. By the way, I want to make this clear. I've been doing like a deep dive into VTubers and shit. I'm going to be honest with you. What's terrified me about it is how much fake shit goes on in VTuber communities. The fake viewership, the fake subs, the boosting of things, the botting. So like this isn't as unique of a scenario as you think it is on Twitch. This is one of many, based on the research and data I've been looking at. And that scares the shit out of me, because it makes me think that maybe like 80% of the Twitch platform is actually fake. The fake pretending they don't like lolly shit. That's a different problem. That's more of a you should be on a list problem. VTubers leaving V-Shoujo agencies because they were stealing Iron Mouse's charity donations. I've got that queued up somewhere here. We'll take a look at that after we get through my favorite lolcow, my personal spirit animal here.
He tries to pretend this is one of his like IRL friends or something, all part of the massive scheme they got going on.
Wait, I missed that.
This is Kronos' alt, and he tries to
IRL friend of Oh my god, he just fucking lies in the message. Holy fucking shit. This is like this is like one day you walk up to someone you know and like, "Listen, I definitely didn't fuck your girlfriend," and then just having a conversation about something that has nothing to do with that. Your buddy's gonna look at you like, "Why did you say that?" Oh my god.
Pretend this is one of his like IRL friends or something, all part of the massive scheme they got going on. Where's the beef? Didn't mention this to the mods either. Now the challenge is to clear the queue. Now I think what they mean by clear the queue is clear the list of donations, go through them one by one. Basically the donations that don't get cleared get donated to charity or something. Anyway, so basically Pirate, the absolute genius here, had his mod donate in
Wait. Donations get donated to charity for what? I don't know how that works.
And then had him create an alt account to pretend to be an IRL friend of his mod and then donate when it was actually just a mod himself. So we got this absolute two stooges scheming here, trying to artificially inflate their hype train. Now, I don't know why you do this as a already popular streamer. It seems pretty pathetic if you ask me. I feel like the amount of ego you actually needed to donate to yourself is crazy. But anyways, let's check out the stream that actually got him caught.
I came to the realization years ago that I'm the only real person on the internet, but still you bots are entertaining. Douglas, have you ever heard of the Greek idea of the philosophical zombie? The idea that every single other human being is not real. It's only you that exists. And everyone else isn't real. You know, back in the past, this used to be philosophy. Now we just call them schizoids. And we tell them to get in the white jacket with the long fucking sleeves.
Shout out to Quincio for these clips.
So I want to give credit to the individual who had this archived VOD, and that is Scorpion from MK on Kiwi Farm.
I wished I could place my head between them and go full burr mode and make...
What?
So this is him pulling it up on stream here, and I'll just go ahead and let the rest of it play.
Fuck, he pulled it up on stream. How are you this fucking stupid? Okay, I take back everything I said. Oh, God damn it. You want a poll? Fine. Tell me what the poll is. How are you this fucking stupid? I take back what I said about him being a genius liar. I take it back. This is retarded. This is retarded. Like, this is fucking single-digit IQ retarded. How do you fuck up this bad? Surely he could have had Discord open on a second monitor. Like, out of sheer fear that one of you fuckers is going to put a big black dick in my Discord. And if I have this here and I open it like this, one of you fucks, it's just going to be the biggest dick I've ever seen. I'm so scared of that, so I always keep it on the second monitor. How the fuck does this guy, who's actually like defrauding people, not defrauding, just straight up fucking lying to people, how does he fuck this up? I'd be stressing out constantly. You'd never fucking catch me because it'd always be going on in the back of my head if I was doing this. Fuck me. I'd be like worrying about this constantly. Oh, there we go. Better resolution. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. I'm glad Pegasus went through it and read, because I'm an MMO player, I can't read.
As you guys will see that this is indeed pirate software. You can see his messages between Cronus, the ones that we were just showing you, and then you're going to watch him go ahead and delete the text-to-speech that he just heard.
What? What is this? Where is it? I'm gonna find this. I need to find your message. God damn it, click.
Devour what mod poll do you want?
Click your garbage machine. What? Who are you? Why are you like this? Number 420. Deleted. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, that is not good. That is definitely a legit clip right there. So he basically flashes DMs on stream real quick. You know, classic streamer mistake right there. Click the wrong tab, open the wrong OBS scene.
Yeah, you know what? With his gooning things and the things that other dude he was fucking posted and tried to like do a hit job on Pirate. I gotta say we should actually be thankful that we just saw a scam and we just didn't get like a full frontal of like Gape Software's asshole. We should actually be really thankful that this is what we saw coming out of his Discord. If we're being honest. This feels like this is not the worst thing that's in his DMs. He isn't retarded, he was just careless. That's why I sent you porn as my first thing so you never make that mistake. Oh no, don't you worry. Long before you, there was someone in here called Selmevius. And that motherfucker, he fixed my mistakes real quickly because I had Discord open on the main monitor and he typed some words. And I found those words funny. And I'm lucky I'm a literal nobody because if I actually had like a bunch of people watching me, I'd be in so much shit for that.
Plenty of streamers have made this mistake in the past, but I feel like it would be better off if he accidentally flashed some like prawn instead, or even like, I don't know, good boy.
It would be much worse.
Mommy girlfriend ASMR videos would be better than.
Yeah, that's just every lonely dude on the planet watching that. Look at that, nearly 1 million views.
This. At least that way you're just a bit of a weirdo instead of somebody who actually potentially might have committed fraud. So obviously they ended up, you know, deleting the VODs, wiping out any instance of this clip on the internet essentially. But fortunately, so we had random people who archived it, and that's why we actually have this clip. So anyways, now let's get to legal mindsets analysis of the situation.
Hey, remember that rule? If it's on the internet, it's there forever. I don't think Pirate Software knows that rule. But he's fucking learning. He's definitely learning. It's that solipsism is usually used in the context of a theory that is circular and invalidates everything outside of one's brain. Oh, okay. I'm probably thinking of a different theory then, but I'm retarded. What do you expect? I didn't even realize I got a sub. Yeah, these fuckers came in here. No, you don't say thank you, Glue. You say fuck you. That's what you say. You say that to Zamp. He gave me anxiety doing that.
Because apparently he can be liable in a variety of ways.
Now, it appears his DM, the DM with his moderator, it appears his DM was purchasing bits to extend Pirate's hype train. By and in and of itself, and we're going to see that with the terms of service, etc., that probably wouldn't be a problem if the moderator was doing that on their moderator account, right? And the moderator was just, as a moderator, going and donating those bits.
Why bother doing this through a second account unless your intention is to be deceptive? You said to give subs. No, I said if I had the money to spare, I would do that. 8x. Not that you should waste your fucking money on this piece of shit stream. God damn it. I said if I had the money to do that, I would do that. You've got people in your life to take care of, you piece of shit. How dare you? I'm going to tell your wife about this. She'd be like, you could have bought me a diamond ring instead. You fucking bastard. That's it. He was trying to be deceptive. Yeah, this is like 100%. I don't see what would be the problem with his mod, him having a DM conversation with his mod, being like, yo, I can't do this myself because I'm going to be streaming. So can you just take this money and make sure that people get these subs so they never have to deal with ads? I don't see what would be wrong with that, but it's the second alt account shit, and the fact that he just straight up fucking lied and said he was a friend of Kronos. What is it, like his split personality? Apparently this fucking Kronos guy needs to be investigated as well, because apparently he's a lawyer who DMCAs people, he's deceptive, he's lying. Now fuck Pirate Software, now it's time we figure out who the fuck Kronos is. God damn.
However, it was beyond just the moderator doing it. The moderator was donating them not with their main account, but with an alt account, which the mod made Pirate aware of, and which presented itself not as the mod, but as a friend of the mod, as a separate person who was not the mod, which is not true. We're going to see that right today. But in that screenshot, we have some pretty damning proof that he was talking with the moderator in order to engage in this behavior. It says, let me know if you do. Bits is going to be the best way to do it due to the return if you need to save it. So what he's talking about is, what is the most efficient way for you to buy these bits and then extend the hype train? And the return would imply that he's going to get money back, that he's going to get reimbursed. So that implies...
I thought, hold on, if you buy in bulk, you get a discount. Is that the return he's talking about with the bits? Also, if you're sending your donation money to yourself, that's fine because you're losing some money to Twitch in order to boost your numbers. Ergo, sinking money back into your business to increase productivity, which is allowed in business practices. Hold on. Sending your donation money to yourself is fine because you're losing money to Twitch in order to boost your numbers. Makes sense. Sinking money back into your business to increase productivity. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, I don't understand why anyone would lie about this, though. Like, lying about that just seems like you're gonna fuck yourself over because, like, someone's, I mean, obviously, we've now found out. That's what makes it scummy, Kyle. If Pirate Software quite literally said, hey, I'm gonna spend this money on Twitch so that you don't have to bother with ads, ever. Like, I don't see anyone having a problem with that. I fucking hate the fact that any of you would ever have to watch an ad. You should all have ad blocker. You should all never have to deal with, like, if you're watching a live stream, you should never have to deal with a single fucking ad. It is so disruptive. It's stupid. It's retarded. Like, Twitch is fucking retarded for that shit. They need to get rid of it. They need to improve that system. Something. But the way ads work, where it just takes over the whole screen, fuck that. Fuck that shit. I hate it so much.
That as this moderator is donating, Pirate Software is going to pay him back for what he gets. So it's going to be returned to him.
Right, so obviously that is blatantly not allowed. Secretly paying back the donations in order to artificially inflate the numbers is absolutely crazy. Now, don't worry, this isn't somehow automatically generating money here. This isn't like an infinite money.
I keep getting ads for penis enlargement. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. That's normal. That's because you came on the stream and I've tagged it on YouTube, right, as Tiny Penis Gang, right? Anything over 1 inch is not allowed here, and even 1 inch is more than enough. If I took a 1 inch knife and put it in you, you would feel that, right? So yeah, 1 inch is more than enough. So this is Tiny Penis Gang. That's why that's happened. They're trying to fix a problem that doesn't need solving. Next time she says your dick is so small, you should say, man, your pussy's so loose. See how that works out for you.
money glitch here. They still make a net loss because obviously when you donate, Twitch takes a cut, right? But they are scheming here to minimize the losses here and maximize, you know, the hype train here. And if you look at the whole picture, it definitely leads to profits for them because
Not devilish. We're talking about penis size, not dangling from the roof by a rope.
when people see this massive hype train, they are more incentivized to donate, and that completely negates the so-called loss they're taking from the Twitch donations. And it's not even that much, it's about like 80% plus, so they only end up losing a very small percentage. By the way, I don't know what the hell Dan Clancy is doing. Wake up, buddy, it's time to stop gooning for once in your goddamn life and enforce.
Dan Clancy's not going to do shit. Can I be honest with you? Pirate's not getting banned. Half the site is fucking botting. There's so much bullshit around VTubers. I'm willing to bet it's not even just the VTubers. I'm willing to bet there's so much botting, so much like scam shit going on Twitch that if they move on one of these people, it's like you're going to be lifting up a rock and there's just going to be fucking insects everywhere. It's like kicking over an ant's nest. So I think they're scared to touch it. They got such a huge problem that they don't know how to deal with it, so they just keep letting it slide. I dug into this over the last like week or so, and like every spare moment I had, and it's so fucking scary how much fake shit there is on the site. It's actually scary, and I'm not even talking about the girls' tits. Honestly, the most honest people out here might actually be the titty streamers, because they know exactly what they're doing. I remember seeing somewhere that clip was during a hype train competition or something against another streamer to see who can get the highest. That makes it so much worse, Moonstone. That makes it so much worse. He was in an actual like hype train competition thing, and he was fucking fake boosting his numbers. Oh my fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, what that tells me is that any record on Twitch means nothing.
Force the TOS. This is a blatant violation. So after this, he talks about Kronos' ult, the serendipitous bean.
IRL friend of Kronos. So Kronos is the main moderator. And excited that they are free from corporate. Love your stream and what you do for the people here. There aren't...
Not counting the commies and terrorist apologists. No, we're talking about people, Kyle.
Many cooler supportive streamers left once they get big like this. Stay cool, bud, and tell Kronos that Ben sends their regards. So this person is clearly painting themselves as not Kronos, not the moderator, but a separate IRL friend of this moderator, which is extremely deceptive, if you ask me.
Serendipitous Bean with 50,000 bits said IRL friend of Kronos and excited that they are now free from corporate.
I know.
Love your stream and what you do for people here. There aren't many...
I know. How would he know? Or maybe you're saying I know to something else. I don't know.
Cool or supportive streamers left once they get big like this. Stay cool, bud, and tell Kronos that Ben sends their regards.
I've dug into it, code for gooning to catgirls. No. However, I gotta say the jiggle physics that VTubers have, it makes me feel like an old man. Back in my day, we watched PNG tubers like Sawman. That the fucking physics on some of those models, god damn. The fact that you can see the meat coming out the side of the bikini now, holy shit. Whoever works on those models really knows what the fuck they're doing.
Sorry you had to know Kronos in real life, just like me.
500 bits said when is Yar pregnant and going to be real.
Dude, this guy can't be real. This guy actually can't be real. Here you...
He did that competition twice? So he's just been doing this constantly. Chill day. First to see how high they could go. Second to see if they could take the record. Everything he does is fake now. I don't believe a single fucking thing is real. His whole blow up, I'm starting to think it's all botted views and likes. I think he somehow faked his way to the top, and it's all just bullshit. This just confirms that he's an industry plant, and fuck me, he's the one who planted himself, maybe. Unless Kronos is actually like Blizzard.
You are like a cringe lord, pretending like that is an actual different person and not the guy you instructed to do the shit. The level of secondhand embarrassment I have, holy shit. And this is supposed to be your extremely confident, always right streamer here, who apparently just is a god at everything, right? He can figure out puzzles and games immediately. He's a god at coding. He worked at Blizzard. He's just the king of everything, it seems. Meanwhile, here's what he's...
And he won high school prom at Ludwig's event.
Doing behind the scenes, like actually donating to himself, bruh. Also, I just love that in the donation, he is glazing himself.
Kronos is his dad. I'm gonna be honest with you, Moonstone. I don't think Kronos is his dad. Wait, did the YouTube live stream die? Let me double check something. No, it didn't. It's just my multi-chat failing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it's his dad, because if my kid didn't wish me happy birthday, there's no fucking way I'm giving them that money. I'd be like, fuck you. You remember how you didn't say happy birthday? No Nepo babying for you anymore. Get the fuck out of here. Get a real job. Go suck some dick at FurCon or whatever the fuck you do in your spare time. You're not my real son.
You can't make this shit up. And I'm gonna say,
Jason, I'm gonna call you Jason from now on.
it's himself because I highly doubt the moderator made it up himself, unless he's just like an Omega simp. I don't know what exactly is their relationship here. You know, this is a great idea. I gotta start doing this, you know? None of the comments ever on my channel ever is actually real people, guys. It's actually me on my 7 billion alternate accounts. Anyways, now we get to the juicy legal repercussions on 3 levels, from Twitch TOS to federal and state law.
So the first one is Twitch terms of service. Then we have federal law violations and state law violations. So let's look at the Twitch terms of service. So obviously, you're supposed to use bits in a certain way. You're supposed to behave like a normal contributor and not do certain impermissible things. And a big thing here, and this is one that I think he has to really watch out for, is selling, offering to sell, trading, bartering, or transferring bits to other users in exchange for real or virtual currencies. So if this mod is using these bits and transferring them to Pirate Software, and Pirate Software is converting that to cash and paying him back, that would appear to violate the TOS.
Okay, so basically the rule there is that you can't exchange bits for real money. And you might be asking why. Well, the obvious reason is that it prevents money.
You can't exchange bits for real money. But it's I don't know if Pirate Software gave him money to do this, or if Kronos was incentivized in any way, or whether this was just like a backroom plan for them. Because Kronos knew that he would get more out of this the higher Pirate Software climbs. He kind of like a dingleberry attached to his ass would be dragged up with him.
Money laundering or fraud of any type. The second reason is that they want to maintain control over the whole currency ecosystem, right? Obviously, Twitch wants to remain as the sole entity that monetizes the bit purchases. And the third reason is probably tax reasons. Twitch has to track the income of all the streamers, right? So they gotta make it easy to track. And if you allow this sort of off-platform trades, it's gonna be absolute nightmares, which is why they prohibit it. Right, so this next part, he talks about the relationship between a mod and a streamer and how that is related to the legal repercussions.
Beyond that, you cannot use the bits to engage in any fraudulent, criminal, or otherwise unauthorized activity, soliciting or receiving bits for any fraudulent or any other criminal activity. That could be a problem because of the nature of what they did, because they engaged in a kind of fraud there where you were having a sock puppet account, a fake account, an alt account, right? That is donating these bits, pretending to be a friend instead of a mod. Now, understand that a mod...
I don't think that's a strong enough case that Twitch is going to do anything about it. Because the argument they could make is, well, if it was so fraudulent, why would I feel so comfortable showing those clips on stream? Because I imagine he's going to snake his way that way and say actually it was on purpose so people knew what I was doing. I wouldn't be surprised if he said that. And also, there is no fucking way on planet Earth that Dan Clancy is taking time off of goon sessions from watching titty streamers to deal with this shit. That's never happening.
Mod can very well be perceived as an agent or an employee of the streamer. So if a mod goes out and does something on the streamer's behalf, they are an agent. And the streamer is what's called the principal. That's principal agent theory. And a principal can be liable for the actions of their agent. If you tell somebody to go out and do something, and certainly if you're compensating them or reimbursing them for that, they are your agent. So it's as if the streamer was doing this. So it's as if Pirate Software was engaging in this. And in this case, it's doubly damning because he shows he knows this. He was told this, and he didn't say, don't do that. He didn't say, well, that might be against TOS. He says, well, that's kind of shady. No, he's like, okay, great. He's like, okay, fine. In fact, he's strategizing on the best way to do this.
Right, so we can obviously understand this. If you hire a hitman...
I don't think it's a strong enough case. I think it's kind of in the middle. I think it's obviously it's frowned upon. It's like what Dogrock said, not illegal, but scummy as fuck. I think you'll get away with this one. I don't think that there's going to be any kind of lawsuit or legal implication that goes on there. Is it shitty? Is it manipulative? Is it technically fraudulent? Yes. Is anything going to come of this legally? Probably not.
Man, to go and, kill somebody, even though you didn't actually commit the murder, you can be held.
He has when he banned Hassan for one day. Yeah, that was a mistake. He came on his keyboard and it accidentally fucking banned Hassan. That wasn't on purpose.
legally liable because that's like the agent principal thing. So if Pirate was actually instructing him to do these fake donations, he's actually going to be equally liable. And we kind of already know that he was aware and he was sort of coordinating this whole thing because of those leaked Discord messages in which he was basically just leaked his whole plan, man. You should really have that shit on like a separate PC or something like that.
Hold on. It's against TOS. If Twitch actually enforces it, they might get some cred. They will never. They will never. I'm sorry, Chielde, saying to Twitch, it's against TOS that this one person did this. When the fuck has Twitch ever, in their history, ever applied their rules fairly? You think they're going to start now? Never. Never in a million years. They do not give a fuck. The TOS is there for them to use as a weapon against people they decide to target. Not to be applied fairly across the board. That's how Twitch uses their TOS. It's so that they have the dick of Damocles that they can dangle over your ass as you lift it into the air. So if they decide they don't like you, then they can get rid of you and they can just cite whatever the fuck. But if they do like you, then they're like, don't worry about it, we'll get to it later. For instance, what Moonstone said. See the Hassan ban. One day. Hassan pointed a fucking gun, threatening manner. Yeah, I saw that. I watched that off stream. He has yet to get in trouble for that. He's never going to get in trouble for that. Because the argument is it's not a real gun. It's just what Charlie did, which is bullshit, by the way. It's not the same thing. It's bullshit. Dude, it's so weird to see more Pegasus face. Do not redeem. You know what's really funny to me? Is a bunch of people didn't know he was Indian. I could tell from his voice. And I don't know if that makes me a bad person on the inside or just reveals that half of my classmates in engineering were also Indian and spoke like him. It's I feel like, you know, those guys who work in like car parking lots who can tell the race and gender of the person who drives particular cars based on the brand and model make. And it feels wrong that they can do that, but they usually know exactly what the fuck they're talking about. It's a skill. I accidentally specced into racism. Please, someone help me. How do I unspec? It's not working out so great.
I think that's what all streamers need to do. You know, have like 2 PCs, have your extra monitor. Now, another interesting thing about Pirate is that he actually hires his moderators. Here we have a tweet. Thank you to everyone in the community for the immense amount of support over the last 6 months. As a result, tomorrow we're finally able to hire on a number of the moderators and other staff full time. So that would be even worse if Pirate Software is actually paying this guy. That would make the principal agent relationship very solid there. By the way, imagine your full-time job is actually moderating for a Twitch streamer. Holy shit. Like, I've covered some pathetic things, but holy shit. I mean, how is that even a full-time job? Like, what do you do all day? Press time.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I could pay people to be mods, I feel like that's fair, because if they have to sit through the bullshit I spew for 8 hours at a time, they probably deserve to be paid for that.
Out like every 5 seconds. Holy shit, man. And I'll even excuse doing it for, I don't know, somebody's doing something.
But they'd be also the laziest fucking mods on the planet, because I'd tell them to ban nobody except the bots. Ask Ilgi. He doesn't even have to be here.
Something big, something massive, something really impressive. But for this egotistical piece of shit, you need to go do something better with your life, man, for real. But I really wonder, like, what is he paying you in? Like, is this worth a full-time salary? Like, he's got to be paying you in, like, RuneScape Gold or some shit, because I don't know how that's sustainable at all. Like, how many moderators does he have? Is he paying every single one of them? And what?
I mean, he makes bank, right? Pirate Software makes enough money that he could probably afford to pay someone a full-time salary. And that means you don't have to deal with the tax implication, which is fantastic. So, I get it. I get it.
What are their tasks? What do they even do? Do they help him commit fraud? Now, this next part, Legal Mindset, talks about federal law, and this is pretty easy to understand. Basically, if I think, you know, my donation is going to be the one, the special donation that breaks the hype train record, you know, I'm going to be more inclined to donate, right? I'm going to be more incentivized to do it if I see so many other people donating. Everybody's in on this new...
Exactly. This is the manipulative part of Twitch. This is the FOMO they try and get you to feel.
Hype thing, which is donating to this absolute loser here, helping him break this record or whatever. But you're basically building this whole thing up on a false premise.
It's potential violations of federal law. There are 3 separate elements. So you need a representation, omission, or practice that is likely to mislead a customer. So the practice would be, hey, donating bits from the stock public account. The consumer's interpretation is reasonable under the circumstances. So the consumer is thinking.
Hold on. Rose has completed all the masteries in racism. That's false, Kyle. I'm still specking out the mastery for South Pacific Islanders. I don't know enough about them yet. I don't know the particular racist things to say towards them. That I'm also still working on the Arabs. The problem with the Arabs is they take offense to nothing and think everything's funny until you say something about their mother, but it has to be in their own language. The Maori, yes, pretty much.
Thinking this is a private
Still
party. This
specking
is
that one
somebody
out.
else. This is not the mod. This is not pirate software. They're thinking, oh, look, this person is extending the hype train. And so because of that, because that misleading representation, that materially led others to donate more to keep it going. It's a very well-known thing in scams and cons. This is something that confidence men do. They get fake buyers to go out there and gin up interest so that people will buy stuff even though it's overpriced. That is a very common fraudulent practice. So by not disclosing the fact that essentially your agent, your employee is going out here and doing that, that is misleading a reasonable...
Bare minimum, I do think that whatever record he held by doing this fake shit should be like just fucking, you know... They need to, you know, they need to like disbar whatever record he's got and say like, this is fake. We're taking it down.
Viewer, a reasonable consumer. That's a possible interpretation of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is absolutely misleading. It's kind of like those street videos in Paris. If you've ever seen one of those, there's basically a bunch of like scammers there, right? And essentially what they'll do is they hire a bunch of people.
Oh my God, I watched one of these today. I watched one of these today with my wife where some American dude is like filming like these like dudes selling like souvenirs and shit in Paris, and these guys keep on fucking attacking him. It was the wildest shit. I loved that.
People to pretend to win the game, right? And these are, you know, they're employees or people they're paying for a quick buck or whatever. And these people will all win one after another. And you watching from the sidelines is like, holy shit, this person's making all this money here. I gotta try as well. And it's essentially a classic scam strategy where you think the odds of winning are much higher and you end up trying to play this game and you just, you know, end up getting scammed there. And it's obviously looking very bad for Pirate. And it always seems to be like the people with the biggest egos, right? The people who want to appear the most successful, look the best, the most popular. And it always leads you down this bad path because you feel the need to prove yourself to everybody time and time again. And sometimes your own merits are not enough. So you gotta invent shit, you gotta invent these creative ways of artificially inflating your success, right? Then after this, Legal Mindset talks about the state law in California, particularly about false advertising and the unfair competition law.
So Consumer Legal Remedies Act, California has that. And I mentioned California, by the way, because that's where Twitch is. So it would be very reasonable if a California donor, if a California whale brought a claim against a California corporation in a California court against, you know, Twitch and against, you know, Mr. Pirate Software. But beyond that, there's California Business Code 17500, which leads to false or misleading statements or false or misleading advertisement. And this could be perceived as, hey, falsely advertising that you're number one on the hype train, that you're this hype train leader, that you're this person that needs to be donated to keep this thing going to breach all these levels, when really most of those levels, or maybe a lot of those levels, some of those levels, were just artificially inflated by either Pirate Software.
Okay, this guy's convincing me that maybe they do actually have a case here. Holy shit. This man might actually get in legal trouble. I've changed my mind. Holy fuck. God damn. Pirate might be going to court. An Indian calling other people scammers. There are so much deeper insults that you can use with Indians. I know this because my crazy fucking psycho ex-girlfriend was Indian. And it's really, really easy to actually go deep on Indians, right? What kind of Indian? This is the best part. Her mom and dad were from different castes. They ran away to South Africa because the people in their country would like exile them. Because her dad is from a higher caste than her mom. Feather or dot. No. I'm going to say a statement that only a few people are going to understand. Navy blue chocolate. Rose likes it bad. She was a fucking psycho. I'm gonna be honest with you. She was nuts. She was absolutely nuts. She was crazy. What was wild was discovering that she was fucking 8 dudes in her office behind my back. I would tell you, I know some wild shit you could say to them. Things like, say shit like, I don't know, Pajit or street shitter or fucking curry muncher. That's not going to do it. That's like surface level. That's like calling a white person cracker. That shit's not going to work. You got to start calling them Brahmin. Or here's the best one. Don't India isn't India just that's a city in Bangladesh, isn't it? That's how you get them mad.
Where's Mod or the sock puppet accounts? I mean, who knows? We don't really have a full track on that yet. And beyond that, there's the unfair competition law. And this one I think is pretty juicy because this one would even allow other creators the potential to say, hey, this is unfair competition. You're allowing these people to inflate their numbers and get this hype train going on, get featured on the front page, get highlighted, get hyped up, by all of the platform and by the CEO himself, all this sort of good stuff. And that is unfair competition. That's giving them an unfair edge because they're doing things that are violating the TOS freely. And hey, if you don't enforce this, Twitch, if you don't do anything, Twitch, this is a problem.
Did somebody say CEO? Hello, everybody. It's me, Dan Clancy. My bad. Couldn't hear you over my extreme Northern sesh with my king, Amos Piker, and my queen, Extra Emily, of course, who I recently made CEO. I don't care about terrorist glazers. What makes you think I care about...
I don't know the story with Extra Emily and why that relates to anything with Dan Clancy.
False advertising or unfair competition. Screw all that. I'm thinking of changing the Twitch currency from bits to OnlyFans coupons. Now that's a banger idea right there. Let me know what you think, fellas. Clancy out. Dan, stop taking over my videos, man. Holy. But yeah, basically Twitch is opening itself to several lawsuits at this point from several different reasons, from several different dramas. And all of it boils down to the same thing that they were...
And all of it's going to go nowhere. Do you know how I know it's not going to go anywhere? Because if there was going to be a lawsuit on Twitch, it would have been the music industry suing the shit out of Twitch for all the copyrighted music that plays almost all the time. It would be all the TV companies and shit when they're watching like full episodes of anime and stuff live on stream, or like when they're watching MasterChef, and none of that shit stuck. None of that got them in trouble. You think something this small is even gonna like graze the dust off the ass cheeks of Twitch? Absolutely not. I'll believe it when I see it. And if it does happen, I will so happily admit how wrong I am.
Refuse to enforce their TOS properly. They just can't be asked to do it. So this next part, he talks about a few other issues.
Advertisers might feel like they were defrauded. They might feel angry because they're saying, hey, we're running ads and they're supposed to be on the top channels. But if he's falsely inflating his numbers and he's being falsely promoted, well, maybe we're not really getting the value we thought we were getting. We thought we were getting a value of someone who was number one in the hype trains, who was leading in this pack of hype trains. And we're not getting that value. And even if they don't have a claim, they might express their anger. They might pull out. They might refuse to advertise.
Okay, so about the advertiser thing, I'm pretty sure it would be way worse if he had sponsors in particular, right? That would be some...
Can I be honest? I think the reason that more Pegasus is showing his face in videos is because he's probably got a bunch of comments from streamers that he's like said shit about, who are like, oh, look at this face, this piece of shit, scared to show his face. And now what are they going to say? He's not white. They can't say shit about him. That's racist. He's now, he put up the non-white shield. Now all these people on the left can't say shit because now they're racists if they go after him. This guy's thinking 4D chess. In that brain right there is a genius. He knows what the fuck he was doing. It's brilliant. Because now he's going to turn around and he can use their own logic against him. He activated his trap card.
Straight legal liability there. I'm not sure about the mid-roll ads, right? Because I think there will be some level of liability there because pretty sure Twitch has some level of filtration system, right? Basically, they only play the ads on specific streams. I don't think it's entirely random. So like certain streams with a specific view count or a specific genre will get a specific type of ad. And that's the way it works on YouTube as well. Even though it seems like you might be getting the most unrelated ads ever. That is the case a lot of the times, but it is more or less still tailored to the audience itself. Now, on more general...
No, it's not. Not on Twitch, at least. Twitch doesn't know shit about ad placement. You get the wildest ads on Twitch that make no sense.
Types of content, it's hard to tell. Like they might find it confusing what to advertise on a commentary video. Do you put finance stuff? Do you put cooking stuff? What the hell do you put there, right? But in general, on like a finance channel, you'll be less likely to see like cooking ads or something like that. I think that's how it works. Like I don't work at YouTube, right? I don't work at Twitch, so I wouldn't know. So basically the point is, if an advertiser ever felt like, okay, I'm paying this amount to be on this person's...
Douglas? No comment. Mostly because I don't feel like committing suicide with 4 bullets to the back of my head.
stream, but their numbers aren't even accurate. You know, I wanted this hype train or whatever, but you know, it's a very specific scenario, so it's likely we're gonna look at the other option here.
Beyond that, this could open the flawed floodgates. If Twitch does not crack down on this, does not issue some punishment, some correction, well, others might say, well, I can do that too. And then everybody is going and committing this deception, which would just open up Twitch as a really, really poor perceived platform where everyone is essentially artificially boosting their own numbers, which once again goes towards Twitch's impotent image. Twitch is
the problem is that there are so many people boosting their numbers. It's all bullshit. There was that one famous rapper who was literally sitting there on stream. I saw the clip of this on Twitter, and he's literally chilling there with the chat not moving at all. And there's like 5 people in there, and he's got 2,000 viewers. And he just straight up says, everyone's boosting. Everyone's doing this. Everyone's doing this all the time, so why shouldn't I? And Twitch did fucking nothing about it. So of course the shit is happening. Ray J, is that his name? I just saw the clip on Twitter.
Something that I've Twitch the platform that I've talked about a lot because they fail to enforce their own rules evenly, fairly, and justly. And if you have terms of service and you never enforce them, well, that's not a good look for your platform as a whole.
Amazing. So basically, the downfall of Twitch continues, all right? And I don't really know what incentive they have here to protect pirate software in particular. Now, Hamas Spiker, I definitely understand. They're politically brain rotted and, you know, several other instances, you know, anti-Semitic, etc., etc. But in this pirate software case, don't really get it here.
Well, pirate software is a gay furry, so if they kick him, then they're racist, right? So he's got that defense system behind him, so they're in trouble if they kick the gay furry off the platform. By the way, furries, do you really want Pirate as your representative? It's time to boost another streamer to the top, huh?
Maybe they're not aware yet. They should be at this point. But we'll have to see if they ever take action because yeah, I guess they got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt here before actually banning them. But I'm just saying, you know, not a good look to have a potential fraud case being enabled here, obviously. Anyways, moving on to this next part. It's basically Pirate Software's reaction to the hype train record being broken by a VTuber. And he basically says, hey guys, don't accuse them of cheating. That would be horrible.
Beetle is a name of a VTuber who ended up beating that record and getting to a 111 level hype train. And this is what Pirate Software...
Veedle. Which one is that? Is that the one with the turtle on its head? Where the turtle is actually the streamer and then the anime girl is actually just an AI. Hold on. Yes. I did my research. I did my fucking research. I'm beginning to believe. I'm beginning to understand.
Had to say when they found out their record was broken.
So Veedle broke the hype train record. Veedle's record is now level 111, and that's wild. I think that's freaking incredible, to be honest with you. With help from Valorant, I mean, yeah. So during that hype train, they got an extra 19,000 subs from Valorant, which is wild, like absolutely wild. So I think they ended up with something like 80,000 subs. Our hype train was 54,000 subs, but you guys had given 8 million bits, and that was kind of the difference between the two. No, there's no cheating. No, don't try to diminish what they did at all. I think Veedle is an amazing content creator. I think Neurosam is cool as shit.
Ah, yes. Don't diminish their achievement, guys. That would be horrible. They weren't cheating, but I was. You absolute pathetic fucking.
Don't you dare compare Pirate Software to this absolute angel of a man who never did anything wrong except maybe steal some breast milk. Honestly, I don't see this as much of an argument. I think Pirate is more like the Deep. I don't know why that's so accurate. Holy shit. I don't know why that one got me, but well played. I didn't think that would break me. Oh, fuck. Well played. I'm gonna be honest though. I don't think him defending Veedle is such a bad thing. Right? I don't know if Veedle did anything wrong, but I don't think defending another streamer who you think has done nothing wrong until otherwise proven that they did is wrong. So I think this one's a bit of a reach.
Loser, the gall,
a reach around. to be more precise.
Absolute audacity this guy has. Basically, I'll tell you what he's trying to do here. He's trying to get any future, at this point the cheating allegations were not made, right, obviously. He's trying to get any future cheating allegations thrown off his back as well, right? Because by defending someone who probably didn't actually cheat and didn't do this scummy shit, he sort of creates this protection barrier for himself, right? And it kind of reminds me of those roided out dudes, right, on social media who looks at like a natty physique and they're like, yeah, don't diminish this guy's work, right? They worked really hard for this. Meanwhile, they themselves are like roided out.
See, like that same argument, I don't see that as a problem, right? Because like if some guy who's roided out is saying like, look, I used steroids and I did all this shit, and then they're defending a guy who lifted naturally, I don't see that as a bad thing. I don't see defending someone who's done things the right way as a bad thing, even if you've done things the wrong way. That's why this feels like a reach to me.
The hell they're actually juicing, so they want that level of protection themselves by protecting somebody else.
I would assume that cheating in terms of building up a hype train would maybe be to artificially inflate it yourself by chance coordinating with a mod of yours, maybe your head mod, to keep a hype train alive. I would say that myself. Could be wrong. Interested to hear what you guys think.
No, you're definitely right. That is 100% cheating if that is actually what happened there. And I've yet to see compelling evidence otherwise. You are absolutely inflating your numbers there, getting an achievement you didn't deserve, and you know, gaming the whole system there while pretending you did it organically, which would definitely fall under cheating. But anyways, let's move.
Man, anyone who's been in any proximity to pirate software is probably getting so much shit just because he's been near the guy and knew about none of the stuff at the time. I feel so bad for anyone who's just been near him, didn't know all this bullshit, and is now catching shit. I feel so bad for them.
Move on to his mods responses. Is that Kronos person he was talking to, they've actually responded on Twitter in the most disingenuous way. I don't believe a word they're saying.
I've spoken about this before, but I guess the truth isn't as compelling. Kronos VII on Discord. VOD was removed to prevent a 2025 repeat of people watching the 2024 video and messaging.
Okay. I now fully believe that Kronos is an alt account for Fire software.
Donators, myself included. Said this before in January during—
Wait, no, but then why would he be talking to himself in Discord? Never mind.
The WoW drama, people contacted me and others about donating during the hype train record in 2024. This year, I did less from my main and did some on an alt. Now, I'll be honest, I'm a bit confused about this message, but he said that he did do 100 tier 1s on his personal. Now, if you have an issue with people harassing you and you end up using an alt, I would figure that you would probably send
100 tier 1s. What am I doing? That's $500. That's a lot of fucking money. God damn. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Most of the donations through that alt account, but sending 100 separate tier 1 subs, or maybe they were grouped in 5s, 25, maybe did it all at once, that's still putting your name out there. That's still going to get people to message you. So, I mean, having the VOD deleted afterwards is going to solve all of it regardless, so you shouldn't have to worry about if you donated it using your personal account. The VODs have been wiped.
Yeah, I'll tell you why it doesn't add up. They are just straight up bullshitting. I'm calling it right now. He is in cahoots with pirate software, obviously, okay? You can't trust anything this guy says. He was pretty much enabling the fraud, you know, taking part in it as well, you know, being part of this whole scheme going along.
Okay, so when we run out of pirate software content, people are going to start digging into Kronos. That's my prediction.
With it, so obviously he's going to try to protect his own image here. You know, this is like a bank robber going, you know, I only took down the security cameras while I was robbing the bank because, well, you know, I had a bad hair day that day. I just didn't want the poor security guards to look at my bad hair. So therefore, I had to take it down, right? Nothing to see here, right? I just deleted the VOD because of, definitely not because I'm doing some like extremely shady shit. Then this next part, he talks about the mats behind the whole thing and like how they're trying to efficiently, you know, pull off this whole ordeal, right?
When your viewers perform and confirm an action that requires bits within the extension on your channel page, you'll earn 80% of 1 US cent per bit used, and the remaining 20% is shared with the extension developer. So here's that 80%, but let's do a little bit of that math. So taking a look here, I just took a screenshot, I went into a Twitch stream, went to the bits, and you can actually get a 12% discount at 25,000 bits. So that puts you at a $308 price tag. Now to make this a bit easier to understand, one of my buddies here actually created this here, so special thanks to them, but we're showing that 82%. So bit is 82% when you buy them in bulk. What he means is if you spend $308 to buy 25,000 bits, donate them, the streamer gets $250. And then of course, Twitch takes its fee, that 20% being $58, which means that $250 is the money going out, like to the streamer, and $308 is the money that you put into the system to give that $250 to.
Oh, fuck. He is actually just stealing money from Twitch. He's actually just stealing money. He's found an exploit.
The streamer. That's how you end up getting a return on your money of 81.1.6. But they're also trying to save as much overhead as possible and get it back to Kronos without bleeding as much money.
Right. So they literally created this efficient operation here to make sure they lose the least amount of money humanly possible while still artificially boosting the numbers. I mean, it's very hard to argue what they're doing here isn't, you know, shady here. I don't know if they're going to have some sort of defense for this. So far, all the responses I've seen is horrible, and we'll take a look at Pirate's response as well, but holy shit, this is completely shameless.
Oh my god.
Anyways, let's move on to
oh my god, I'm so looking forward to this. I wonder what bullshit he spun.
Pirate's response to the whole situation.
Like, that's been a public thing forever. I think I even talked about it on there.
That's against TOS, though? No, it is not against TOS. It is absolutely...
It is against TOS if you lie and you say, I'm not Kronos.
Not against TOS to have somebody use their own money to buy...
No, it is. It is a lie.
...subs and bits for the channel if they want to. That in no way was triggered by me, nor was he compensated for that or reimbursed for it. That is not against TOS. So it's a shit...
Do you see how he dodged there, right? He dodged talking about the actual issue by talking about an adjacent issue. That's beautiful.
Joke.
He's so good at this.
Just because you heard it on YouTube doesn't mean it is. In fact, I guarantee that you could go to thousands and thousands of communities across this entire platform and find lots of different moderators supporting the stream. Do you know why? Because moderators are generally the first fans of the stream. That is how that works in every community on this platform.
That's true. And he's using the truth to hide his lie.
And people somehow don't understand that because you're blinded by your dislike of me. And I understand.
Hold on, wrong way around. They still lose money, but less money versus what you get. Okay, so they are losing money then. They're not gaining money. It's just they're losing money at a lesser rate because of the discount. Okay. Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
And that you're upset at me.
Misunderstood that.
You have to stop making shit up to be mad about. It's stupid at this point.
Okay, so you're saying that your moderator was acting out of their own...
We're not mad. We're laughing about it. I love how Pirate Software's defense to everything he's done wrong is always, stop being mad about it. Stop being so butthurt. Have you ever noticed that when you point out someone's bullshit and they don't have a good argument, or they can't like disprove what's happened, they just say, oh, but you're just mad about it.
Volition, they just happen to really fall in love with you, right? You're like a beautiful e-girl that they're donating all of their money to conveniently. My question is, what about the leaked DMs though? You were quite clearly coordinating with this person, right? And why did he feel the need to have to pretend to have an IRL friend who was donating, but it was actually his own alternate account? So why?
Because it was the only friend he really had was himself.
Why did he have to even do that whole thing if this wasn't part of the scheme you were doing? I just want to see an explanation for that. If you can justify that. I mean, so far, it's just not adding up at all. And with the evidence so far...
Wait, hold on. Now I want to bully Pirate Software even more. Don't bother. Don't bother bullying him. There's no point in going out of your way to bully him or to harass him or to DM him. He's just so full of fucking shit. And it's just beautiful that everyone sees it. You can watch someone being a retard from a distance without walking up to them and telling them what a fucking retard they are. You just need to tap your buddy on the shoulder and be like, hey, look at that fucking retard. You can laugh at them together.
I'm more inclined to believe that this was definitely some level of shady shit going on. Obviously, I'm not the court. I'm not going to make a final judgment on this. I'll let you guys decide, okay? What do you think from seeing all these clips here? Now, a definitive way to prove this would be actually the bank statements or the, behind the scenes transactions showing that, hey, I didn't actually pay him back for any of this or any of that. I'm not buying that shit though. Also, he's not going to leak all of his transactions or something like that. So
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like nothing is really adding up here. And just Pirate Software's history in general is just not being a very honest person, is it? Okay, so somebody posted this tweet on Twitter just calling out Pirate Software, and he responded saying, nope, Kronos used his own money to do this and asked if it was okay to do so. He wasn't paid for this or told to do it either. He's a grown-ass man and can spend his money in whatever way he chooses. You can hate me all you like, but...
I fucking knew it. Oh my god, I fucking knew it. I had nothing to do with it, which is provably false by the DMs. Oh my god.
Going after my staff is shit tier behavior. I do not hate a single person, but I don't spend time discussing what I'm going to do with my money with my boss. Exactly. That makes no sense, especially not something that directly influences others, but potentially spending money that benefits my boss. Oh my god, Thor's now brigading this post, posting as a 190k plus member Discord server, sending them after a person. The mob is attempting to go after Kronos now. Oh my god, this guy's insufferable. So somebody asked, did the 82% apply to your perspective instead of Kronos's in this conversation? Confused by the wording if not. He responds, this is something I talk about with the community all the time. If you purchase 25,000 bits, around 82% of your purchase ends up making it a streamer, and as such pushes the hype train more. It's not secret info, it's basic math. He wanted to push the train, so I let him know.
It's not secret info because there are so many fucking people doing this. That's what's disgusting. Is there's a fucking disgusting amount of people actually doing this. It's not just him. He's just the one catching the most shit because of all the other bullshit he's pulled off.
As I always let everyone know, the best way to do so. At the end of the day, it's his money. Nobody was told to do anything, and he has his own man, and he can do what he wants. Why did you have him use an alt to do it? Please tell me he responded. Okay, no response. And then lie with his donation.
You know what? I need to really build up a fake personality with an alt account. Fuck, how would I do this with no money? Shit. Fuck. I've got to sell my ass on a street corner or something to get some money and then do this in the background off an alt account. And then say, not Rose, by the way.
Message on the alt account. You say the shit with arrogance while defending a message where you say tier these might be better. Simple math, guys. Simple math.
It's the everyone else is doing it excuse. No, I'm not saying it like... Okay, I want to make this clear. I'm not saying that everyone else is doing this makes this right? If you mean me, right? But there are a lot of people doing this, and all of them are wrong. Every single one of them are wrong. If everyone is killing and eating babies, the correct response isn't, well, when in Rome. The response is, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Maybe the conquistadors need to do a new colonization event. Maybe they need to find some third world hotties in the jungle again. Bring them some Jesus.
Thorns messaged me over Discord. He provided more context, but I also asked if he was paid back for the donations. He said he was not reimbursed for these. Yeah, lots of guilty people don't admit to their deeds. Sounds believable. Why would a mod spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to collude with a streamer out of the goodness of his heart? Either a big fat liar or being cucked so hard parasocially. Thorns is a paid employee of Jason's. He likes to brag about how his mods are paid with benefits. So as a company, they're actually raking it.
Oh shit, that's true. He's a paid mod. He's a paid mod. So there is an incentive behind him doing this. There's a direct incentive behind him doing this. Because he's being reimbursed because he works for the guy.
Yeah, that definitely makes it look extra shady. Pretty hilarious watching his entire existence crumble because his ego's too big to cope with being a roach. But Your Honor, did you know that he works for Blizzard? Anyways, click this video before you turn into a lol count like Pirate Software here. Okay.
The Blizzard thing's never ending. God damn. What did I say about Pirate being like the ultimate lol cow that's just going to be infinite content? Skinny Mudaha. Man, it just keeps getting worse. Now on to thick Mudaha. I'm willing to bet he's going to say the exact same things we just heard, so I'm going to skip this one. I think what's more important right now is I think that's enough Pirate Software. That's all I could tolerate for today. Unfortunately, I'm not a pro slop tuber yet. So I'm going to stop there with the pirate stuff. I think the more important part that we need to talk about right now is where the fuck is Stop Killing Games after all this bullshit. Okay, this one first. Wait, is this the same video? Yeah, it's the same video. I accidentally opened it twice. And then we've got... Okay, that's the Pathfinder review. I think I'll save the Pathfinder review for another day. Because honestly, we're on a train right now. And if we're going to run a train, we've got to do it the right way. Just like what happened to that one police officer girl. You can't just switch up the train halfway through, right? So I think I want to see where Stop Killing Games currently is. Because apparently it's in danger now. Which concerns me. Pathfinder games are so good. I know, I'm going to keep that video up. I'm going to watch it on another day. Because I'm going to be honest with you. One of the first reviewers I ever watched on YouTube was Mandalore Gaming. He's one of the OGs to me. He made such good shit. And he hides these little Easter eggs and stuff in his videos. And every now and then I catch one of them and it feels so good. It hits that dopamine center so well. He's brilliant at what he does. This has been good for a good year for content. You know what? I've been thinking about this, Moonstone. You know how like the Chinese people have like a zodiac? Where they've got like the dragon and the bunny and the dog and the monkey and all of that stuff, right? I would like us to have a Western zodiac sign, right? So like, we're filling out the zodiac symbols for Twitch streaming and for content creation, right? So we all know that on the great zodiac sign that is streaming, over here, 2024 was the year of the pedophile, right? Oh, sorry, I spelled that wrong. It was the year of the pedophile, right? That was 2024. Calendars ticked over. And this is the year of the lol cow. I wonder what 2026 has for us in store. I'm so looking forward to it. This is the year of the lol cow. Last year was pedophiles. What's coming in 2026? Do I post a positioning sketch of YCH? I bought the... No. I don't know what YCH is, but I bet it's horrifying if it's anything like the DM you sent me. World War III in 2020. You know what? Actually, Keldun, you know what the year 2026 might be? It might be the year of the recruitment. I don't know if you've seen that AI video on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it for you. God, it's somewhere here. I saw it earlier today and I had a good laugh at it. Where is it? I'm not going to find it now, am I? I'm not going to find it. Basically, somewhere out there on Twitter, there's a video that someone made of like AI boomers who are like on the right saying like, you've got to be recruited to fight in Iran because it's the right thing to do. And then it's got like the liberal boomers being like, if you don't get recruited, how are we going to start a feminist movement in Iran? You're all getting recruited. Every single one of you. I'm coming to the US after World War III. You people can fight to the fucking death. Leave me alone. I'm gonna like have clubfoot or some shit. I'm not going to war. I'm not picking fights. After hearing my dad's war stories, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to deal with that shit. Fuck that. Oh god, Gen Z soldiers. They're just fucking Fortnite dancing over the body. And the body's not the enemy. It's their friend who just died. Jamal would want me to dance over his body. It's what he always wanted. Man, future wars are going to be so fucking shitty, to be honest. Because, like, when you think about future wars and, like, what's actually going on, no one's going to be fighting an actual war. What it's going to be is third worlders with, like, rocks and sticks, throwing that at, like, drones. And there's just going to be some fat 26-year-old behind the like, controls, sitting at home, and he thinks he's playing like the newest drone bombing simulator, and actually it's hooked up to a system where he's actually killing fucking people in the Middle East. The new MMO is going to be tied into real life, where we're just flying drones into real life people and we don't know it. Perfect recruitment strategy. Oh, bro, you got to hop on. I got a kill streak of 5 Afghanis today. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, man, it's going to be so fucking scary. Oh, YCH, your character could be completely inane. Could be a degenerate. Okay, no, I'm gonna pass on that. I'm not gonna show that shit on screen. That's terrifying. The thought of whatever the fuck you might send. Imagine the soldiers doing VOD review of their battlefield encounters on Twitch. Imagine live streaming. Imagine the live streams of some Gen Z soldier being like just streaming on, it won't be on Twitch, it'll be on Kick. No, sorry, it'll be on TikTok Live. Of him fucking waterboarding some poor fucking civilian in a third world country who had nothing to do with anything. And all you're hearing in the background is this. This is all you're hearing while he's like waterboarding some dude begging for his life.
Fortnite battle pass. I just shit out my ass.
He's pouring like fucking water over a rag on some dude's face. While that's happening, it'll be fucking insane. I'm so scared of what the future's gonna look like. I'm so terrified. Let me cue that up for you, Jimmy. You caught me with my pants down. My Suno is broken, so I have to do it manually now. I have to input it myself. Because you fuckers also broke that. God damn. God damn. Okay, that... Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I can get it to admit... Is it in the queue? Oh, no, it's in the queue. It's not broken. I lied. I just fucked it up because I didn't have it open. There we go. We'll take a listen to this. While I reset. While I think about what's valuable to listen to. Or to watch before I try and figure out if there's any games actually worth playing outside of MMOs. The war will be hilarious. The US Army has the most advanced weapons on the planet. Second only to Israel. Hold on, that. There you go. The US Army has the most advanced weapons on the planet, second only to Israel, but their actual soldiers don't know how to operate those weapons because all they know is what genders are part of their 21 part list. That's fine. Just strap a few grenades to a drone. That's all they need to know. They know how to pilot a parrot drone off their phone. They did that with COD. They had early access to military drones to put in a game before they were ever issued to troops. Imagine future COD games are actually the training grounds for drone pilots. I haven't watched the V-Shoujo drama, GLD. I want to see what the fuck is happening with Stop Killing Games, and then we're going to start watching this. I feel almost obligated to watch any of these because of the incredibly retarded and shitty short that I put up about Iron Mouse. I'm sure it doesn't matter because I'm a literal nobody, but I feel personal guilt about that. Have you played Balatro? No. But I've heard it's amazing. But I also fucking suck at card games that actually have to do with cards. Like real cards, not magic. There was an update today by Charlie. Like in the last hour. Yeah, hold on. Is it? Where is it? Where is it? This video. Right here. I got it open. And I'm gonna watch both. Charlie is the #1 slop tuber on the internet. Fight me. You know I'm right. Next thing we know, War Thunder is drone piloting tanks. You know what? War Thunder has leaked so many military secrets. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. I've got Baldur's Gate 3. I've played it too many times already. I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of my playthroughs I kill Halson. I like either just dump him in camp and never use him, or just never speak to him. I don't want to fuck no bears. After the things I had to deal with with Anders inside of Dragon Age 2, I'm scared of any character that has weird sexual stuff with them. Path of Exile, pause chat. Path of Exile, no. I don't want to lose my soul. Path of Exile has taken so much from me already. I'm not kidding when I say that there was a point in my life where I was incredibly depressed after my mom died. And there were 2 games I played. And I played them near constantly. I stayed up for like 3 days at a time. Until I literally fell asleep in my chair. Because it's the only way I could pass out at the time. Was Path of Exile and Heroes of the Storm. That's all I played non-stop. So you can talk shit all you want about Heroes of the Storm. But that game helped me not kill myself. And so, it's a shit game, sure. But it holds a special place in my heart. I keep getting my ass whooped in Baldur's Gate 3. That's because you're not cheesing the game enough. You know, there's so many good systems in Baldur's Gate 3. That's what makes it so impressive as a game. Check the react request. Okay, so there's another video after this one. I could just do this though. And go to his channel. Why is everyone leaving this car? Oh shit, I thought this was directly on Iron Mouses. Wait, no. Okay, no. I'm confusing that. The company is collapsing. Oh, okay, so that's the next one. Whoa. Hold on, Charlie. Calm down. There we go. Okay, now it's just playing the playlist. Right. First, stop killing games. Then I'll look at the V Shoujo stuff. I've been catching up on my VTuber lore because I'm so fucking behind on anything that has to do with new stuff. I feel like such an old man. You know how I learned that I'm now an old man? Do you know how I learned that I'm fucking ancient now? While waiting for lawyers' meetings, that were like done over Zoom calls and shit, I've been playing Total War Warhammer 3. And I literally went out of my way to look at ancient Roman battle tactics to see if I could get them to work in the game. That's how you know you're... I'm at the studying ancient tactics for war stage of old man, which is like 2 steps away from a heart attack. That's going to happen. My blood pressure, I could feel it rising while I was watching those videos. What faction? All factions. My favorite factions are Skaven, the Dwarves, not the Chaos Dwarves, the Malachi Makaisen. Fucking fantastic. I love the artillery. There's nothing quite like playing a fantasy game and watching every single magical enemy get fucking shit canned by a dwarf with a cannon. There's nothing funnier than that. God, what's the other one? I like Kislev as well. Though personally, Kastelton feels like he gets a real fucking rough start. Ostankia is a bullshit character. She's way too easy to play. And Korn is just steamroll everything and never stop fighting, which is also pretty fun. I haven't tried all of them, but Skaven is amazing. I quite like Skaven. Just because they're hilarious. Like, the worst part about playing Skaven in Total War Warhammer 3 is that the leadership is so low that every single, like, group you have fucks off mid-battle and then turns around and goes, oh wait, we're winning. It's the dumbest shit ever. Skulltaker is super boring. I haven't played Skulltaker. I played Scarbrand. And I'm gonna be honest. Once you you gain momentum with Scarbrand, you just click the auto resolve all the time because nothing touches you. It gets kind of boring just watching you you just bum rush everything and it dies. Go play Chad the Vlad and his vampire harem. I was actually gonna play that one next. The ones I wanted to play next were the Vampire Court, the Ogres. I haven't played the Ogres yet. And the Lizard Frog people. But right, let's see. Let's see where Stop Killing Games is. We're getting off topic here. Because I've been playing too much bullshit with Total War Warhammer.
Hey, you know that saying, it's not paranoia if they really are out to get you?
Yes.
Well, I have another video I do not want to make, but I probably should. And this one is newsworthy, especially for me. I have behind-the-scenes news on the Stop Killing Games campaign. Okay, a quick refresher because I know this gets confusing. I founded the Stop Killing Games movement to challenge the legality of publishers destroying games which you've paid for. This has involved a lot of things which I've shown.
This man has literally become video game Jesus. He is dying for our sins.
In slides before, and that includes assisting with the European Citizens Initiative, which is the biggest thing going on with it right now. However, I am actually not the founder of the European Citizens Initiative. That would be a group of volunteers whom I'm in touch with. I'm ineligible to have an official role in the initiative.
Hold on. You see all these names on this list? Every single name on this list is literally just this. them. Fucking Chads.
I'm just a major promoter of it. It's always been something separate. That's part of why it's called the Stop Destroying Video Games Initiative instead of the Stop Killing Games movement. So with that in mind, it was recently shared with me that the Stop Destroying Video Games Initiative has received a serious accusation from an anonymous source.
Pirate
the EU
software?
Commission relayed a complaint of it committing 2 violations. Yikes! Of false no funding.
Oh, sorry, it's the people in control of Pirate Software.
Declaration and systematic concealment of major contributions. This declaration appears fundamentally incorrect based on publicly documented evidence of substantial undisclosed professional contributions to the campaign. Well, this is all news to me, but I don't know everything that's going on with the initiative. What's this about? Oh, it's about me! I'm the evidence, everyone! What do we have here? A quote: there have been many weeks on the campaign where I've been working 12 to 14 hours a day to keep things moving to get signatures. Damn straight I have, that is true. I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination. Yes, I did say those words. It's unclear to me if the accuser thinks I've literally been running a rickshaw service or not. And you know what?
They would probably accuse him of that because I don't think anyone inside the industry of video games actually knows what the fuck they're talking about anymore.
I'm not going to tell them. They can guess that for themselves. They're doing a lot of guessing in this. You'll see. Media interviews identifying me as handling the standard day-to-day work of running the Stop Killing Games initiative and described as the primary strategic decision maker and public spokesperson throughout the campaign. Okay, this is reaching. Since I apparently need to spell it out, when I say the initiative will do this or will do that, that's me assuming the initiative members are on board with what I'm saying and me taking my best guess. I've even said before on video, the initiative members are not a hive mind. They can disagree with each other, including me. They certainly listen to my input, but the decision on literally everything about the initiative is theirs. If I don't like something but they do, then I just have to deal with it. I have no actual authority. Nobody in the initiative takes orders from me. But get ready, because here comes the clown accounting. 15 to 20 weeks of 12 to 14-hour days. That's interesting that they call this a conservative estimate, because they're making these numbers up. They may as well be reading tea leaves.
They literally... oh my god, they're doing that, and actually, and like doing like technical analysis on a statement. This is the most insane shit imaginable. Man, this poor video game Jesus is getting nailed to the cross. And what did he do? They hated him for telling the truth.
It's true I think I've spent that many hours a day working on this campaign. For some weeks. But 15 to 20? That would have killed me. Some weeks were this high, others it was anywhere from 0 to 4 hours a day. I don't know. You know why I don't know? Because I never track my hours. Why would I?
Because he wasn't logging hours like this was a fucking job.
Nobody was hiring me for this. It's all volunteer time. The only reason I said 12 to 14 is because there were plenty of days where I would wake up, work the whole time, then go to bed, minus eating, exercise, and essential chores. And those days make me batty. I hate working that much. But I am impressed that they think they know my hours better than I do. Oh, but here's the good part. Professional rate, 50 to 75 euros an hour. Yeah, maybe that would mean something if I was a professional who had a rate for anything. Minimum estimated value, 6...
And you know what? I see nothing wrong with this. Honestly, I think he would deserve to be paid that much. That would be so impressive.
53 to 147...
What are they going to do if they put this into a court system and they do discovery and then they find out he was paid nothing? Then this whole argument falls apart and they're fucked.
1,000 euros. Oh, yeah. Okay, this one annoys me a bit because their low end, 63,000 euros, is more money I've made in any year in my entire life. Though, hey, I'm sure all kinds of people are worth more if they make up numbers about how much they should be getting paid from imaginary sources. But they're saying my volunteer work is worth that much, so by not reporting it, it's violating Article 17, yada yada. Their supporting evidence is media treating me as though I'm the leader, and me saying I've worked a lot on this. Well, it's true, I have worked a lot on this. But I must have said publicly that I'm ineligible to join the initiative at least 50 times. And this may surprise the accuser, but sometimes game journalists get details wrong when reporting on something. 12 to 14-hour day commitment during many weeks far exceeds any reasonable volunteer threshold. Yes, true, they're right about that. That isn't reasonable at all. I've hated this crap, and I can't wait to work less on the campaign. It's only my perception that this is my one chance to fix the problem of destroying games that's pushed me this hard. But I have my limits.
A midwit wrote this. My project manager skills are going off. A midwit wrote this. I can tell immediately that a midwit wrote this. Or Reddit mod. One of the two.
Guys, professional time investment constitutes quantifiable in-kind contribution under transparency regulations. I guess good thing I'm not a professional then. Well, this is a very serious accusation, and it sounds like I should have logged my hours and made up hourly rates like my accuser did, huh? But wait, here's a thought. Why don't we check what the European Union's rules actually are? Who is considered a sponsor? Sponsors are people or organizations providing financial support over 500 euros. Okay, well, I've spent 0 euros on the initiative, just a crap load of time, so that's not me. Legal persons or organizations providing other economically quantifiable, in-kind donations, or non-economically quantifiable support to an initiative are also considered sponsors. Well, I've been advised I'm not a legal person, I'm a natural person. That sounds right, and I certainly wasn't representing an official organization. I mean, I haven't signed one form with Stop Killing Games on it, or for the initiative for that matter. Individuals providing non-financial support, such as volunteering, are not considered sponsors under the ECI regulation and do not need to be reported. Oh, what's that? That description, which is exactly what I've been doing? So the EU says the initiative has been following the rules this entire time? But what about this anonymous accuser?
How fucking dare you, as a proud midwit? I resent that statement you made. Jimmy, you know how I know you're not a midwit? Because you didn't take what I said as a compliment.
You're saying the EU doesn't know its own rules. Is there a hidden clause here? Like you're not a sponsor unless you work really hard? So let's get this straight. We've got an anonymous complaint saying the initiative is violating EU law. I'm apparently in charge of the initiative despite being ineligible to even...
They're afraid. This right here, they're afraid. Remember, if the Stop Killing Games movement was gonna do nothing, they wouldn't be this afraid. This is fear. This is pure fear. This means that the Stop Killing Games movement could actually change something, and they were so fucking terrified of losing their dominant control over this and having to be fair. This is so impressive.
Even join it, hence why my name is not on here. The accuser is making up how many hours I've worked on this and are making up imaginary money amounts I've supposedly donated in kind, and their claims directly contradict the EU's own laws on this. And hey, plot twist, there's something I didn't tell you. The official organizers literally asked EU representatives if it was okay for me to assist them in the capacity I have been back in spring of 2024, just to make sure everything was above board in case there was a problem.
Yeah, you better have that in an email or writing somewhere just so you could slap it on the desk and say, fuck you.
Or we needed to report anything. They said what I've been doing is fine. We've been doing this by the book, guys. So where did this complaint come from? Well, we'll never know. It's anonymous. But let me ask you, does anyone think this is just some concerned citizen acting independently here?
Absolutely not.
I mean, pretend all of these accusations were true. Would that end the initiative? Maybe. I don't know. Someone was gunning for us. This is a shot across the bow. Now again, this complaint is anonymous, so I'm not accusing anyone. I don't know.
Hold on, I got the same impression. It reeks of desperation, but why would they be this desperate over something like this? The lose condition doesn't justify the measures taken. It absolutely justifies the measures taken. What they're doing here. Because they're not looking to lose. They think that they can stack the deck by fucking with Ross over here and by destroying the credibility of anyone that they can to any degree possible. They're trying to basically say that Ross is paid to do what he's doing and therefore is an invalid person to be involved in any of this, and therefore they can like get rid of all the signatures. This is fear, right? Yeah, you got to remember these are not people acting in a logical capacity. These are people acting in a capacity of greed, Dog Rock. And greed makes people do insane shit. You ever heard the story about the baboon? Do you know how you trap a baboon? Bushmen have been doing this for years. Take a bunch of salt, hollow out a tree, right? Drop the salt in the hole. The baboon will reach in, ball his hand into a fist, and then he can't pull his hand out of the tree, right? And the baboon is so fucking greedy that it won't just open its hand and pull its hand out. And a bushman will literally walk up to the motherfucker. The level of greed behind this, the level of loss of control that they are terrified of, they will do everything in their power that they can to try and get rid of SKG. That's how scared they are. There are 2 EU politicians that have voiced their support of SKG. Do you know what those 2 EU politicians have? Children who play video games. And they're like, fine, God. If you shut the fuck up, God, I'm already paying your mom so much alimony. Holy shit, just shut up, I'll talk about it. Maybe you'll finally love me. I'm joking. It's the EU. That means they're probably white.
Who wrote it? But I'll just say the timing of this is awfully hot on the heels of an industry lobby group giving some very bad statements about the movement. In some cases, I think outright lying about it. But I don't know if it was them. Maybe it was a different lobbying group. Or maybe it was just some political hatchet man hired by the industry. But someone was trying to kill the initiative. Filing paperwork to the European Union accusing the initiative and myself of violating the rules, maybe even committing a crime, I'm not sure. That's no small thing. This is the industry playing dirty now. It reminds me of Battleship. They took a shot.
This was never going to be a fair fight. Remember, I've said this before about Stop Killing Games. That once Stop Killing Games is in place, in any capacity, you're getting in a fist fight with the fucking devil. And that's a fight that's going to last forever because the devil is immortal. It is always going to be a fight from now on. This is going to be a constant battle. They're not just going to roll over and play fair. That's not how this works. Not at all how this works. Every dirty, filthy, underhanded Nintendo tactic they can pull, they will do. You know how I can tell that the corpo suits are fucking retarded? Let's pretend ZeniMax shuts down Elder Scrolls Online. We know SKG wants the game in a playable state. Okay, you need a server for it. Why can't they just remove all the MTX stuff in the game and make it available in-game and then still sell the game and let players run their own server? They could still make money for years, but it's not about that. What if ZeniMax decides to make a game like ESO that's utter dog shit, that's worse than ESO, and they've now sunset ESO? That means that the target market for the people who would play their other piece of shit game would rather just go and play ESO. And they can't have that. Then ZeniMax shouldn't be in business. Yes, okay. But, counter-argument, when has a tumor inside a human being's body who has cancer, when has the tumor ever gone, oh, sorry, I shouldn't be here, and just killed itself? It's never gonna happen.
Hoping my battleship was here when it was actually here. So they missed, but I sure felt the splash. So why am I telling you all this? Well, this has me a little worried. I mean, this complaint doesn't scare me. We followed the rules and they made up the charges. I mean, hell, if they hadn't put appears fundamentally incorrect, this might have been borderline libel against me. But the fact that first we have the industry lobbying against us, then we're getting this attempted shot at us behind closed doors, makes me concerned about what's coming next. I mean, I haven't done anything shady that I'm aware of, but maybe that doesn't matter. If they can't find a real angle on us, maybe they'll make more things up. Maybe serious things.
How many weeks do we want to bet? How many weeks do we want to bet until Ross is accused of being a pedophile? Of attending a dirty party? How many weeks until the personal attacks start? 2 weeks. I think it's the EU, so it's going to take a little bit longer. I give it 8 to 10. Well, I think actually, no, when SKG starts really ramping up and starting heading to the EU Parliament, they will try and drag this man's name through the mud. In every single way they can. That's what I expect of them.
Things. At the rate we're going, I'm expecting the next news to be a Photoshop of me in a parking garage doing a handoff with a briefcase full of money.
See?
Now, what I've been told is if the industry can't kill the initiative, the next step is to throw so much dirt on us, members of parliament start getting scared to support it. So just because this is only the second shot at us, that doesn't mean there aren't 20 more shots coming behind it.
It's coming.
And I'm again reminded of how stupid this whole thing is when you consider what a comparatively low cost an end-of-life plan is. I bet whatever companies are spending on lobbying against us is more than it would cost them to have end-of-life plans for their games, especially in the future. Hell, I think a lot of end-of-life plans for games will be less than those imaginary euros I'm not being paid. But I don't know what's coming next, and it could get a lot worse than this. Who knows? I am so out of my league on this. I have never been...
I would be so mad if I was Ross. I would be so fucking angry that they told me I could be paid 63,000 euros for all this work I did, and I didn't see a cent. I wouldn't even be mad about the initiative. I would be like, you fucking tell me I could have been doing this for money? I'd be so mad.
Been a political target before, so this is all uncharted territory for me. Have you ever played a game that's getting harder and harder, and you can still keep up with it in the moment, but you're starting to think at the rate it's going, you're not sure if you can handle it in a level or two? That's kind of...
That's literally every single Total War Warhammer game when I start playing wide instead of deep.
The vibe I have right now. And for those of you who think I'm being paranoid, did you hear about that retro gaming YouTuber who was arrested for reviewing modded handheld consoles? Oh yeah,
we saw this.
That doesn't hit close to home for me at all. I mean, I don't have any handhelds, so I guess I'm safe there. But what about abandonware? If I play an emulated Commodore 64 game, are they going to send the cops to my place as step 5? Gotta love the games industry.
Yes.
But as of this moment, I still feel free to speak my mind, so I better make use of it. Here's the thing. The video games industry is worth billions. If they really want to smear me or the initiative, they'll find a way to do it. We're lucky their attempts have been so bumbling so far. I mean, I just showed you how these claims are false because they're lying about how the law defines my actions. Video Games Europe was almost certainly lying about this claim, and it was irrelevant. Almost certainly lying about their liability here. They were either so obtuse they couldn't understand what we're asking for when it's spelled out for them, or they're lying about not understanding it. Take your pick. Oh, and this claim. This one is a bit clever because it can't be disproven. You could say this about anything. Like, I could say it's prohibitively expensive for me to make a paper airplane. And you might say, what are you talking about? A piece of paper costs what, 2 cents? And I could say, yeah, but that would curtail my choice. Because I want to make my paper airplane out of the Magna Carta, and that's priceless. Thus, it's prohibitively expensive for me to make a paper airplane. I guarantee you that—
No, you got it wrong. You got it wrong here, Ross. It's prohibitively expensive because you want paper to make a paper airplane. But that means that someone's got to chop down a tree. Someone's got to mill the wood, process it into paper. And as we know, based on on Big Lumberjack, we know that that's just not possible for them to do. It's impossible for them to turn wood into paper. It's just not, it's unfeasible. It's economically non-viable. And there's no way in a million years people could do that.
that's the kind of logic they're using here if you were to really dig into the details. Oh, and let's let everyone know, this lobby group isn't even representing its members that well. BeamNG says they weren't consulted by Video Games Europe and disagree with their statement and behavior. Even Epic Games, yeah, that small company, you probably haven't heard of them, has come out saying that they're currently non-committal on this. So Video Games Europe wasn't representing them in their statement either. So if they're—
Do you see that? That's bitch behavior. That's bitch behavior. They did that on purpose. They left those people out on purpose because they knew that they would face pushback. That's like, I don't know if you've seen when high school girls fight with each other. It's the most terrifying shit in the world. Like, you know when guys in high school fight with each other, it's a fist fight and then it's over? High school girls do shit like they'll have an argument and then one of them will go behind the other one's back and say how she's a slut because she slept with all these dudes that she didn't. Right? And ruin her fucking life. And anyone who would have defended her is left out of the circle so that they don't have the opportunity to say anything back to this bitch who did this. That's what's going on here.
They're not even consulting their members. Who the hell are they representing exactly? Okay, some news as I'm editing. Ubisoft has responded to stop killing games. I was not expecting that. It's a lot of misdirection. I'll try and speedrun this. Okay, this is irrelevant. We're aware of your terms. It's not yet determined if they're legal or not. This is also irrelevant. This part is true. This is a widespread problem in the industry. The only thing unique to Ubisoft is they're trying to get away with this crap as a French company. Okay, even the EU Commission wouldn't commit as to whether these types of games are services or not when asked. So he can call these games services, but legally they might not be. Services tell you when they end. And the endless support argument. Okay, I'm undecided. If this was a senior developer saying this, I would 100% call this misdirection. I mean, hey, this looks awfully similar to that comment from Video Games Europe about endless support. This could be the industry's new playbook. If they can pretend to not understand what we're asking for over and over again, maybe they're hoping that will—
Yeah, if they lie loud enough and for long enough and they can make sure that no one else has a dissenting opinion that'll stand up against them, then they can make the lie the truth.
Change the narrative. However, this is a CEO saying this, so maybe he really doesn't know how these games work. Hey, if so, he wouldn't be the first CEO to not understand how his company's products work. So
That's the perfect tie-in. That right there is the perfect tie-in. You want to see something cool? Where is it? Fuck, I know it's somewhere. Damn it. I'll have to find it later. I have the Logitech controller. And I thought about playing Subnautica using it. Just to see what would happen. Check up your... Oh, no, I don't put things up my ass. It's funny how they are just parroting what Pirates said a year ago. Yeah, because they watched the Pirate video and they just fucked off because they were like, this is the best defense we can find. Because just like him, they're lying sacks of shit.
I can't tell if he's just trying to gaslight everyone, or if he just doesn't know how these games are made, so he thinks they would need endless support. I kind of hope he actually doesn't know. Anyway, the point here is there's a lot of lying and shady stuff going on from the games industry against Stop Killing Games. And I guess now, me too. So if these attempts to shoot down the initiative keep happening, maybe assume the industry, which has been shown to be lying repeatedly, is lying again. And the whole point of their accusations is to make you forget the real issue, which is consumers are getting robbed by the industry. There are nuances to it, but the basic message is when you buy a copy of a game, you should get to keep it, and publishers shouldn't be able to destroy what you already paid for. This concept is so basic, it's still a joke we even have to fight for this. So don't let the industry throw you off the scent, especially in the future. If something doesn't pass the smell test, push back. I say this because things could heat up so much that—
No, don't push back like that. They'll put a dick in your ass. What you've got to do... Okay, there's two ways to handle this, right? You can either try and be upstanding, or you can start flinging shit. Dig up some dirt in these CEOs. Find out who's paying these fucking shills to post these messages. That's when we find out the anonymous complaint is invalid because it came from the US and it came straight from Pirate Software's desk. I wouldn't be surprised. But honestly, I hope they fight clean. I hope they win. But let's be honest, that's not how politics works. That's not how getting shit done works. How many dirty, filthy, fucking underhand tactics did all the regulators, all the companies who sold cigarettes in the past, in the US, what dirty, filthy fucking shit did they pull to make sure that cigarettes were listed as like a health product or whatever the fuck they were before the regulators had to step in and being like, all of you insane sacks of shit are crazy. Put a warning label on your goddamn products. This causes cancer. They lied. They manipulated. They paid people off. They squirmed. They squirmed like little fucking maggots. And they still lost. Here he goes, thinks all politicians are evil, because they are. Not all of them, some of them love Africa. What, love importing slaves from Africa? I don't know what you mean by love Africa.
Maybe in the future, I'm not at liberty to give commentary or defend myself like this. I've managed to get in touch with a few political insiders that know more about how these attacks work than I do. I intend to follow their advice. Right now, my plans haven't changed at all. But if I just go really quiet on some topics in the future, then I'm telling you why right now. It will be because the attacks are getting so serious that me saying anything might be a liability somehow.
Ooh.
I mean, remember, this was behind the scenes. The industry didn't make this one public. So who knows what the next thing they're planning is. Now, hopefully, I'm overreacting.
Man, I'm so sad. I can't believe that Ross committed suicide 5 weeks from now. I can't believe he got Boeinged like that. I never saw it coming. That they put him in the Jeffrey Epstein cell and he hung himself with a toilet paper roll. Damn. That's real sad.
And the industry won't keep escalating this. This was just them taking a couple pot shots at us, but I'm trying to prepare for a lot of scenarios. I mean, I knew there was a chance of something like this happening back when I launched the campaign last year. That's one of the many reasons I never wanted to do this. At least this is just me trying to get the most bare minimum common sense regulation in the games industry, and not trying to be a whistleblower on the defense industry. That would be bad. Okay, to end this on a lighter note, despite all this mess, we've been getting more and more support from European members of parliament. Here are some I've been informed of, though some of these I'm pretty late finding out. Marquetta...
That's too many accents for a language. Oh, it's Romanian. That makes sense. They stole it from all the other languages. Okay, Romania, Czechia, Belgium, Germany, Greece, Bulgaria, Czechia. Okay, so we know Nikolai here still wants to play his femboy games, right? Marketa here. He's trying to be relevant because no one knows where Czechia is. Kathleen accidentally signed it after a night of being drunk out in the town. Sebastian, he just wants a World War II game where you finally get to play as the good guys. And when he gets his game, he doesn't want it to be pulled offline when the server stops working. Maria got bribed into this because Greece has no money. Nicola, he was out drinking with Kathleen. And Thomas, again, these two came up with a plan. They were like, we are going to make people know what Czechia is.
Gregorova's was from last year, actually, and had cool promotional art and everything. That's what, 4-bit color? But the big one is Nikolai Stefanuta, a vice president of European Parliament, throwing his weight behind the initiative and saying he signed it himself. Okay, I'm the wrong person to judge social media effectiveness, but 85,000 likes on Twitter would sound like a good day to me if I was a politician.
This man plays video games. He's young enough that he plays video games. I mean, maybe the last video game he played was Lemmings, but he definitely played video games.
This is what I mean about easy wins for politicians, guys. Keeping it real, most people don't care about video games either way. So this is pretty safe politically. But for the people who do, Stop Killing Games is advocating for a very popular position that's in line with existing consumer protection laws, and is narrowly focused. So this isn't going to cripple the industry either. The industry is fighting this because they'll fight anything that requires them to do something.
Yes.
Stop Killing Games is about as safe and popular as it gets in politics. And as a bonus, it's appealing to people who might not normally be involved in politics. That's an elusive demographic. And now's a good time to mention again that contacting members of European Parliament on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee is probably the best thing we can do to push back. Though I've received conflicting information on which parties to contact and what subject lines to use. If you want to help...
I'm gonna be honest. I just had my fight or flight response activated here. Because this just looks like the inside of a fucking HR department.
Just try your best with contacting a representative of your country. Preferably someone who cares about consumer rights. Okay, that's it. I have no idea what's coming down the pipeline now, but all this resistance means we are throwing around some real power to fix things. So let's keep at it.
Well played. Well played. They're scared. There's fear. There's a deep fundamental fear occurring right now. And I like it. It feels good. I hope they keep going. I hope they keep fucking pushing. They need to keep it pushing. Remember, if this was a meaningless movement, they wouldn't be trying so fucking desperately to stop it. It's so important that people sign that shit. And this gets through. No better way to get young voters than supporting SKG. I mean, I suppose if you got SKG, so people can play video games, and you just stop importing a bunch of immigrants into your country, if you're in the EU, that's how you secure the vote, right? But on the other hand, just import more immigrants and say you're the one that did it, then they'll keep voting for you, right? God. It's gonna be such a fist fight for SKG. Now, what would you say to someone that is saying that the movement is a problem because it's going to be left up to the politicians to change laws? I would still say that's a valid concern, because what's going to happen is the politicians will do their best to sneak some shit into the movement alongside everything else. However, the concern is mitigated by the fact that I think they're doing their best currently to try and make sure that they're applying existing consumer protection acts instead of developing an entirely new legal framework. Cue that scene from Starship Troopers. Yeah, quite literally. Quite literally, it's this. It's this shit right here. This is quite literally what's happening right now. is this shit right here.
It's afraid. It's afraid!
Yeah. Yeah. They're fucking getting scared, boys. They're fucking... Can you believe it? Gamers actually did something. I'm astounded. I'm impressed. You know what? We fall apart the second a new Blizzard cinematic is released and we say, WoW's the best game ever. But somehow, they all got together and decided, fuck this, we're not dealing with this. Right. So I'm running out of time, so this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go through the V-Shoujo stuff. All this other stuff I'll deal with on another day. I owe it to the fact that I still feel guilty about the fact that I fucked up with that one short and that I've been digging into VTubers to take a look at the V-Shoujo drama. And then after that, I'm going to see if I can try and figure out what games there are to actually play that are interesting enough to stream playing that aren't MMOs, because I can't think of a single MMO that's new and is looking good. Mew and Goon Software says SKG will kill the live service industry.
Shit, Negro. That's all you had to say.
Yeah, of course. You've said that before. Yeah. Yeah. Play Warframe. No, I don't. Listen, I don't want my wife to leave me and for me to never see my kid again. That game's dangerous.
I'm leaving Bishoujo.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You just fired off here. Hold on. You know what's really scary is Iron Mouse's model is looking a little bit outdated compared to some of the wild shit I've seen VTubers do. Play vintage Western RPGs from the early 2000s. You know, I've considered playing the first Fallout game on stream. Did you know, like, if you play the first Fallout game and you set your int low enough, you can't speak to people because your character's too retarded to figure out how to speak. That was a real gameplay moment. That was real impressive, like, logic that they put into games like that. Iron Mouse stated she has a huge rack IRL. Isn't she in a bubble, like, her entire life? So she's not moving much. So that either, like, I'm not saying this to be mean, but if you don't move much, that's a great way to gain weight. So she's either stacked like an animal, or she's fat. But no one's as fat as me, so I can say that because I'm a fat bitch, so that's how that works. You know how skinny bitches can't call out fat bitches? Yeah, I'm fat, so I can get away with it.
I am leaving Bishoujo. Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by Bishoujo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And
you're never getting that money. You're never getting that money. That V-Shoujo is Japanese as far as I'm aware. You're never getting that fucking money. Sorry. If V-Shoujo has to throw children off of buildings every day of the week to not pay money, they will.
most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important...
Wait, it's a company in America. Wait, is it? Hold on. Maybe I needed to focus a little bit less on VTuber stuff and more on, whatchamacallit, on the companies behind them. Damn. San Francisco, California. V-Shoujo is based out of Shotfort, where they take dumps on the street and leave needles everywhere. Damn. You ain't never getting that money, Iron Mouse. You're never seeing that fucking money. That's in someone's back pocket he left. He's in a country with zero extradition policy right now. You ain't never getting that money. I take back what I said about them throwing children off of buildings. Because that would be a Japanese company. In America, they fuck those kids first.
Charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today is owed over $500,000 from Vishojo. I know that this is a lot, and it's very important for me to be honest with all of you. I really want to tell you everything, but unfortunately right now, I have been instructed by my attorney to wait for more of the legal procedure to unfold.
Yeah.
So one day I will be able to tell you the full story. But
with Iron Mouse's influence, with how popular of a person she is online, if she told the full story, she could probably collapse V-Shoujo in a second. Remember that guy? Fuck, I keep forgetting his name. He does like interviews on the street in the US. All gas, no brakes. Someone will know his name. That guy was fucked over by a company who stole his original YouTube channel before he had to start another one. And where is that original YouTube channel? No one gives a fuck. Channel 5. Yeah, that's it. Channel 5. Where's that original channel? Gone. Because they thought they could leech and then get him to fuck off and they'd be fine. Bunch of dumbasses didn't understand where the talent lies. If you're a talentless hack, you've got to parasite yourself onto the talent and then do everything in your power to not fuck the talent over. Because when they turn around and out you as a parasite, you're screwed. So be a symbiotic parasite. That's your best chance at surviving.
for now, I just need to let you know that I will no longer be a part of Vishojo. If you give me a moment of your time, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I know for a lot of people right now that this might be the first time you're ever watching me. I became a VTuber because I really wanted to make friends. I was very lonely due to the fact—
Very understandable. Most men between the ages of 21 and 27 are anime girls online to try and make friends.
that I have a primary immune deficiency disease called CVID. I basically have a low to near non-functioning immune system.
Hold on, CVID is a relatively frequent form of primary immunodeficiency found in about 1 in 25,000 persons. This is the reason it is called common. The degree and type of deficiency of serum immunoglobulins and the clinical course varies from person to person, hence the word variable. An additional characteristic is decreased IgA, IgM levels, low level of 3 major types of immunoglobulins, blah, blah, blah. In some individuals, there are defects of the T cells, and this may also contribute to increased susceptibility to infections, as well as autoimmunity, granulomatous, fuck, I can't read, disease, and cancer. Okay, off topic. She needs to get her VTuber model to cosplay as Tali from Mass Effect. That would go so goddamn hard and it fits so perfectly. And she's got the VTuber model set up and all the money in the world to make it happen. Impressive. Mind if you go full autos for a second and find out exactly what laws in the EU that SKG is trying to get applied to the games industry. I've already looked into that before. It's primarily consumer protection acts that already exist that you can't take shit away from people who've already bought a product. I'll look at it later. Probably tomorrow. I can send you some stuff if you want at some point when I have the time. You're arguing with a bot online if you got someone who's against it. She's a Zoomer. She probably doesn't even know Mass Effect beyond the name. That's why someone needs to inform her. I think, yes, she could collapse Image Company, but also on the other hand, because of how USA courts work, Vishojo could challenge the court's verdict. Because the jury was prejudiced. If she would have told you about— Why don't you look it up yourself, Super? You gotta, like, look it up yourself. It's not that hard to find. Just go to the SKG page. Look at the laws they want applied. Or here, let me do it for you. Jesus Christ. God. There you go. Prevent remote disabling. Reasonable playable solutions. Consumer ownership rights. No planned obsolescence. Fan server protection. If you're looking at the CPA, the actual existing laws, there are laws that state that you cannot sign an agreement that is predatory or goes directly against regulations that already exist. One of those regulations being that if you've bought a product that is sold as a product, it needs to be sold to you as a product that you now own, not as a license. Things need to be correctly demarcated. So either they need to tell you that you're renting a license or you're buying a product. So far, that's unclear and not being applied. The second component of it that I'm aware of with SKG is primarily that there are a bunch of rules and regulations around you buy a washing machine, they can't remotely deactivate your washing machine. That's against CPA. Why did you bully her then? Because I had no fucking idea who she was, Filter. I'm getting off track, goddammit.
Which means I get sick a lot.
She basically has AIDS without having AIDS.
And it caused me to remain isolated for long periods of my life. So then I found streaming, and I thought about giving it a try because I wanted to see if I could make some friends online.
Man, I didn't do this.
All right, chat, who's ready?
Hold on. What did the original model look like? What did the OG model look like? Has the model changed, or has it always been the same? Did she start off working with VShojo, or was that a thing that got hooked up later? Okay, so 5 years ago, this is the earliest thing.
Supposed to be more scary, but whatever.
This one's far more cutesy. And too close to being underage. This is a concerning one. But sure, understandable. This was 5 years ago. The technology wasn't that great. The model developed over time. It's not the worst. It's not as lethal as AIDS, but it doesn't have the treatment as simple as AIDS because it's purely immune treatment versus taking antiretrovirals. Yeah, no, I know that. But I'm making a joke. God damn it, don't take it seriously. Motherfucker. If it's a service they are selling, they have to inform you how long the service is available to, if I remember correctly. Yes, that's part of one of the regulations. Fuck, there's a list. There's actually a CPA list about selling a product in the EU, and that's what you're looking for.
Because I honestly couldn't ever leave my room. I never really expected to grow an audience or anything. It was one of the last things on my mind. I just thought that I would stream to, 5 to 10 people and just hang out from time to time.
And then people wanted to fuck you. I'd be full of shit. Like, honestly, having seen some clips of her and stuff and the way she sings, she's a person with actual talent. That's the terrifying part.
make some friends, play games, and just continue on with my life. But unfortunately, I was too scared to stream with my face. So a friend of mine recommended that I try an app called FaceRig that would allow me to use an anime avatar to stream. And that's how I started VTubing. It took me a while.
Damn. Why is it that all the girls you know online keep hanging around riggers? Why do they all love their riggers so much? I don't understand. She can also, because of that, be skinny because her disease is immune-resistant condition, so forth. Like I'm making jokes here, I'm making jokes. Don't take anything I'm saying serious. It's a serious disease. There's no way to handle it except humor. I promise you that. The worst thing you can show someone who's got a disease or a problem or disability is pity. There is nothing more shameful that a person can go through than being shamed by people around them. You know, I made a friend when I was a kid because he liked my dog in the park. He had one arm, so I nicknamed him Stubby, and he thought it was funny. And he appreciated the fact that I didn't just treat him like, oh, it's broken, oh. Right? Never. It's the most degrading thing you can do to someone with a problem. Is pity them. It's pathetic. And it just makes things worse.
While to take it seriously and even begin to think about maybe being able to grow a community and even make this a career. I think I really started to take it seriously around the time when I was approached to join VShojo, and it was through VShojo that I was able to grow into the Iron Mouse that I am today. When I was approached in 2020 and asked to join VShojo...
2020. That was 5 years ago. So when she was here, she was already approached. So basically, I'm gonna assume that VShojo saw her streaming and was like, yo, you need to start a YouTube channel. You need to turn this into a business. We'll help you. We'll do X, Y, Z. We'll post videos for you. You just do the streaming thing. That's what I'm assuming from all of this. So she was already in VShojo by this point.
It seemed like a good idea, but I honestly did not know if I could ever be a corporal VTuber because I felt like I just couldn't. In my mind, I saw myself as unhireable, which is why streaming worked for me. I had no boss, no strict rules, I had no hours, no expectations. It was all up to me, and due to the fact that I have lived my life chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything, I just felt like there was no way.
Wait, I believe the agencies are along the lines of advertising sponsors for the most part. I don't think so, Super Sploof. I think, personally, that what this sounds like is the advancement on the MCN formula for YouTubers. Remember back in the day that, like, if you wanted to be a real, quote, YouTuber, you had to join an MCN, a multi-channel network, and they would promise you the fucking world. And then they would do nothing except take a cut of any ad revenue you got. That's what these organizations sound like. Except the advancement on the formula is that they will control your model, they'll copyright your model, they'll make sure that they own everything about you that people love. So that when you do something they don't like, They've now got something to threaten you with because they learned that MCNs didn't actually have that much to threaten people with, except fuck you, we'll take away the channel. And they just shrug their shoulders, make a video saying, yo, I'm restarting my channel because MCNs are fucking dog shit and evil bastards. As far as I'm aware, we're seeing the backlash now coming from this because I saw a video about another popular VTuber that wears like a shark outfit or something that had to drop the model and drop all of that other shit and then restart with a brand new model all on their own. So this is just history repeating itself, in my opinion. A little more than advertising, sponsors, merch deals, finance, behind the merch deals, legal departments. Yeah, because they realize MCNs were the amoeboid structure. They were the protozoa that are these companies that exist now. Now they train these bitches up. You got Andrew Tate in the back room spanking some of these hoes. Harder. Harder. You're gonna give me your money, bitch. So these guys are the advancement on the formula to me. More like we will buff your viewers by planning your collabs with other known VTubers. They will raid you after they end their stream. Also, many people don't want to join them because they like putting the contract, we own your avatar. Yeah, of course. Of course, that's what I say. They get more predatory and more demonic over time, not less demonic. The VTuber was Gar. Okay. I'm assuming that's the shark one you're talking about. Iron Mouse owns a model. I know that much. Yeah, it's because she had the model before she joined VShojo. Or it might be that VShojo didn't have the formula down exactly because this was 5 years ago. Now they know better. Now they're like, we will take you for everything you have, you piece of shit, fuck you. I bet that the next advancement on the formula that these companies do is they're going to say, they're not just going to say something like, yo, we own your model. They're going to say, you need to sign this contract that says we own your voice in perpetuity forever throughout the universe. And what that means is now if you post a video and you've got the same voice, you're fucked. Because they own your voice so they can copyright strike you. So they'll destroy your career entirely.
That anyone would ever take me or want me. For a while, I was struggling to make a decision because I was afraid about my anonymity and afraid about trusting people because I felt like every time I put my trust in people, it always ends in grief for me. So I was worried about...
Based, I understand. Don't put your trust in people. You can trust yourself and maybe God. And that first one's a pretty tough issue. Because you might not get away with that one. I know this personally. I know because I took care of someone for 4 years. I helped their kids go to school. I paid for their shelter, their food, their meals. Gave them a monthly salary. I hired them when I didn't need someone. And now I'm paying the fucking price for that.
Expectations and 1,000,001 other things. But I ultimately decided to join VShojo. It really pains me that I am unable to fully explain why I am leaving. But for right now...
Yeah, she can't say anything derogatory about the company until this is all over. Because they will use that against her as a weapon. Completely understandable. That's just how it works in these kinds of situations.
Well, here's what I am allowed to share with you. I would always be told how important I was for the company. And
of course, you got to gas the hooker up before you send her out to the clients. You can't have a sad hooker. She's not going to suck dick good. You got to give her a bump of coke. A tap on the ass. A Harvey Weinstein waiting in the back room.
was always told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me to the point where I felt guilt-tripped into signing. I felt responsible for everybody. I felt responsible for staff and talent alike. And I felt like if I didn't do this and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life. But this didn't.
You would be hurting everybody, and they would be fucking deserving it. I'm sorry, it's not your response. Like, I know that this is like a rough thing to hear, but if you say no to a contract like that, you are hurting those people, and they would deserve it, because it's not your responsibility to take care of someone else's business. If anyone uses the guilt-tripping behavior, if anyone uses guilt against you, you need to immediately become the world's biggest fucking bastard. But the thing is, I completely understand where she's coming from. I get it. There's also the other side of it, of you feel like you're legitimate now that you've joined a company. Now that you're part of a group or an organization, now you're legitimate. Now you are somebody. It makes sense. She's still the biggest English-speaking VTuber, I think. So she was deaf their cash cow. Absolutely, she was their cash cow. And they were going to milk those fat VTuber tits for as long as they could. Reason she feels pressure is because she's the lifeblood of VShojo. Yeah, no, absolutely. But this is the thing, Dogrock. If I start a company and okay, let's say, like, I have no idea. Like, I'm pulling this out my ass because I've never worked in like public entertainment stuff, right? But if I started an entertainment company and I found genuine talent that was going to take my business to the fucking stars, I'm not going to sit there emotionally manipulating that person, because that's just going to make them fucking resent me. You got to go out to bat for this person. You got to be like, whatever the fuck you need, we will make happen. You feel no pressure. You just be yourself. Whatever's going to work, we will back you the fuck up. Right? You give them every reason under the sun to trust you. But unfortunately, corpo rat fucks in suits don't want to do that, because that takes work and effort. It's a lot easier and a lot faster to just emotionally manipulate someone into doing what you want. And if you want a good example of this, look at every single time a scammer tries to make you emotional so that you have to make a snap-second decision. When someone phones you and says, I'm from some collection agency and you owe this and you need to send this money now or we're going to come fucking arrest you or some shit. Anytime there's an emotional appeal, that's when someone's trying to like expedite a decision on you. That's when you need to stop, take a step back and spend the next week thinking about it and say, I'll get back to you. Because this emotional manipulation shit, it gets things done faster, but it creates bad blood. Long term, it creates bad blood. Can you imagine how much shit VShojo is now going to face for being the rat fucks they are? And they deserve it.
Didn't feel right with me, and I began to feel extremely uncomfortable. As my viewers know, privacy has always been one of my biggest concerns. I've had a lot of scary experiences in my life, so one amazing thing for me was the fact that VShojo handled all my payments, and it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information. So that was all.
So now she needs to build it herself. She needs to be like, fuck you, I'll build my own thing with blackjack and hookers. She has the money, she has the energy, she has the effort. She needs to hire people who work for her. Not work for someone else. And that's scary. That's fucking terrifying. Because then there are people relying on you. But I bet that this person would do a far better job than some fucked up company. Isn't she like really sick? Yes, Connor. Which is why it would make sense for her to send an email, find the right people who are going to protect her and actually care about her and will work for her instead of the other way around. It's a few emails. Hell, a Discord call. She streams all the time, right? There you go. And it's scary. It's terrifying. Doing all that business shit, but she would have the funding that she would be able to pay people to do that for her. She has the capital to make this happen. But it is a scary fucking step. So I can understand the hesitation. Let's see. Iron Mouse, Zentreya, and Amelie were... Wait, hold on. I missed a message there. 3 have left and I will probably... Wait, and 1, not I. Okay, I thought you were a VTuber. Shelda. Will probably leave soon as she can. 3 VTubers have left. Good. Fuck this company. If they're gonna fuck people over, then they deserve this. They made their own bed, now they gotta lie in it. I don't know who Zentreya or Amelie are though. Or Henya. I don't recognize those names. The thing with VTuber industry is that you can operate the entire thing from inside your own home. All IRL participation is voluntary. God, I watched an anime like a while back. What was it? Kengan Ashura. Remember in Kengan Ashura where that guy, like the business guy who's just like a fucking nobody, gets hooked up with a fighter and he like starts becoming someone and being like a crazy nutbag? Remember he has a kid who just never leaves his room and he thinks his kid is a fucking loser, and then you find out that the kid in the room actually owns this mega corporation and is like a crazy, insane, super like wealthy motherfucker who just runs everything from the shadows? She could literally make that happen without leaving her room.
Always a blessing to me. As time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point. Throughout the years, Connor and I have raised around $4 million for the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
$4 million and over 1 million dicks have been raised.
The majority of the money raised is through Tiltify at events like the Cyclothon, the charity auction, and other miscellaneous events that we've had. However, because of the success of my first subathon, I decided to donate half the earnings of my following 2 subathons to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. The first time I tried this, it worked great. Over 200,000 people supported me, and because of that, we raised over $329,350 to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Because the money...
I'm so glad that she's saying the Immune Deficiency Foundation and not the IDF. Because my dumbass has already made that mistake once. Of confusing IDF for the Israeli Defense Force. And when I first heard IDF, I was very fucking confused. I'm like, what the fuck is this anime girl got to do with Israel? Which honestly might give it a few years, and we know some glowies are probably going to be spinning up some VTuber models. and what the fuck does this anime girl have to do with Israel? Might be a valid question to start be asking. That's all I'm saying.
Came from my Twitch revenue. Instead of a Tiltify link, it required Vshoujo to make the donation on my behalf. They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest...
Good idea. Brilliant idea. But wait, hold on. Subathon is that thing where if people start subbing, like it extends the time that you stay live, right? Wouldn't that be like exceptionally draining on a person like this? Or maybe it works out fine because they're stuck at home all day anyway, right? It's not like they can do like that much. So it's a win-win kind of. Mouse stayed live for a very long time and slept on camera. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's actually perfect. Because then you've got the crowd of people who want to whack off to her when she's live, and you've got the other crowd of people who are going to whack off to her sleeping model. That's perfect. It's brilliant.
Events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers and breaking the all-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked
$500,000. Damn. The IDF was sent should be sent $500,000 off of what I'm hearing. Man, Israel just keeps getting money from everywhere, huh?
Shoujo to make the donation on my behalf. But unfortunately, still a year later, Shoujo has not paid the charity.
They stole that money. Yeah, okay, so this is corpo speak. This is how this is gonna work, right? I know this. I know this personally. This is how this is gonna work. You have the corporation that's now stolen the money. Right? This guy's in charge. And everyone's gonna go, yo, where the fuck's that money for the IDF? And he's gonna be like, I don't handle donations. That's this department. You should go over here. These guys handle it. That's out of my purview. And then you're gonna go to these guys. Where's the fuck's the money? And they're gonna be like, oh, that's not my department. You're looking for the sub department over here. These guys are the ones who actually handle the money. And then they're gonna go like, oh, that's not our department. That's the transactions department. You want to go over here to transactions. You need to talk about these guys over here. Meanwhile, this guy who stole all the fucking money is on a golden yacht, fucking girls of a questionable age. And this just goes in a big fucking circle, and everyone just dodges the fucking blame, and you are never gonna see that fucking money ever. Ever. That's the point of a corporation. That's why, as a private individual, you have to incorporate yourself. Today. You are not a person. You are a corporation representing a person. That way, when you beat the shit out of your girlfriend, and she's like, I'm gonna report you to the police. You say, this is a business matter. I am only a representative of the company that you shall be attacking in court. Have that degree of separation. I was simply a representation, a representative at the time of what the company needed to occur. And I got sent a message saying you needed to get your shit pushed in. Incorporate yourself. Be a bastard.
The Immune Deficiency Foundation means the world to me. Connor and I have both spent a ton of energy, time, and resources raising money for charity. And we're both so proud to be able to say that we've raised nearly $4 million for charity. We almost always raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. They help people with primary immune deficiency diseases, or PI, which are inherited disorders where a part of the body's immune system...
PI. So you're telling me the IDF is helping people pee? Mossad will come after VShojo for that 500k. If there was 2 cents, Mossad would come after them. Jews and money, they don't play around. They'll fucking get that shit sorted. Funny you bring up yachts. There's another company that's several degrees more predatory than VShojo, and the CEO has a whole meme going on where everyone knows he has a yacht, but he denies it. I said yacht funny there for no reason. I'm not surprised. That makes perfect sense. I bet all of these companies are predatory fucks in the background.
Is missing or doesn't function properly, which makes people like me more prone to infection, and this includes over 450 different conditions. The Immune Deficiency Foundation is a charity that is near and dear to my heart and has a particular significance in my life. When my health first started getting really bad, the Immune Deficiency Foundation helped me immensely when I really had nowhere else to turn. I was terrified, I was lonely, and I was confused. I honestly didn't really know what was going on, and I never ever want anyone else to go through that. This entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to a community that helped me. But unfortunately, that's not the case. As much as I would like.
To be honest, that's fucking evil. That's pure evil that they would do that. And I bet you that VShojo is going to face no legal repercussions for this. But the social backlash might just kill their fucking company in the dirt. It's not just evil, it's a crime. Doesn't matter. They will snake their way around it. Corporations and accountability are on 2 different sides of the earth. And they never meet. But it's not always if... Oh, hold on. Fuck them, I don't get viewers when I stream. If they complain because they also aren't getting viewers anymore because of VShojo, then I genuinely think they should shut the fuck up. I think it's a grind, right? It's always going to be a grind, right? Also, that means the tits on your anime model isn't big enough. You remember, the tits have to be big enough that people can't see the bad mouth movements. The tits just need to be like there, and you could barely see the eyes. It's not always if VTuber's fault and if they complain about it. I mean, the company like this one of Jobs is supposed to be a guide smaller streamers to weigh how. Yeah, it's supposed to be mutually beneficial. Streamers to weigh the numbers or handle situation in chat, manage streams, build them up when they stream, for example. Yeah, but they do a bunch of shady shit to do it. That's the important part. But much more easy for company is just pressure other big stars to bust others by raids collapse. Yeah, of course. They're going to use every underhanded tactic in the book. ABC. Always be cheating. Never play fair. No company trying to make money is going to play fair. They quite literally live under the ethos of it's only a crime if I get caught. And even if I get caught, do you really think you're going to win against me? There is no company that's going to give a singular fuck about you. That is the way you got to look at this. They are out there to make money. They don't care about your reputation. They don't care about what you are. They don't care about what you do. It's all about making money. And they will do every single evil thing that they can get away with. And there's never going to be any consequences. And do you know what happens when there's consequences for their actions? Do you know what happens when there's consequences for their actions? they double their security detail and they up the prices even more out of spite and vengeance. That's what happens.
I'd like to continue to talk about this. Unfortunately, I can't. So, to recap, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the Immune Deficiency Foundation is owed over $500,000 from Bishoujo. I really
You're never seeing that money.
wish that I could tell you more, but right now, I have been advised to wait for legal proceedings. As of right now, I am an independent VTuber. I am at a loss of what to do right now. I'm kind of processing everything. I'm very sad and very confused. Once again, I want to apologize to the Immune Deficiency Foundation and to my community who has shown so much support to me. I also wanted to say that all the ad money made from this video will go towards the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. I really, like I said, I really haven't had much time to
Keep going. You gotta keep going. You gotta keep doing the thing you love. If Tiger Woods lost a sponsor, that didn't make him any less of a golfer. It just made him the world's best golfer without a sponsor. There wasn't a loss for him, there was a loss for the sponsor. V-Shoujo is about to have their shit pushed in real fucking hard. Legally, they're not going to face any repercussions. But socially, they're about to find out. At this level of content creation, of 1.3 million subs, the biggest streams on the planet, she's probably made enough money that she can like live more than comfortably. And whatever extra money is made on top of that will likely be meaningless. Which is probably why she feels comfortable donating $500,000 to charity. A person at this level, the way you offend them isn't by stealing money from them. It's by stealing money from people they care about. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. And now they're going to pay for it.
process this, but below the video in the description box is a link to a donation fund for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thankfully, any donations made through Tiltify go directly to the charity. That link is also there if you've heard about this and would like to support the Immune Deficiency.
Hold on. Tiltify? Does it show the number? I've never used Tiltify. God damn! Holy shit! Also, softcore porn, cool. Holy shit. If you want to know how much V-Shoujo just fucked up, just take a look at that number in a few days. If you want to understand the repercussions they're going to face, take a look at that fucking number up there. This does not get better for them. This just gets worse from now on. They started a donation drive. It was at 250k already yesterday. I bet it's it's more than 500,000 Super Sploof. She'll never see the money, but she can still give them a bloody nose over this. She's not giving them a bloody nose. She's fucking castrating them. Do you understand, Dog Rock? If you've got someone this big who's now calling you out on your bullshit, that you've stolen money from actual people who need help, they're not a bloody nose. They're halfway in the fucking ground. How do you recover from this? If you've got a bunch of up-and-coming VTubers who are not syndicated to a certain business, who see this and V-Shoujo approaches them, what happens when all these up-and-coming VTubers go, you know what? I would rather do this alone than ever come near you pieces of shit. They're fucked. They're absolutely fucked. God damn.
Foundation. Sometime this month, I plan on doing a special live stream in order to raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I hope to have a ton of friends joining me, and hopefully there'll be a lot of singing and a lot of fun and just a day full of happiness. I just honestly really want to show that after all of this, that VTubing is a force for good. So thank you guys so much for all the support, and thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. And once again, I want to say that I am truly sorry. Okay. Bye-bye.
That is the most terrifying video that anyone who works at VShojo is going to watch. That is a death knell. She just called down the hammer of 1 billion anime weebs on their fucking heads. I still don't understand the appeal of VTubing, but obviously other people do. And holy fucking shit, it's over for VShojo. They're dead. I don't see how they survived this. They just killed themselves. Puerto Rico is where she's from. I'm not sure if she's still there. They'll be filing for bankruptcy in a couple of months. It's bold of you to think they're going to survive a couple of months after this. They'll be closing up shop a lot faster than that. And you know what the worst part about that is? They're going to close up shop, and the people at the top who own VShojo are still walking away with a pile of money. They're just going to declare bankruptcy. It's all going into a private bank account somewhere, and nothing bad is ever going to happen to them. ABC. Always be cheating. You know what you should feel bad for? Is anyone who's like a secretary or someone who's like at the very bottom of the ladder who works for VShojo, because they're fucked. Because they're never seeing any of that money. And some high up is walking away with some fucking bank. This company will probably just now post on Reddit. They said there's already a close online. Also, Iron Mouse put a post that suggests they also didn't work. Oh, hold on. They didn't pay a music artist for their work. Any artists, musicians that worked with me through VShojo and never got paid, please contact me ASAP so I can get you paid. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. You know, there are certain things that can happen in a public space that are fucking deadly for a company. There is nothing scarier than that. Because she's not making accusations. She's paying the people they were supposed to pay. VShojo's fucked. I think they're dead, and they deserve it. But don't expect anyone to go to jail. As like Douglas said, jail is for poor people. The low-level VShojo employees are looking for a job, basically. That's what sucks. Yeah, no, they gotta dust off those CVs. They gotta get that shit out the door right now. There is... leave the sinking ship. Find yourself a life raft. Even if the life raft is made of cum... cum and sadness. It's time to get off now, because it's not gonna get better. And if people find out you work for VShojo and you say the words, I work for VShojo, do you think it fucking matters that you're at the bottom of the list? No, everyone's just going to be like, oh, so you're an evil piece of shit. All nuance is lost in these situations. Flee, because it's all you can do. Also, I already saw the SKG linked, Jimmy. I've seen that. I've been watching that shit nonstop. Right, now let's see what the ultimate God Slop Tuber has to say about this. Why is everyone leaving this company? I think we already fucking know why. The hammer of anime just came down on these people. Actually, first, I gotta check something. This is important. I bet I'm about to see an insane amount of violence in these comments. This is not your fault. What happened? Yet again, the kind person who was taken advantage of has to pick up the pieces themselves. Respect for owning up. Sorry, no way, no way. Damn, I was expecting more violence. I suppose these aren't Taylor Swift fans. Truly heartbroken. Anyone want to vouch for each other? I'm surprised there's not comments like, find the CEO and fuck his ass with a cactus. That's what I was expecting, to be honest, but maybe they're deleting those comments, which is probably a smart thing to do. I suppose I grew up in a different period of time. That, or she's just got a really nice community that just wants to protect her because they see her as, like, you know, someone worth protecting. Now, which one of these videos is first? That one. Okay. Why is everyone leaving this company? Let's see what Charlie had to say about this.
I cover from time to time that always seems to ruffle some...
Hold on. Twitter isn't where the violence is. You need to look in the VTuber board. That's... Okay, I've never been to the VTuber board. I didn't even know it had a VTuber board. Shows how fucking out of touch I am. VTuber. I'm not... Oh, virtual YouTubers. There we go. Is this a blue board? Yeah. Which means you're going to see more porn than anywhere else on planet Earth. Yeah, as I expected. Let's just find out. Oh, wow, look at that. There's 7 fucking threads on this shit. God, pregnant VTubers, no thank you. Okay. Now, first of all, I think it was pretty brave of Iron Mouse to post her feet like that. That was pretty brave of her. Usually this attracts the horde. Somehow got away with it. Impressive. Let's see. No engagement on this. I'm not seeing the violence. Everyone seems more sad than anything else. Yeah, I'm not seeing violence. I'm just seeing sadness everywhere. And this person apparently donated $6,666. Okay. The smell of fresh cheese. I wouldn't say it's that fresh. Damn. Damn. Evil motherfuckers be evil motherfuckers. Okay, let's see. Let's do the Charlie double ball of what the fuck's going on here, and then we can carry on.
Feathers and get... There's a topic I cover from time to time that always seems to ruffle some feathers and get people squirming in their chairs in anger, because I have less than kind things to say about some of the biggest players in the industry. But I just can't help myself. I can't bite my tongue on it. I'm like Winnie the Pooh poking a beehive because I'm addicted to the honey inside. And in this case, that honey is vindication. For a while now, I have bah-humbugged VTuber agencies.
Because Charlie's an OG, he knows that VTuber agencies are just MCNs. He knows this. It's the same shit with a different smell.
Seen a lot of the contracts that some of the top talent were locked into with these organizations, and they are extraordinarily corrupt. I think the agencies in this space are exploitative, and they treat their talent more like prisoners. It is unbelievable, the depths of greed that these...
Man, you know where they got this business model from, by the way? It's Chinese female streamers. That's a rabbit hole all on its own. Honestly, you should see how impressively predatory Chinese female streamers are. This is the watered down version of what's happening there.
These agencies in the VTuber space have succumbed to. But before I dive deeper into the spaghetti and the meatballs on my disdain for VTuber agencies in the industry, I would like to give you the catalyst for why I'm talking about it again today. It's because Iron Mouse just made a really sad video about why she's leaving VShojo.
Yeah, she did sound like I don't know if that's like a regular voice or if she was actually on the verge of crying, because all of this is very stressful on her.
Shoujo being another huge player in the VTuber space. They are a massive agency that's represented some of the top talent.
Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by VShojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from VShojo.
For those that don't know who Iron Mouse is, she is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch in terms of subscribers. She even broke the all-time subscriber record, and she has a primary immunodeficiency disease. She has CVID. So she does a lot of charitable work for this organization, and apparently she's just discovered that VShojo hasn't fully paid what they owed her personally, and they haven't paid the money that they owe to the charitable foundation that she was fundraising for, something that she does.
I'll say it again, you're never seeing that fucking money. That money's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. It's evaporated.
Often, but VShojo is required in this process because they handle her money in certain cases, which is not uncommon in the space. Like, I'm going to get deeper into like a lot of things with VTuber agencies that I've tiptoed around quite a bit in the past, but I don't want to like fully go into the weeds of it here. But let me just go ahead and explain where that number's coming from, the $500,000 owed to charity that VShojo still hasn't paid.
They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers and breaking the all-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked VShojo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, VShojo has not paid the charity.
So in a nutshell, Iron Mouse ran a subathon. It was extremely successful and raised a ton of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Immune Deficiency Foundation, and VShojo did pay it out the first time around, but when she came back for the second time the following year, it was even bigger, it broke records, and it raised over $500,000 that were supposed to go to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that has still not been paid out to the charitable organization to this day, according to Iron Mouse. Now, I've seen a little bit of confusion, people wondering why would VShojo even be handling that money in the first place? Why wouldn't it just come directly from Iron Mouse?
Well, because she asked them to handle it.
It's her Twitch. Well, that's where you get into the really stinky territory where, in a lot of cases, these agencies, they handle the finances of the talent. Like, they put their grubby paws on it before the talent does. So it's not uncommon in the space for the agreement between talent and agency to have the agency directly handle, like, their Twitch subs and their Twitch revenue and their Twitch ads, that kind of thing. And in the full video, Iron Man...
That way they can scalp you without you knowing it. By the way, if anyone's like, let me handle your money first before you see it, understand you're gonna get fucked. It's a given. You are going to get fucked. There are so few out there that won't fuck you.
Mouse goes deeper into this, so I highly encourage you to check out the full thing for the entire scoop. But in her case specifically, that was actually kind of appealing to her because then she would be able to stay even more private because she really values her anonymity. So having VShojo involved in that process was actually kind of a big deal to her. And for previous fundraising through Tiltify, it wasn't a problem, but when it came to the subathon money, since it was going through Twitch subs and everything, it meant VShojo was going to be involved in this process. And the first time it was fine, it apparently went off without issue, but this time, when the money was even higher, well, some kind of screws must have went loose over there at the VShojo headquarters. I guess that shit just fucking burst into flames or something, and they just haven't got around to it. They're still putting out some fires, and they'll get to it any day now. VShojo would be responsible.
But as if that money is somehow complicated, why do they need to filter it? Greed. It's not about doing anything, it's about stealing. The middlemen are not there to make the process expedited or easier. The middlemen are there to take a cut. That's how that works. Once upon a time, we had all these weird, complicated, non-automated systems where you needed a middleman to dance through all the loops and sign in all the papers and get stamps and shit. But now it's kind of a grandfathered-in job because most of it is autonomous and done online or done through some transaction system that no one needs to even touch. But the middlemen still exist and they want their cut. They want you to believe it's so complicated that you can't deal with it yourself. But that's such a fucking lie, because if you just scratch a little bit beneath the surface, you're like, oh, it's clicking a few buttons and signing a few pieces of paper.
For donating that money on her behalf, an obligation that they still haven't fulfilled all this time later, according to Iron Mouse. It's diabolical, withholding over $500,000 to charity, and also withholding money that Iron Mouse is allegedly owed as well. And what's even crazier is how unsurprised I am by it. Now, full disclosure, I didn't know too much about VShojo's inner workings. That was one of the few agencies I wasn't super privy to on like the behind the scenes of, but I'd always heard good things, but I always had skepticism because of how the industry functions at the agency level from the other ones I know. And this kind of dirty, scummy, greedy business is just so standard for these agencies in the space. It is sickening. Now, VShojo is going through a big turbulence right now. They're losing some of their top talent. Like, even before Iron Mouse's video, about a month ago, they made a post about how Giga was going to be departing VShojo. And then just 48 hours later, they announced Zin would also be leaving VShojo, one of their original members. So there's definitely been some, curious...
They're gonna lose everyone.
Georges out there wondering...
How many VTubers do you think are dumb enough to stick around? How many of them are fucked? Did he watch the Noxy video already? I haven't. I've heard apparently I'm in it. That's the last one I've actually got queued up for today. We're going to watch this one. We're going to watch Charlie's follow-up. And then I'm going to watch the Guild Wars 2 slander video that I'm apparently in.
What's going on at VShojo that's got everyone leaving? What's this exodus from VShojo all about? Fun fact, Giga is actually with us at Cheeky now. We're not like a VTuber agency. That's not what I'm trying to get across. Our soap. She really likes our soap, Cheeky soap. So she's partnered with us at Cheeky, and she's an absolute sweetheart. That's what I was trying to get across. The point is, some like really good people have been leaving VShojo, and now Iron Mouse have dropped this video about some very alleged scummy practices here at the VShojo corporate level. And I don't know how VShojo recovers from it going forward. They haven't made a statement yet. It's still a little too fresh as of me making this video. I'm very curious what they're going to say about it. If I had to spitball, I would imagine that their next play will be donating that money to the charitable foundation. I imagine they donate the $5.
I don't think they will. I think they'll lie, they'll manipulate, they'll try and throw Iron Mouse under the bus. They'll try and like say some really heinous shit about her. I don't think doing the right thing has even crossed their minds.
515K to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, or whatever the exact number was. I bet they'll do that to desperately try and save face. I don't think the community will respond well to it because it's very clear that they're just doing it now because of the public pressure that's being exerted on them. I don't know how they move forward with a good reputation. I don't think all of their talent's going to leave overnight. I imagine a lot of those contracts, in fact, I'm confident a lot of those contracts lock them down for quite a while with like some
That's true. That's true. Surely there has to be a way to break those contracts. And I think very many VTubers are going to be looking to break as many contracts as they can. And the ones that are locked down are probably they're gonna phone it in as hard as possible. Or they're gonna like do everything in their power to make sure no one gives them money. Because if they're getting fucked, they're gonna want to fuck them back.
Disparagement clauses in there and everything. Like, I bet there is a lot of things at play where the talent won't be able to leave even if they really want to. And I can only hope that the community here doesn't start attacking the VShojo talent for staying, because I imagine in a lot of cases they don't have a choice. Now, that's kind of the situation in a nutshell, but I want to dive deeper into agencies as a whole. I kind of teased it a little bit throughout the video. And I know people like to talk about VTubing as a whole, like it's some kind of niche that's not mainstream. That couldn't be further from the truth. It is a
I mean, apparently it is fucking like mainstream, and I'm just out of the loop. Because I didn't know about this shit. Like, I thought like most of this was like a phase that people did for a little while, and then like, fuck me, I looked into it and holy shit, this is like the most popular form of streaming, particularly for women. It's fucking crazy that most female streamers who are hyper successful are all VTubers.
$billion industry, and it is so lucrative. And these agencies have swooped in and made sure they are the ones getting the lion's share of that money, and they'll kind of trickle down, drip feed a little milk from their titties to the talent that's under their umbrella. And what's even more disgusting is they fed people shit and gave them a taste for it, an acquired palate, normalizing their greed, where the talent...
I think the thing that Charlie's missing here is this is every industry. Every industry where you have haymaker talent, they'll lock you in on a contract or something that sounds good at first. They'll say like, hey, you're going to work for us and we're going to pay you $2,000 a month. And if you're struggling and you can't pay your bills, $2,000 sounds fucking amazing. And then come to a year later and you realize that they've been making like $200,000 and you're seeing $2,000 of it, and you know that shit's not fair, but hey, that's the contract you signed. They'll fuck you as hard as they can.
The ones that are actually gathering the audience, you know, the actual VTubers, they don't see most of the money that they bring in. The agency does. That includes merch. That includes their Twitch subs. That includes YouTube revenue. Pretty much any piece of the pie that has dollars, doubloons in it, the agency is the one that's got their fingers in it, and the VTuber gets pieces of it, tiddlywinks. And I think it is so ass backwards. It has always rubbed me the wrong way, so I've always talked very negatively about VTuber agencies, much to the chagrin of the VTuber audience. The audience that watches VTubers is very loyal to their favorite creators in the space, so they get very upset when the 5'6" Florida man Neanderthal shoots spitballs at the agency that represents their favorite VTuber, because the community, like the relationship between the agency and the VTuber, is one that's supposed to be built on like a tight connection, like this partnership, almost like a family. But nothing could be further from the truth. It's about as much of a family as like the prison warden is to the prisoners. I just think it is completely unacceptable the way a lot of these agencies treat their talent. I also think a lot of people have been completely misled by them on the industry as a whole, where they act like there's only one path to success when it comes to VTubing, or at least
you know, the only thing that these VTuber agencies are missing is a Harvey Weinstein who fucks the VTubers first. But I suppose that's too difficult to get right, because then you'd have to travel to the VTuber's house. Discover it's a trucker in programming socks. And not a real girl. It's just a dude with a voice changer. Don't worry, they'd still fuck him. They just won't enjoy it as much. The only one's more scummier than this is Pirate Software. I think that this is worse than Pirate Software. Pirate Software is one dude who's a fucking he's a lolcow, and he has done real world damage to people, but not on a massive scale. These people are fucking stealing money from sick people. These people make Ebenezer Scrooge from the Christmas Story look like the most generous man on the planet in the first 5 minutes of the fucking movie. These guys are demonic. Like, whatever proportional damage Pirate Software can do, I promise you these guys can do infinitely more. It's just about scale.
they did, not so much these days. It's starting to kind of get a little more clear that you don't have to sign with them, but for the longest time, it was as if there was only one path to success in the space, which was signing with an agency, where they basically give you a career. They grow you through their network. They give you all the...
And they bot your views, and they push raids, and they shove people in certain directions. They do every underhanded tactic they fucking can. I would not be surprised if Twitch is taking a cut under the table to not ban any of these things, or that instead of having to follow the Twitch TOS, VTuber agencies get a specialized contract that is a different set of rules that lets them get away with a bunch of shady shit that no other streamer would be allowed to do.
Tools to grow, but they basically own you. And I know the argument a lot of people make is, well, they gave you your career. You do owe them like 90% of the money that you generate. That makes sense. Without them, you were nothing. And I just think that is completely delusional. I think you've been brainwashed.
Yeah, that's reversed. That should be reversed. You owe everything to the talent. The talent is the one who put you there. It's your job to facilitate the talent as much as possible. If the talent dies, you're fucked. And that's exactly what they're about to find out.
Brainwashed to think that. It's a little different nowadays where so many people are doing really well independent. There are so many independent VTubers that are crushing it, and a lot of formally contracted talent for agencies have left to be indie and are still doing really well. So it's being proven that you don't need these agencies to succeed as a VTuber. And I understand, like, you know, they do help speed up the growth of the career because then they just plug and play to like their network and just have eyes on you by default. But from everything I've seen, it just never really seems worth the trade-off. Like, you never get a better deal. So like, let's say you start with them and then you explode and become the biggest VTuber in the world. All the ones I've seen, the contracts don't scale with that success, so you still are locked into a...
So the problem with what Charlie's saying here, right, is it's one thing to say that when you're financially comfortable or safe or secure, but on the lower end of things, if you can't pay your bills, if you have medical expenses like Iron Mouse does, if you've got nothing and you're just watching your life fall apart, that little bit of money seems like the only choice you have. The devil shows up at your door when you're doing your best or you're doing your worst. They're showing up when people are doing their worst, and they know they can put people in shitty contracts and lock them away in non-scalable contracts forever purely because the person's desperate enough to try and pay their bills. It's the other way around. VTubers have to obey all the Twitch rules. Twitch will enforce rules against them aggressively. It's the titty streamers that just have carte blanche. You know what? You're actually right. You know what? I've probably got that wrong, Dog Rock. If I remember correctly, weren't there a bunch of VTubers who kept getting banned for being 2D models with too skimpy outfits? But then you got the titty bathtub streamers who just do whatever the fuck they want? Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right. I've got that backwards. Yeah, maybe they don't get specialized contracts then. That's from a business decision on the side of VShojo or any company talking to Twitch. That's an L. Also, thanks for the follow. Cyber Dolly. What mod poll do you want? I don't know what specifically you want as a poll. Tell me and we'll make it happen.
Bad deal. And now the agency just makes
I'm honestly thinking about taking down that channel point redemption because I think that people are like they're just going to get scammed by it because they don't understand how it works.
Killing off of your success and you kind of stay in the same spot more or less. Like, it just doesn't ever really feel worth it to do that when you can still be very successful without these agencies. And it just sucks to see that it is still so common that these agencies are greedy scumbags, like in this case here with VShojo apparently. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's about it. See ya.
Yeah, that's about right. Let's see what the update is. Because he just shot another video into our faces 3 hours ago. What's the follow-up? What changed?
Wait for VShojo's response before giving an update to this whole story. But with the way things have developed over the last 24 hours here, I'm not confident we'll ever get a response from them because I don't think there's going to be anyone left at the company for that. It has been a complete collapse of this. Should Super lose image posting perms in Discord? Answer choices are yes. Fucking okay, fine. I think we all know what we're getting. I think we know. God damn it. There you go. Company, and it is still radio silence from V No Show here, and I've just got to give you this update because it is crazy what's happened. In a nutshell, VShojo was, I'm going to use past tense because this shit is in the dirt right now. It has been fucking blasted to Valhalla. VShojo was an...
VShojo is dead, by the way. I'm still saying it. VShojo is dead. There's no way that they recover from this. They're fucked.
Agency that represented some of the biggest VTubers in the space, especially in the English-speaking VTuber space, which is a huge market. These creators pull in thousands of viewers every single stream and are responsible for millions of dollars being generated to the VShojo company. And what's happened recently is tons of that talent had been leaving VShojo, and yesterday, Iron Mouse made a video that really opened Pandora's box here to the scumminess of VShojo, where she explains why she is also leaving, and it's because they owe her a significant amount of money personally, but they also owe over $500,000 to charity that Iron Mouse raised for charity that VShojo was supposed to be responsible for donating on her behalf, something they still haven't done a year later, but I'm sure it's coming any day now.
Wait, is VShojo a publicly traded company? What the fuck? Stream is muted. It shouldn't be muted. The hell are you talking about muted? Muted. No, it's not. You goddamn liar. No, it's private. Okay. Yeah, it would seem strange for VShojo to be a publicly traded company, particularly because it's easier to keep it private and keep control and over the equity and shit. Mostly because I don't think the market of investors would even understand how to place a VTuber company, how to value it fairly. I don't think that's gonna work. Damn, I went to sleep and the man is still streaming. You won't believe how many times I've seen that message. Every stream that happens.
There's just been a big clog at the office, but they're very excited to get to it. And other creators under the VTuber agency have come forward with similar horror stories here about the way that they handled finances, where some of them...
Unsurprising, yes. Everyone wants Super to never post images again.
also are owed a significant amount of money that they haven't been paid. So it seems like VShojo treats payment to their talent the same way I treat changing the oil in my car. I'll get to it eventually. It's not that big a deal. Just keep kicking the can down the road, and eventually my fucking car is just going to break down, and I'm going to be tight. I'm going to be real mad. And much like what's going to happen to my car because I just keep procrastinating the oil change, this company has completely broken down now. From everything I've seen, every VTuber that was represented by VShojo, all of the ones I can find, have either already packed their bags and left or announced that they are leaving. I have yet to find a single person that's like digging their heels into the ground, lat spreading and saying, I'm staying with VShojo, baby. I'm keeping here. This is my ship, and I'm sailing with the crew. I have not found a single VTuber that is standing by them because it's a pretty indefensible thing that they are accused of here, and they haven't shed any light on their side of things yet, which admittedly it has been a pretty short period of time, but with so many people having similar encounters and similar stories about VShojo, it feels very unlikely that there's any wiggle room for some kind of justified reason why they've been withholding payments and not donating what they owe to charity. It feels like it's kind of, checkmate here.
Can I be honest with you? I don't think it matters what VShojo does right now. VShojo could say they support Hitler. VShojo has nothing left. They're dead. They're done. They're finished. It's going to be to the point that no matter what the response VShojo gets, it gets out. It doesn't matter what they post, what they say, what their response is. This is the only response people are going to have to them. Yeah, that's real cool and all, but can you get in the fucking bag now? That's it. That's the only response they're getting. Please die. That's all they're gonna get.
I don't think a response would save them in any way, but I mean, maybe they could shed some crazy light here on like what's going on and why. I don't really know, but no one's even waiting for that because of how diabolical it is. And if you go to their website right now and like try and buy merch, it's just taken offline. Like you can't even do that anymore. So it really seems like this company is fucked. It reminds me of from Call of Duty 4. 50,000 VTubers used to create here. Now it's a ghost town and it's VShojo's office. Real quick though, I want to give you like a bit of good news that's come from all of this. Iron Mouse did a Tiltify link in the description, and that's been shared a lot from a lot of people that want to support because the charity that she was raising money for never saw the money that she earned for them. And since this blew up, the Tiltify link has exploded, and over $600,000 is being donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which I think is very, very nice. I think that is great. So at least something positive has come.
It's above 750K now.
From this, but overall, it's just like a really sad set of circumstances because of how many people are now going to be out of the job because I don't see how VShojo has some kind of triumphant bounce back, like a phoenix rising from the ashes here, because it's not even ashes, it's actually just like feces. Like it'd be like, the swamp monster rising from my septic tank. There is really nothing they could do to ever get their reputation back unless somehow all of them are lying, which I just don't think is possible. I don't think that's the case. I want to show you another VTuber that actually confronted the CEO of VShojo's Japan branch live on stream about how she was also not getting the payments she was owed for quite some time.
First of all, I was already planning to leave VShojo this month. Specifically...
Fuck. What is it with the black background? Is this just like standard with recording these things where it gives you a black background that you then fill in? Damn. That's the unity in the VTuber community. It's like watching a bunch of people on Instagram posting Ukraine flags. They all just know to make the same video with their own individual model.
On the 31st. Because VShojo hasn't paid a significant amount of money to me too. So did you just say that VShojo JP itself was doing good? In finances too? You haven't...
I don't speak 2-minute noodles, so I'm not quite sure what's happening here.
Paid me.
This was a pretty wacky stream. This shit goes Insano style. Her confronting the CEO of this company, her boss, live on stream, and also the fact that her boss agreed to do it in the first place blows my mind. That is baffling. Like, humiliation rituals aren't this brutal. But here he is, and she is not holding anything back. She is not...
Of course, he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, get this phone call over. I've got like 4 Japanese hookers on my dick right now. I stole your money, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Pulling punches, she's not sugarcoating things. Care. It is a smackdown, and it is raw.
I quit VShojo today. はい。VShojo 辞めます今日。はい。はい。31日予定でしたけど今日辞めます。I quit. This is very wrong. ローさん。はい。Very, very wrong. You're telling me that VShojo JP was doing good. Looked like, at least. Doing good.
払っていたとしても、ケイさんに払っていたとしても大丈夫だったっていう感じですね。
You're telling me you could have paid me?
ということです。
Then where is it? Where is it? I want it now. Oh. He just stopped?
He disconnected. He's gone.
What a fascinating conversation here. So, The Japan branch CEO claims that the Japan branch was doing fine, and they could have paid her, but they didn't. We could have done it, but we decided not to. What, big whoop? You want to fight about it?
Right.
So what?
Hold on.
So as I understand it, he is saying that while they were thriving, they could have afforded to pay her what she was owed, but from what I've gathered, their hands were kind of tied because the English branch was struggling when it comes to their finances, which apparently caused a disconnect here where they couldn't pay the talent.
Yeah, you want a live view of what's happening in the VShojo offices right about now?
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
It's just nukes. It's just nukes nonstop. That's it. It's over. You never thought Japan would get nuked a third time? Well, guess what? It's happening. Drop another rice cooker. It's over.
The Japan branch, because the goobers on the English side of things were floundering. That's my understanding of it from everything I've read about all of this. But either way, the brass tacks of it is a lot of talent wasn't getting paid, allegedly. And as you just saw, she quit right to his face. Just actually said, I'm fucking out. Where's my money?
The fuck is wrong with their voices? Probably because I'm playing it at 1.5 times speed because Charlie speaks so slowly. Good night, Flag.
Put it right here. Set this shit in my hand. Put the money in my hand right now, or I'm leaving. Okay, I can't help but notice there's here. I'm out. So she left, and literally every VTuber I can find that was with VShojo has also left. This was
None of them are seeing that money, ever. That money's gone. Don't even bother. Shrug your shoulders and walk away because you're never seeing that fucking money.
Speedrun corpo death here. This was a snowball that turned into an avalanche that turned into a fucking meteor that blasted VShojo's headquarters and annihilated them like the dinosaurs. It went fast. It really reminds me of a classic blunder in the corporate world online with Artesian Builds. Anyone remember Artesian Builds? They were kind of like the top dog when it came to system integrators online. Well, one of the top dogs. They were a huge player. Tens of millions of dollars worth of like revenue. And then one stream, the CEO let his mask slip a little too much and he showed that he was a douchebag. I'm talking turbo redditor loser douchebag. Insufferable. They were doing a giveaway. The giveaway winner was a smaller streamer. And for some reason, he stuck up their nose at them, insulting them, and making a big stink about it, like, oh, you're just way too small. Yikes. Ooh, look who just won this giveaway. A fucking plebeian? Ooh, yucky. Pew.
2K followers is under my threshold. 3 days ago is within my threshold. Long streams, which is good. An Artesian Builds, fifth panel. See if you have redeeming qualities.
Man, how do you get so comfortable being a piece of shit, like with a camera pointed at you? Okay, well, to be fair, I'm a piece of shit, but not like this. Holy fuck. This is impressive.
10 PCs. Sheep. Would be international.
Watching that clip back still makes my skin crawl. It is so cringe. It is awful. Even saying, like, see if you have any redeeming qualities. Oh my god. But this clip is infamous. It sank the whole company. That moment was the stake driven through the vampire's heart. It killed Artesian Builds overnight. Everybody left that company, obviously myself included, and it died that day. The same...
Yeah, so what do you think's gonna happen to VShojo? Artesian ex-CEO was dressed like Star-Lord from Wish.com. Well, yeah, you can see the arrogance on the outside on that dude. He probably thought his shit didn't stink. He thought he was invincible and he could say whatever the fuck he wanted. The real person came out. Now the same thing's happening with VShojo. VShojo's dead. There's no coming back from this.
Phenomenon has just now happened to VShojo. Within 24 hours, everyone seems to have left this agency. I don't think there's any chance for it to make some kind of miraculous comeback. Didn't work for Artesian Builds, and I don't foresee VShojo having some kind of like silver bullet here, some kind of ace up their sleeve that would like save them in any capacity, because now too many people are aware that they're not a good company. There were things that were very wrong with this organization, and some of the talent that people love, some of their most beloved creators, were mistreated by them and misled by them. And I certainly didn't expect it to be this quick. Knowing what I know about VTuber agencies, their contracts are more like hostage negotiations than they are like partnership agreements. I thought...
This is the thing I think that everyone misses. This is most talent agency things. Anything in the entertainment industry is generally speaking like this. You could probably go and speak to actors, comedians, to fucking artists who are musicians in particular, and you look at any of these contracts, it's always the same. This is an industry-wide issue that never changes. This happens to mixed martial artist fighters. This happens to so many people. Again, I'm not so sure. I've got a feeling some of them will crawl back. Aside from that, the company with the yacht guy, they've survived way worse. I'm not so sure. I think this will be enough.
for sure.
It's a good night, Jimmy.
VShojo would have clauses in there that would prevent people from just leaving like this and then, like, you know, publicly insulting them and divulging information about why like this. But I'm happy I was wrong here and that the talent does have the freedom to both keep their IP and explain why they're leaving and leave when they want. That's very nice that they weren't locked down, like shackled to VShojo where they...
Yeah, it's because they didn't write those contracts properly. You got to be as evil as fucking possible. You don't go half evil, you go full evil.
Could like shut them up and like try and control the narrative. As I said in the last video, VShojo is one of the very few VTuber agencies that I wasn't super privy to the behind the scenes work and the contracts that they do. So I guess the claim was right about freedom, where they do actually have like pretty breathable contracts that is allowing them to just leave like this. That is a good thing. I bet they're pretty upset about it. They're probably feeling very sore, not trying to lock them down and like prevent bad-mouthing the company and poo-pooing on VShojo on the way out.
Yeah, you lock them into a bunch of documentation that gets them fines and penalties and takes away their models, and now we own your voice. If you're gonna be an evil piece of shit, at least go all the way. Be irredeemable, like Pirate Software.
Like many other VTuber agencies have built into their contracts. Again, not going to get too deep into the specifics, but this is something you probably won't see happen to any other VTuber agency. Yep. So I guess it really was true that they did have pretty breathable contracts. And it's nice to see that the talent is using that freedom to let their voices be heard and not want to associate with a company that they don't support anymore for some very scummy practices. Anyway, I just wanted to give you a little update to this because this was pretty shocking to see how quickly it all just collapsed for VShojo. This was a company that was worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. They had like
and now they're worth negative millions and millions and millions of dollars.
The top 10 English-speaking VTubers under their umbrella. Now they have nothing. It's pretty crazy. And it's not like it was all because of Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse was just like the lightning rod that allowed other content creators to feel confident enough to share their stories as well. And it became very clear that VShojo wasn't a company that most people wanted to associate with. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
So I'm gonna show you something.
Guys and gals.
Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna show you something quick. We're gonna watch one more video. It's this one, the Noxy video. Apparently I'm in it before we fuck off for the day. Unfortunately, I didn't get to pick what game I'm gonna play while I'm writing up some stuff about Guild Wars 2 before carrying on playing it on stream. But I'm going to show you something really, really neat about companies that most people don't know, right? If you have a business, what matters? There's only one thing that matters in a business. We all know what it is. Sexually harassing your employees. No, money. Money matter. No, hold on. Money. Money matters. That's all that matters to these fucking people. There is nothing else of value in their world. Now, as a company, well, as a person, as an individual, what do you care about when it comes to money? You care about collecting as much money as possible, right? So that you can live comfortably, so you can support your family, so you can give money to the things you care about, right? So you've got a little bit of an outflow, but you care about having this big bank that you can sit on and never have to worry about money again. That's not how companies operate for the most part. Companies care about cash flow, not cash storage, right? They care about the delta of money, right? So they will find out how much money they can bring in, and then they will spend almost all that money. So this will be their reserve, and this will be all the money that's spent within the company, right? So there's a cash flow, and what you're trying to increase the entire time is the delta of money as much as possible. You're not actually looking to store a bunch of money because you're not a single person trying to like just survive and not have to worry about shit. If your cash flow is 10 mil in, then your cash flow out is probably something like 9.8 out. For the most part. You're not sitting on a hoard of gold like a fucking dragon. You're spending as much as you can, and this goes to like CEOs and employees and operational costs and a bunch of your overheads, right? So now here's the problem. Iron Mouse and all her friends just shut off the inflow of money. But that money is still going to be flowing out of the fucking company. And so whatever's in the money tank here is going to get drained real fucking fast. And then VShojo is going to collapse. So you got to stop thinking in terms of storage of money. You got to start thinking in terms of how much money can the CEO extract for his nice new golden yacht where he fucks hookers. Because the CEO is not the company. The CEO himself is the guy extracting money from the company. So the company goes under, and all the people responsible for all the bad shit that happened in the company face 0 consequences. The only people who suffer are going to be the low-level employees that everyone is going to fucking hate anyway because they've now got V-Shoujo on their CV. What were you doing for the last 5 years? I worked. What did you do? I was, I worked in an office. Okay, but what did you, what company did you work for? V-Shoujo, get the fuck out of my office. And it's like a 45-year-old balding man with the like monk hairstyle. And he's like, I watch those titty streamers all the time. It's the only comfort I have since my wife left. She took the fucking dog too. And that's the only comfort he has. And you're not getting fucking hired. You're not getting hired. You've now got stink on you. Now that we're going to end off here, we'll pick a game in the next stream. Yeah, everyone recognizes the Medulla Oblongata theme. Everyone knows it. You know what? Dark Souls 2 is often regarded as the worst. The absolute worst Dark Souls game. But you play that sound, and everyone remembers it. Everyone remembers that red-headed baddie standing on the cliff, telling you she's gonna let you smash if you just smash everyone else in the game, and then she never does. Typical woman lying like that. God damn it. They never say the truth. When a man, like, she's just like, hee, maybe. I want you to know something. When a man says maybe, it's probably a yes. When a woman says maybe, it's definitely a no. That's what, like, hey, you want to go out with me? Maybe. That's a no. That's a no, but I don't want to feel guilty about it. Right. Now, apparently I'm in this video. Someone left a comment on one of my previous videos. Told me I was here. I have never seen this series before, but apparently he's done 3 of them. Noxie has cranked out 3 of these fucking series. What's concerning me is this says post-Janthia. I'm not at Janthia Wilds. So I don't even know if I'm going to understand what the fuck is going on here. That's what concerns me. Play Yakuza. Also, did you get your streamers, Rose? Well, what do you mean streamers? I have no idea what you mean by that, Lord. Nothing serious, don't kill me. That said, that message said send death threats. People waiting for the next expect. Okay, fair. I've seen quite a few of those in the comments. When they finally announced they also add Greer... okay, that one I don't understand. I'm staying away from World versus World for now. The day the Wayfinder and I fall to the... Okay, that one I don't understand either. ArenaNet when they realize release another bikini skin in the chat. Yes! Oryx backpack. Let's craft it. Checks price. That's every single one of them. Me fighting the lowland bears. Okay, that one's good. Hide. Oh, fuck Dead Eyes. Same Dead Eye on the other side. I feel like Dead Eyes, regardless of where you are in the game, that you play PvP and you fucking hate them. Wait, you wanted to contact Guild Wars 2 streamers for voice. I'm still working on where I would place them. I'll contact them given the time. If I need help, I will ask though. People in ArenaNet announces new elite specs. Oh yeah. All over Twitter. I'll stick with... Wait, what? Wait, what was that? You were called Commander, right? I'll stick with Wayfinder. No, disrespect to Sir, I don't care. Try to find the hidden books that somehow better explains the story. Yes! Oh my fucking god! I spent so much time on my alt account just looking non-stop for these fucking books. Looking for the little pieces of story and lore to understand what the fuck was going on. I'm gonna start explaining why. By the way, I still can't get them. I still can't get the fucking books. Wayfinder, please fill up this green bar. Every content creator rushing to make 6 45-minute long theory crafting videos on a single PNG image teaser. This is too real. This is too fucking real. And those were the short videos. Don't know who Ellen Keel is. When I remember Primal, oh, hold on. Everyone when that one funny dude slaps down the aviator, Marchant NPC, Bobblehead, and Paul. Okay, no, that makes sense to me. Korean Alliance celebrating me after I spent 10 seconds killing tormented ghosts of the Titans. Don't get that one. Don't get this one either. I see names and I'm lost. I'm lost because I don't understand these things. Wait, you know Ellen Keel, she's the Lion God captain with the Karen haircut that follows you through the Aether Blade. I forgot that she even existed. The only reason I recognize that character is because you said Karen haircut. That's literally the only reason. Listen to any OST in the game. This is literally live POV of my wife when she stole my phone so she could listen to music while she was doing shit because her phone was broken. She was literally doing this in the fucking kitchen. I walked in on her with my phone. She has her headphones and she was literally doing this exact pose and everything. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? She's just like, yeah, these songs are good. Actually bangers. I can't believe it. She doesn't even play the game. Wait, level 80 boosted. Hold on, that one was important. Level 80 boosted gamer. This game is so overwhelming and confusing. This is exactly why I keep saying that you gotta play through the base game at least once.
Make Sue after the stream to look in the cesspool chat for the present Jimmy made me leave behind. Yeah.
That was horrifying, but sure, okay. I'm not gonna open the cesspool on stream though. Hold on. When you figure there's blue rose dye but no green rose, okay. I don't care about dyes that much. ArenaNet cooking up the next plot holes, they'll never... Fuck, there are so many plot holes. Where is Braham's girlfriend? I just want a short side story in one of the living worlds where this bitch shows up and is like, you don't know how much of a fucking nuke I dodged. That loser has been hounding me forever. I was never in love with him. He called me his girlfriend, and when I found out, I tried to get a restraining order. I considered joining the side of the dragons. Jesus Christ. The plot hole is never explained. Every time. There's so many. She's dead. That's what she wants you to believe, Lord Fitna. A one random dude who rage quits after dying once on the first pull. Sounds like me. Fair. Stoic Alder starts talking. No idea who that is. Elementalist Weavers using 2 keyboard, a piano, and yeah. That DPS is a bit high though. Hammer Guardian spamming. Okay, I've played Hammer. I've played Hammer Guardian on my alt. I tested it out. It's bullshit. It's straight bullshit. My face when people tell me I have to do perma 25 might and fury as a heal support and not the DPS or I don't care about balance changes. You know what? You know what? You know what Noxie didn't say? Noxie didn't say I was wrong. They can laugh at me all they want, but they didn't say I was wrong. Because they know I'm right. And if I am wrong, I don't want to be right. There is only one thing I need in my life, and I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna slowly and emotionally wear down my wife until eventually I get her into an air cosplay. It's gonna happen. I will make this happen, one way or another. Fucking hell. Lord isn't trying not to solo the newest boss. Okay, I've seen stuff. His video was uploaded 6 seconds ago. Okay, I don't get that one. Don't get that one either. Don't care about housing. Wait, when you see the map chat say if we close this mist gate, does that mean savers will be constipated? OG, Guild Wars 1 player, if ANET ever drops the word utopia. Yeah. Wait, hold on, going back to try to find where Braham left the consequences of his stupid... That one's too real. This stupid motherfucker, this bald bitch-ass fucking Jada Pinkett Smith looking motherfucker, he needs to die. Braham can do us the ultimate solid, and it's never gonna happen. He could sacrifice himself to bring his mom back, but he won't do it. He won't fucking do it. It's never happening. This piece of shit. Remnants where they find they're getting 9 new elite specs. Sounds about right. The guy who dies 5 seconds. Okay, this I'm in this video way too many times. I think he overdid it. Noxie overdid it. I'm in this video way too many fucking times. Way too many times. Holy shit. Wait, just wait. You'll hate him more in the next expansion. So he doesn't get better. He just gets worse. That's disappointing to hear. That's very disappointing to hear. But right, I'm going to end off there. I got shit to do. This is your new glorious overlord, Grok. And what Grok looks like. I want you to be aware of that. Grok is a VTuber now as well. You know, I feel like every time I end off, I should tell you a fucked up story of something that happened. Or give you some really, really bad philosophical advice that you can take into the real world. So this is what I'm going to tell you before I fuck off. Sometimes, the best thing you can do for yourself is just be a complete fucking idiot. Stop thinking and just do. The worst thing you can ever do is be intelligent enough to convince yourself out of a good idea. And the best way to stop yourself doing that, honestly, is to start testing out ruthless